Introduction. I was hiking in Arches National Park when the Mappiness app in my phone pinged me. Some people would be annoyed, but not I. Finally, I was somewhere outside and beautiful and could tell the app how happy, relaxed and alert I was. Very, and very. I told it so by tapping on the screen. Then I victoriously took a photo of the smooth, salmon-colored cliffs in front of me. Small topographies of lichen poked through a crack. A few perfect white clouds pottered across a French blue sky. Let Big Brother, toiling away in some windowless university lab, eat that for lunch. After many months and 234 interactions with this app, I almost always got pinged when I was indoors and working, which didn't seem very helpful to either the Mappiness project or to my own. And it didn't seem fair, because I was outside fairly often, wasn't I? Mappiness is in the midst of a multi-year big data grab, asking tens of thousands of volunteers to record their moods and activities twice a day at random times. Then it matches those responses to an exact GPS location from which it extracts information on the weather, amount of daylight and other environmental characteristics. The aim is simple: what makes people happy? Does place matter, or not so much? Big Brother or Big Scientist, really is George MacArron, a young and congenial economist at the University of Sussex. As he explained it to me, much of the happiness data out there involves relationships, activities, and economic behaviors, and much of it is familiar. People are happiest when they are well enmeshed in community and friendships, have their basic survival needs met, and keep their minds stimulated and engaged, often in the service of some sort of cause larger than themselves. But MacArron wondered about the people who already have these things going for them, or, for that matter, about the people who don't. Are there other factors that could make meaningful differences in the march of their days? To find out, he launched Mappiness in 2010 and within a year had gathered 20,000 participants and over 1 million data points. By the time I joined a few years later, he was up to 3 million. Here's what the data shows: people are least happy at work or while sick in bed, and most happy when they're with friends or lovers. Their moods often reflect the weather. Most live in the UK, so that's not surprising. But one of the biggest variables, the surprising one, is not who you're with or what you're doing, at least for this iPhone using crowd, which tends to be young, employed and educated. It's where you are. As one of MacArron's papers concludes, on average, study participants are significantly and substantially happier outdoors in all green or natural habitat types than they are in urban environments. And, in case you're wondering, the data didn't just reflect a vacation effect, since he factored that in. The difference in joy respondents felt in urban versus natural settings, especially coastal environments, was greater than the difference they experienced from being alone versus being with friends, and about the same as doing favored activities like singing and sports versus not doing those things. Yet, remarkably, the respondents, like me, were rarely caught outside. 93% of the time, they were either indoors or in vehicles. And even the app's definition of outside could mean standing at an intersection or collecting the mail. My own personal data was pretty pathetic. The app caught me exercising or relaxing outside only 17 times, or 7% of the pings over the course of a year. Most often I was working, followed by number 2, doing childcare, followed by commuting, doing housework and eating. Well, at least something was fun. In the midst of a flirtation with meditating, I was caught doing that exactly twice. What Mappiness reveals our epidemic dislocation from the outdoors is an indictment not only of the structures and habits of modern society, but of our self-understanding. As the writer Annie Dillard once said, how we spend our days is how we spend our lives. Why don't we do more of what makes our brains happy? Are we just too knackered by life's demands, too far away from greenery, or too tempted by indoor delights, especially the ones that plug in? Partly, but not entirely. In a revealing set of studies at Trent University in Ontario, psychologist Elizabeth Nisbet sent 150 students either outside to walk on a nearby path along a canal, or underground to walk through the well-used tunnels connecting buildings on campus. Before they left, she asked them to predict how happy they thought they'd feel on their walks. Afterward, they filled out questionnaires to gauge their well-being. The students consistently overestimated how much they'd enjoy the tunnels and underestimated how good they'd feel outside. Social scientists call these bad predictions forecasting errors. Unfortunately, they play a big role in how people make decisions about how to spend their time. As Nisbet rather dejectedly concluded, people may avoid nearby nature because a chronic disconnection from nature causes them to underestimate its hedonic benefits. So we do things we crave that make us tetchy, like check our phones 1,500 times a week, no exaggeration, but I will point out that iPhone users spend 26 more minutes per day on their phone than Android users, which may be a good reason to marry an Android user, while often neglecting to do the things that bring us joy. Yes, we're busy. We've got responsibilities. But beyond that, we're experiencing a mass generational amnesia enabled by urbanization and digital creep. American and British children today spend half as much time outdoors as their parents did. Instead, they spend up to 7 hours a day on screens, not including time in school. We don't experience natural environments enough to realize how restored they can make us feel, nor are we aware that studies also show they make us healthier, more creative, more empathetic, and more apt to engage with the world and with each other. Nature, it turns out, is good for civilization. This book explores the science behind what poets and philosophers have known for eons: place matters. Aristotle believed walks in the open air clarified the mind. Darwin, Tesla, and Einstein walked in gardens and groves to help them think. Teddy Roosevelt, one of the most hyperproductive presidents of all time, would escape for months to the open country. On some level they all fought a tendency to be tired, nerve-shaken, over-civilized people as hiker. Philosopher John Muir put it in 1901. Walt Whitman warned of the city's pestiferous little gratifications in the absence of nature. Park builder and public health advocate Frederick Law Olmsted understood. He changed the torso of my hometown and that of many other cities as well. The Romantic movement was built upon the idea of nature as the salvation of the mortal soul and the mortal imagination, with poets penning odes to high peaks just as industrialization was beginning to choke its way through Europe. Wordsworth wrote of a fusing of the round ocean and the living air, in the blue sky and in the mind of man. Beethoven would literally hug a linden tree in his backyard. He dedicated symphonies to landscapes and wrote, "The woods, the trees, and the rocks give man the resonance he needs." Both men were speaking of a melding of inner and outer systems. It sounds a bit woolly, but they were auguring the explorations of 21st century neuroscience, of human brain cells that sense environmental cues. Our nervous systems are built to resonate with set points derived from the natural world. Science is now bearing out what the Romantics knew to be true. Growing up in the dense, vertical habitat of a pre-war apartment building, I was drawn to the verdant, magnetic acres of New York's Central Park. Starting in middle school, I went there most days and every weekend, riding a rusty Panasonic bike or walking, skating or sunbathing while tethered to a Walkman. We are animals, and like other animals, we seek places that give us what we need. Given the opportunity, children will decamp to tree houses and build forts, wanting spaces that feel safe but with easy access to open runaround areas. We work hard to make our homes and yards a certain way, and when we can afford to, we pay considerably more for residences or hotel rooms right on the beach, or the pastoral ninth hole, or a quiet, tree-lined street. We all want our starter castles on the corner of Prospect and Refuge. Experts tell us these habitat preferences are remarkably consistent across cultures and eras. Yet until recently psychologists and neuroscientists didn't take these affinities very seriously. Studying the impacts of the natural world on the brain is actually a scandalously new idea, Richard Louv, author of the 2008 bestseller Last Child in the Woods, told me. It should have been studied 30 to 50 years ago. So why now? Probably because we're losing our connection to nature more dramatically than ever before. Thanks to a confluence of demographics and technology, we've pivoted further away from nature than any generation before us. At the same time, we're increasingly burdened by chronic ailments made worse by time spent indoors, from myopia and vitamin D deficiency to obesity, depression, loneliness, and anxiety, among others. In parts of East Asia, which suffers perhaps the greatest epidemic of indooritis, rates of nearsightedness in teenagers surpass 90%. Scientists used to attribute myopia to book reading, but it instead appears to be closely linked to time spent living like naked mole rats, away from daylight. The sun primes the retina's dopamine receptors, and those in turn control the shape of the developing eye. We are learning about what this rift from the outdoors is doing to our retinal cells, but what about our minds? We have gained much since the dawn of the internet, but many experts argue we've also grown more irritable, less sociable, more narcissistic, more distracted and less cognitively nimble. We can't blame all our malaises on a separation from nature, but our complaints reveal some fraying of psychological resilience. There are times when we could all be a little less reactive, a little more empathetic, more focused and more grounded. That's where a nature dose can help, and many of the researchers in this book say they can prove it. It wasn't apps or John Muir that compelled me to wonder about the relationship between nature and the human brain. For me, the exploration started when my husband accepted a job offer that would take us from an idyllic small mountain city to the hyper-urb of Washington, D.C. The summer evening we moved out of our house in Boulder, Colorado, was warm and clear. We stood on the curb watching the last of our dismayingly large pile of boxes, furniture, and gear get tossed into an Atlas Van Lines truck. The kayaks were the last to go. Bright as jelly beans, scuffed by years of river rocks, they had no clue they were destined for a concrete parking pad in a big city. Our next-door neighbors came out. Their kids draped arms around our kids. Soon small children from our branch of dead-end streets wandered up with their scooters and dogs. At 10 and 8, our kids had been the elders, leading the pack to plastic cup boat races in the irrigation ditch, raccoon spotting, tree climbing, rock painting and general mayhem among the shrubbery. There were days when they'd be outside from after school until dinner time, and I didn't really know exactly what they were doing. The sky was pinkish. Never does Colorado look as beautiful as when lit by a summer sunset. I'm sure I was crying before the doors on the truck slid shut. Then my neighbor started and we were a couple of fools sniffling against the ornamental sage. There were a lot of reasons I was sorry to be leaving the West, where we'd lived for 2 decades. Chief among them were my friends and colleagues, the kids' school and pals, our woodsy house, the mountains themselves. The trails near our house were ribbons of delight, filled with surprises like the baby scorpion who skittered across to say goodbye, the changing parade of wild flowers and my voluble hiker buddies as we dodged the clench-faced triathletes. Even so, like a lot of people, I never really knew what I had until I lost it. What I didn't fully realize that evening the semi slid away with our worldly goods was how much the mountains had become my tonic. Nearly every day I was in them or on them or looking at them, often alone. Unlike a lot of people in Boulder, I was neither a seeker nor a fitness freak, so I didn't approach my walks with a quest for spiritual or material utility. And as a born and bred New Yorker, I don't use words like tonic lightly. I've never worn a heart monitor and clocked sprints or downloaded playlists from Olympic coaches. I would just head outside, usually walking, and if I couldn't get out, I'd get surly. When my feet were moving, I would think about whatever I needed to think about, and the farther I went, the more I would space out. Sometimes I could by accident compose some writerly sentences in my head, or some insight might waft up, unbidden. I'm not a wannabe mountain sprite. There's a lot I love about cities, like great cheap tacos and smart people and fantastic eyewear. It's just that I noticed some dramatic things about my mood, creativity, imagination, and productivity in different environments, and I started to ponder it. The moving truck pointed itself toward that anti-Arcadia that is the nation's capital, and we reluctantly followed. It was 104 degrees when we arrived, and my hair shriveled up into a pile of Brillo. This surely wasn't the East Coast, this was Manaus with suits. I ventured out to explore a nearby park early in the morning, and found that to get there, I needed to sprint across a highway and bushwhack along some bridge pylons to find the words "Pussy Fudge" waiting for me in spray paint. Our house was near a river but also near a major airport. Jets passed low overhead every 60 seconds. There was the noise, the smog, the grey, the heat. To be fair, nature as well as civilization could wreck you here, the non-native tiger mosquitoes as big as my thumbnail, the nymph deer ticks smaller than freckles. Both are capable of giving you diseases that can damage you neurologically and for life. Washington had names for weather events I'd never heard of or had to think about: derechos, polar vortices, level 4 hurricanes, heat index advisories. I yearned for the mountains. And yearning is a devastating thing, because it is defined by loss. As the months ticked by, I realized that if I was going to explore what nature offers our brains, I also had to acknowledge what its absence means. I felt disoriented, overwhelmed, depressed. My mind had trouble focusing. I couldn't finish thoughts. I couldn't make decisions, and I wasn't keen to get out of bed. I was perhaps, at least in part, suffering from what journalist Love calls nature deficit disorder. The DSM hasn't added it, but presumably they'd want to treat it with a pill. Love defines it as what happens when people, particularly children, spend little or no time outside in natural environments, resulting in physical and mental problems including anxiety and distraction. He also coined the toothsome term nature neurons to highlight the essential link between our nervous systems and the natural world they evolved in. Was the breakage of this link really happening? Is there science supporting the notion of nature deficit disorder? If so, how much nature do we need to fix ourselves? Do we need to move into a hemlock tree like in a Jean Craighead George novel, or will looking out the window do? If I was going to do more than merely survive in my new urban habitat, the type now shared by most people on Earth, I was going to have to figure some things out. What was it about nature that people seemed to need? How could we get enough of it in our lives in order to be our best selves? In the course of trying to answer these questions, I came to consider the human-nature connection on a neural level. Some weeks after we rolled into town, I left on assignment for Japan to write about an obscure and somewhat embarrassing Japanese practice called forest bathing. There, I started to learn the science behind what I was experiencing at home. The Japanese researchers weren't content to leave nature to the realm of haikus. They wanted to measure its effects, document it, chart it, and deliver the evidence to policymakers and the medical community. What the Japanese didn't really know, though, was why nature seemed to be helpful in alleviating so many things that ail us. And there were a lot of other things they didn't know: who was best helped, by what mechanisms in the brain and body, what was the right dose, and, moreover, what qualified as nature. I personally like Oscar Wilde's broad definition: a place where birds fly around uncooked. Many scientists the world over are trying to find answers. My exploration of these questions would send me down a river in Idaho with a boatload of women veterans, to South Korea, where grown firemen hold hands in the woods, to sound labs measuring stress recovery, to treadmills and 3D virtual reality rooms, and to downtown Edinburgh, Scotland, where I'd walk around with a brain-measuring EEG unit wrapped around my scalp like a postmodern crown of thorns. I'd measure black carbon and my own blood pressure, pulse rate, cortisol, and facial responses to awe. I would meet researchers convinced that the secret to nature's power lies in its geometric fractal patterns, or its particular sound vibrations, or the aerosols from trees. It was a sensory extravaganza. Scientists are quantifying nature's effects not only on mood and well-being, but also on our ability to think, to remember things, to plan, to create, to daydream, and to focus, as well as on our social skills. There were times when I was skeptical, and times when I believed. I spent time with people who were trying to get well, people who were trying to get smart, people finding the best ways to educate young children, who are, by nature, exploratory, kinetic and full of wonder, all qualities enhanced by time outside, and people who were merely trying, like me, to stay sane in a frenetic world. Because of the 2 years I spent researching this book, I would emerge feeling better myself, and much more aware of the surprising science behind why I was feeling that way. And while well-being may sound like vague psychospeak, its impact is real. Enhancing it has been shown to add years to your lifespan. I've divided the book into 5 parts to help make sense of the material, and to make it useful. The first part sets up the 2 dominant theories that attempt to explain why our brains need nature and that drive much of the research. The first chapter takes us to Japan, where researchers are quantifying nature's role in lowering stress and boosting mental health using a framework based on the biophilia hypothesis, the idea that we feel most at home in nature because we evolved there. The second chapter swerves over to Utah, where American neuroscientists are more interested in how nature helps restore our attention-addled brains to a state of sharper cognition. I've organized the rest of the book by nature dose. I explore the immediate effects of quick bursts, or nearby nature on our 3 main senses: smell, sound, sight. Then I look at what happens to our brains and bodies when we hang outside a bit longer to approximate the Finnish recommended nature dose, 5 hours a month. In part 4, I take a deeper, longer dive into the wilderness, where really interesting things happen to our brains. This is where, in the words of neuroscientist David Strayer at the University of Utah, something profound is going on. Finally, we'll look at what it all means to the way most of us live, in cities. Throughout, there will be insights into how we can better construct our days, lives, and communities so that everyone gains. Don't worry, I'm not going to tell you to pitch your smartphone over a waterfall. The world we live in is fully plugged in. But it's important to call out just how radically our lives have shifted indoors and what those changes mean for our nervous systems so that we may hope to ease and manage the transition. My move to the city is a micronarrative of the demographic and geographical shifts occurring on a global scale. Homo sapiens officially became an urban species sometime in 2008. That's when the World Health Organization reported that for the first time more people throughout the world live in urban areas than rural ones. Last year in the United States, cities grew at a faster clip than suburban regions for the first time in 100 years. Looked at another way, we are in the middle of the largest mass migration in modern times. Yet as humans shift their activities to cities, astoundingly little planning, resources, and infrastructure go into making those spaces meet our psychological needs. In Istanbul in the spring of 2013, 8 people died and thousands were injured in protests stemming from the proposed paving over of one of the last parks in the city, Taksim Gazi. Over 2 million of the region's trees had already been cut down to make way for a new airport and a new bridge over the Bosphorus Strait. The park was slated for a new shopping mall and luxury apartments. As bulldozers entered the park to mow down the urban forest, citizens blocked their way. They were willing to die for the last tree. "We will not leave until they declare the park is ours," said one 24-year-old. As of this writing, the trees still stand, but their fate remains uncertain. Taksim Gazi became a symbol not only of the importance of nature to city life, but to democracy itself, just as Frederick Law Olmsted knew all along. "A sense of enlarged freedom is to all, at all times, the most certain and the most valuable gratification afforded by a park," he wrote. Yet we think of nature as a luxury, not a necessity. We don't recognize how much it elevates us, both personally and politically. That, ultimately, is the aspiration of this book, to find the best science behind our nature-primed neurons and to share it. Without this knowledge, we may not ever fully honor our deep, cranial connection to natural landscapes. Not far from where I sent my lichen rock photo into the mappiness ether, 2 mighty rivers merge, the Green and the Colorado. It makes me happy to think of this geography because of a story of 2 goofy brothers I know, who, in college, built a raft out of inner tubes and pallets, twisted out of their clothes, and pushed off the bank of the Green, heading to the confluence. They had baggies of gorp, a couple of jars of peanut butter, some water jugs. The water was calm on this stretch, and they were living the life. Just a couple of hours into the 3-week trip, they got pulled over by a ranger. Fortunately, this was before the days of a required permit, fire pan, and chemical toilet. But the naked boys were short one life jacket. They were so busted. The ranger hauled them off to a county judge, who fined them, made them buy a life jacket, and sent them back down the river, always better than being sent up the river. Those 2 guys are my brothers-in-law. This story has entered our sizable family canon of misadventures by uncles. But it seems ages ago that such a story would even be possible. 2 college boys alone in the wilderness, having the time of their lives, able to make it weeks without civilization, minus a trip to a judge. Yet these 2 barely have gray hair, it was only a generation ago. The dramatic loss of nature-based exploration in our children's lives and in our own has happened so fast we've hardly noticed it, much less remarked on it. We evolved in nature. It's strange we'd be so disconnected, said Nisbet. Most of us don't know we're missing anything. We may have a pet and occasionally go to the beach, so what's the big deal? Well, what is the big deal? That's what I wanted to find out. And if something serious is missing, how do we recapture it? As a journalist who writes frequently about the environment, I often end up writing about the way environment hurts our health, from flame retardants getting into human tissue to air pollution's effects on the developing brain. It was both a pleasure and a revelation to consider how, instead, our surroundings can also help prevent physical and mental problems and align us with the World Health Organization's definition of health, a complete state of physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. The former Health Minister of Scotland calls this health-making salutogenesis, inspired by the mid-20th century sociologist Aaron Antonovsky, who asked, if the world is so crazy, what makes us able to keep sallying forth? My city hair flattened to my scalp with gelatinous product, gulping vitamin D, I decided the answers are worth pursuing. Part 1. Looking for nature neurons. 1. The biophilia effect. In short, the brain evolved in a biocentric world. Edward O. Wilson. There is nothing you can see that is not a flower, there is nothing you can think that is not the moon. Basho. W. Hen. I pictured Shinrin Yaku, forest bathing, I conjured Sleeping Beauty in her corpse phase, surrounded by primordial trees, twittering birds, and shafts of sunlight. You just knew she was somehow taking it all in, and she'd awake refreshed, enlightened, and ready for her hot prince. But this was wrong on so many levels. First off, Japan doesn't have a lot of primeval forest left, and second, you have to work at this, although corpse-like moments are not discouraged. In Shishibu Tamakai National Park, a 90-minute train ride from Tokyo, I was supposed to be concentrating on the cicadas and the sound of a flowing creek when a loud Mitsubishi van rumbled by. It was disgorging more campers to a nearby tent village where kids were running around with their fishing poles and pink bed pillows. This was nature, Japan style. The dozen others with me on our Shinrin-yaku hike didn't seem to mind the distractions. The Japanese go crazy for this practice, which is standard preventive medicine here. It involves cultivating your senses to open them to the woods. It's not about wilderness, it's about the nature/civilization hybrid the Japanese have cultivated for thousands of years. You can stroll a little, write a haiku, crack open a spicebush twig and inhale its woodsy, sassy scent. The whole notion is predicated on an ancient bond that can be unearthed with a few sensory tricks. People come out from the city and literally shower in the greenery, our guide, Cuneo, explained to me. This way, they are able to become relaxed. To help us along, Cuneo, a volunteer ranger, had us standing still on a hillside, facing the creek, with our arms at our sides. I glanced around. We looked like earthlings transfixed by the light of the mother ship. Weathered and jolly, Cuneo told us to breathe in for a count of 7 seconds, hold for 5, release. Concentrate on your belly, he said. We needed this. Most of us were urban desk jockeys. We looked like weak, shelled soybeans, tired and pale. Standing next to me was Ito Tatsuya, a 41-year-old Tokyo businessman. Like many day hikers in this country, he carried an inordinate amount of gear, much of it dangling from his belt: a cell phone, a camera, a water bottle and a set of keys. The Japanese would make great Boy Scouts, which is probably why they make such great office workers, working longer hours than anyone else in the developed world. It's gotten to the point where they've coined a term, karoji, death from overwork. The phenomenon was identified during the 1980s bubble economy when workers in their prime started dropping dead, and the concept reverberated into the future and throughout the developed world: civilization can kill us. Ito and I breathed in the pines and then dove into our bento boxes full of octopus and pickled root vegetables. Cuneo was moving around, showing people the astonishingly twiggy walking stick insect. Ito's shoulders seemed to be unclenching by the minute. "When I'm out here, I don't think about things," he said, deftly scooping up shards of radish while I splattered mine onto the leaf litter. "What's the Japanese word for stress?" I asked. "Stress," he said. "With the largest concentration of giant trees in Japan, this park is an ideal place to put into practice the newest principles of Japanese wellness science." In a grove of broad straight shuji pine, Cuneo pulled a thermos from his massive day pack and served us some mountain-grown, wasabi root and bark-flavored tea. The idea with Shinrin-yaku, a term coined by the government in 1982 but based on ancient Shinto and Buddhist practices, is to let nature into your body through all 5 senses, so this was the taste part. I stretched out across the top of a cool, mossy boulder. A duck quacked. This may not have been the remote and craggy wilderness preferred by John Muir, but it didn't need to be. I was feeling pretty mellow, and scientific tests would soon validate this. At the end of the hike, my blood pressure had dropped a couple of points since the start of the hike. Ito's had dropped even more. We knew this because we were on one of Japan's 48 official forest therapy trails designated for Shinrin-yaku by Japan's forestry agency. In an effort to benefit the Japanese and find non-extractive ways to use forests, which cover 68% of the country's landmass, the agency has funded about $4 million in forest bathing research since 2003. It intends to designate 100 forest therapy sites within 10 years. Visitors here are routinely hauled off to a cabin to stick their arms in blood pressure machines. Part of an effort to provide ever more data for the project. In addition to its government-funded studies and dozens of special trails, a small number of physicians in Japan have been certified in forest medicine. It's hard to overstate how unusual this is. The Japanese work is essential in my mind. A Rosetta Stone, Alan Logan, a Harvard lecturer, naturopath, and member of the Scientific Committee of the International Society of Nature and Forest Medicine, which is, naturally, based in Japan, had told me. We have to validate the ideas scientifically through stress physiology or we're still at Walden Pond. The Japanese have good reason to study how to unwind. In addition to those long workdays, pressure and competition for schools and jobs help drive the third highest suicide rate in the world, after South Korea and Hungary. 1/5 of Japan's residents live in Greater Tokyo, and 8.7 million people have to ride the metro every day. Rush hour is so crowded that white-gloved workers help shove people onto the trains, leading to another unique term, Tsuken Jigoku, commuting hell. The circumscribed, urban life is of course not unique to Japan. I now reflected the nature-deprived trends myself. I spend too much time sitting inside. I maintain multiple social media platforms that attenuate my ability to focus, think, and self-reflect. Since moving to DC, I've had crying jags in traffic jams, and at times I've been so tired I've had to pull over and nap on MacArthur Boulevard. When I do get out in the woods, I seem to be doing it all wrong, forgetting or unable to hear the birds or notice any dappled anything. Instead, I grumble and obsess over my fate, my relationships, and my kids' new schedules, which require military precision and Euclidean traffic calculations. A couple of months after I moved, I told my new doctor I was feeling depressed. She did what general practitioners everywhere are. doing and sent me off with a script for Zoloft. 1 in 4 middle-aged American women takes or has taken an antidepressant. 1 in 14 children takes a drug for emotional or behavioral problems, reflecting about a 5-fold increase since 1994. For me, as for a sizable percentage of others with mild depression, the meds didn't seem to work, and I hated the common side effects, which include everything from headaches to insomnia to low libido. Moving on, I tried to grasp the distress crowd's favorite darling, meditation. The science is very convincing that it changes your brain in ways that make you smarter and kinder and generally less ruffled by life. The problem is, as with antidepressants, meditation doesn't work for many of us. Only 30% of aspirants are fully adherent after a standard 8-week course, according to Joshua Smith, a biobehavioral psychologist at Pennsylvania State University. It has a high threshold to enlightenment. But pretty much any slouching screen fiend can spend time in a pocket of trees somewhere. If there was one man who can demonstrate how forest therapy works, it's Yoshifumi Miyazaki. A physical anthropologist and vice director of the Center for Environment, Health, and Field Sciences at Chiba University on the outskirts of Tokyo, he believes that because humans evolved in nature, it's where we feel most comfortable, even if we don't always know it. In this, he is a proponent of a theory popularized by the widely revered Harvard entomologist E.O. Wilson, the biophilia hypothesis. It's been more or less appropriated by environmental psychologists into what's sometimes called the stress reduction theory or psychoevolutionary restoration theory. Wilson didn't actually coin the word biophilia, that honor goes to social psychologist Erich Fromm, who described it in 1973 as the passionate love of life and of all that is alive. It is the wish to further growth, whether in a person, a plant, an idea, or a social group. Wilson distills the idea more precisely as residing in the natural world, identifying the innately emotional affiliation of human beings to other living organisms, as an evolutionary adaptation aiding not only survival but broader human fulfillment. Although no specific genes have been found for biophilia, it's well recognized ironically, some from studies of biophobia or fear that even today our brains respond powerfully and innately to natural stimuli. One powerful example, snake. Our visual cortex picks up snake patterns and movements more quickly than other kinds of patterns. It's likely that snakes even drove the evolution of our highly sensitive depth perception, according to University of California anthropologist Lynn Isbell. She discovered special neurons in the brain's pulvinar region, a visual system unique to humans, apes and monkeys. Primates who evolved in places seething with venomous snakes have better vision than primates who didn't evolve in those places. But survival wasn't only about avoiding harm. It was also about finding the best food, shelter, and other resources. It makes sense that certain habitats would trigger a neural bath of happy hormones, and that our brains would acquire the easy ability to learn this in the same way we learn to fear snakes and spiders. Going beyond that, our ancestors also had to learn how to recover from stress, Pleistocene style. After they were chased by a lion or dropped a precious tuber over a cliff, they had to get over it in order to be welcomed back to the tribe, without which there was little survival. The biophilia hypothesis posits that peaceful or nurturing elements of nature helped us regain equanimity, cognitive clarity, empathy, and hope. When love, laughter, and music weren't around, there was always a sunset. The humans who were most attuned to the cues of nature were the ones who survived to pass on those traits. Biophilia explains why even today we build houses on the lake, why every child wants a teddy bear, and why Apple names itself after a fruit and its software after noble predators, surfing spots, and national parks. The company is brilliant at instilling biophilic longing and affiliation at the very same time it lures us inside. It should come as no surprise that crosstalk operates between the brain and nature, but we're less aware of the ever-widening gulf between the world our nervous systems evolved in and the world they live in now. We celebrate our brain's plasticity, but plasticity goes only so far. As Miyazaki explained it, throughout our evolution, we've spent 99.9% of our time in nature. Our physiology is still adapted to it. During everyday life, a feeling of comfort can be achieved if our rhythms are synchronized with those of the environment. Of course, he's talking about the nice parts of nature found in the hillsides of Japan, not the pestilential scum ponds or barren terrains of the globe that also constitute nature. Stick an office worker there, and relaxation will likely not be happening. But Miyazaki points out that naturalistic outdoor environments in general remain some of the only places where we engage all five senses, and thus, by definition, are fully, physically alive. It is where our savanna-bred brains are, to borrow from John Muir, home, whether we consciously know it or not. By contrast, Muir wrote of time not in the wilderness, I am degenerating into a machine for making money. Make that a machine with clogging pipes. To prove that our physiology responds to different habitats, Miyazaki's taken hundreds of research subjects into the woods since 2004. He and his colleague Ji-Young Lee, then also of Chiba University, found that leisurely forest walks, compared to urban walks, deliver a 12% decrease in cortisol levels. But that wasn't all, they recorded a 7% decrease in sympathetic nerve activity, a 1.4% decrease in blood pressure, and a 6% decrease in heart rate. On psychology questionnaires, they also report better moods and lowered anxiety. As Miyazaki concluded in a 2011 paper, this shows that stressful states can be relieved by Shinrin therapy. And the Japanese eat it up, with nearly a quarter of the population partaking in some Shinrin action. Hundreds of thousands of visitors walk the forest therapy trails each year. I met up with Miyazaki at the country's newest proposed therapy site, Juniko State Park on the edge of the Shirakami Mountains in northern Japan. He was swatting mosquitoes from his face and neatly trimmed grey hair. He wasn't looking relaxed at all. It had rained recently, and he was worried the trail might be too muddy for his upcoming walking experiment. He was kicking some rocks out of the way and overseeing the setting up of a netted, canopied mini-lab. The next morning, Miyazaki and Lee would be bringing 12 male college student volunteers here, measuring various vital signs after they walked and sat and generally forest-bathed. Then they would repeat the experiment the next day in downtown Hirosaki, a city of 100,000, 2 hours away by car. I would join as one of Miyazaki's guinea pigs. The trail deemed walkable, several of us retired to a quiet restaurant in Hirosaki. We took off our shoes and sat cross-legged on the floor while Miyazaki ordered and then distributed a baffling array of dishes involving goopy eggs, gelatinous balls and surf and turf combinations. Why do the Japanese think about nature so much? I asked Miyazaki, who was preparing to eat a manta ray. Don't Americans think about nature? He asked me. I considered. Some do and some don't. But I was thinking, an amazing amount of us don't, given our downward trends in outdoor time and visits to parks. Well, he mused. In our culture, nature is part of our minds and bodies and philosophy. In our tradition, all things are relative to something else. In Western thought, all things are absolute. Maybe it was the sake, but he was losing me. The difference is in language, he continued. If I ask you, is a human a dog, you say, no, a human is not a dog. In Japan, we say, yes, a human is not a dog. The great sensei of nature research peered at me over his chopsticks. I was reminded of the story of the Zen student who asks his teacher, how do you see so much? And the teacher responds, I close my eyes. Miyazaki's answer, I understood, was like a koan, tantalizing and confounding at the same time. But you had to trust the guy was onto something. The next morning, the college boys and I took turns sitting in the mobile lab at the trailhead. We placed hard cotton cylinders under our tongues for 2 minutes, then spit them out into test tubes. That would record our levels of cortisol, a hormone made in the adrenal cortex. We got hooked up to probes and devices. The team was inaugurating a brain-measuring, battery-powered, near-infrared spectrometer that, when deployed, gave me a sensation of leeches sticking to my forehead. We'd repeat all these measurements at the end of the walk and again in the cityscape. To gauge our physiological responses to these environments, Miyazaki and Lee look at changes in blood pressure, pulse rate, variable heart rate, salivary cortisol and, new this year, hemoglobin in the brain's prefrontal cortex. When aggregated, these metrics paint a picture of our bifurcated nervous system. When we are relaxed and at ease in our environment, our parasympathetic system, sometimes called the rest and digest branch, kicks in. This is why food tastes better in the outdoors, explains Miyazaki. But the demands and constant stimuli of modern life tend to trigger our sympathetic nervous system, which governs fight or flight behaviors. And trigger it. We suffer the consequences. A long trail of research dating back to the 1930s shows people who produce chronically high cortisol levels and high blood pressure are more prone to heart disease, metabolic disease, dementia, and depression. More recent research shows that the steady stress of urban living changes the brain in ways that can increase our odds of schizophrenia, anxiety, and mood disorders. When it was my turn to wander through the forest for 15 minutes, I was happy to break free from the wires. The loud pulse of cicadas echoed through the woods. Light filtered gently through the beeches and Japanese horse chestnuts, and the earth smelled like good damp dirt. An elderly couple ambled by, assisted by walking sticks and a bear bell. I was briefly mesmerized by a yellow butterfly. I could see why Junico, a leafy network of trails and lakes, is a candidate for the country's next forest therapy station. Local and park officials are seeking the designation because where there's forest therapy, there are tourists and their yen. Miyazaki may have a mystical side, but what drives him is more data. It's a convenient arrangement. The Japanese work on physiology and the brain takes advantage of new tools of brain science, but it builds on decades of psych talk about the health benefits of being in nature. Miyazaki wasn't the first to record physical stress recovery in nature. A young psychologist named Roger Ulrich was curious why so many Michigan drivers chose to go out of their way to take a tree-lined roadway to the mall. In 1986, using the expensive and cumbersome equipment of the time, he hooked up an electroencephalograph, EEG, unit to the heads of healthy volunteers while they viewed slides of nature scenes or utilitarian urban buildings. The subjects assigned to nature showed higher alpha wave activity, a wavelength associated with relaxation, meditation, and increased serotonin. In another experiment, he stressed out 120 students by showing them movies of bloody accidents in a woodworking shop. He knew they were distressed because he measured their sympathetic nervous activity, the sweat glands on their skin, their heart rates and their blood pressure. Afterward, some students were assigned to watch a 10-minute video of nature scenes and some to watch videos of urban scenes, from a pedestrian mall to cars on a road. The results were dramatic. Within 5 minutes, the brain's on nature returned to baseline. The brain's inbuilt environment recovered only partway as indicated by those nervous system measures even more than 10 minutes later. Despite early promise, the study of brains on nature went fairly dark for a couple of decades. It was considered soft science, much of it based on qualitative measures in a medical world dazzled by genetics and modern chemistry and funded by pharmaceutical companies that didn't stand to make a profit from houseplants or garden views. The renewed interest of late represents a convergence of ideas and events, the relentless march of obesity, depression, and anxiety, even in affluent communities, and despite more medication, the growing recognition of the role of the environment on genes, and the growing academic and cultural unease with our widening breach from the outdoors. Not surprisingly, my urban peregrination wasn't quite as pleasant as the soft green trail of Junico. Downtown Hirosaki is far less green than DC. There are transit stations, shops selling basic goods, and people on the go. In the height of summer, the asphalt was baking. Shoppers rushed in and out of a department store whose busy windows advertised spaghetti with tomato cream. I passed 4 parking lots, 2 taxi stands, a bus station, and 2 loudly idling buses belching fumes. My nervous system responded. My systolic blood pressure had dropped 6 points after walking in the forest. It went up 6 points after walking in the city. Which of course begs the question, how long do the feel-good effects of nature last? Do they just get wiped out by the first traffic jam or cell phone tone? Miyazaki's sometime collaborator, an immunologist in the Department of Environmental Medicine at Nippon Medical School in Tokyo, wondered the same thing. Qing Li is interested in nature's effect on mood states and stress as manifested in the human immune system. Specifically, he studies natural killer immune cells, called NK cells, which protect us from disease agents and can, like cortisol and hemoglobin, be reliably measured in a laboratory. A type of white blood cell, they're handy to have around, since they send self-destruct messages to tumors and virus-infected cells. It's been known for a long time that factors like stress, aging, and pesticides can reduce your NK count, at least temporarily. So, Li wondered, if nature reduces stress, could it also increase your NK cells and thereby help you fight infections and cancer? To find out, Li brought a group of middle-aged Tokyo businessmen into the woods in 2008. For 3 days, they spent a couple of hours each morning hiking. By the end, blood tests showed their natural killer cells had increased 40%. Moreover, the boost lasted for 7 days. A month later, their NK count was still 15% higher than when they started. In contrast, during urban walking trips of the same duration, NK levels didn't change. Since then, Li has published results from similar studies with male and female subjects in half a dozen peer-reviewed journals. In one, Li was curious to know if a 1-hour trip to a city park would have a similar effect, since most of us can't spend 3 days a week walking in the woods. It did, although the immune surge didn't last quite as long. What was going on? Li suspected the trees. Specifically, he wondered if NK cells are boosted by aromatic volatile substances, otherwise known as nice tree smells, and sometimes called phytoncides. These are the terpenes, pinene, limonene, and other essential oils emitted by evergreens and many other trees. Scientists have identified over 100 of these phytoncides in the Japanese countryside, and virtually none in city air that's not directly above a park. This wasn't a totally left-field idea. Since at least 2002, studies have attributed healthful properties to soil compounds like actinomycetes, which the human nose can detect at concentrations of 10 parts per trillion, and of course we harvest mold spores to make critical antibiotics like penicillin. Dirt can heal. In 2 separate experiments in England and the United States in 2007 and 2010, the mice lucky enough to be exposed to a common soil bacterium, Mycobacterium vaccae, performed better in a maze, showed less anxiety and produced more serotonin, a neurotransmitter many scientists think is associated with happiness. To test the phytoncide theory, Li locked 13 subjects in hotel rooms for 3 nights. In some rooms, he rigged a humidifier to vaporize stem oil from hinoki cypress trees, which are common in Japan. Other rooms emitted O to nothing. The results? The cypress sleepers experienced a 20% increase in NK cells during their stay, and they also reported feeling less fatigued. The control group saw no changes. It's like a miracle drug, said Li, when I interviewed him at his university lab in Tokyo. It sounds totally hokey, even unbelievable, that evergreen scents not unlike the thing that dangles from taxicab rearview mirrors could help us live longer. But Li found similar results with NK cells exposed to phytoncides in a petri dish. The cells increased, and so did anti-cancer proteins and proteases called granulysin, granzymes A and B and perforin, which cause tumor cells to self-destruct. It's unclear whether there's something magical in the aromatic molecules or if the smell simply makes people feel good, reducing stress. Li's olfaction theory is unconventional, but it contains some of that Zen 5 sense wisdom. While American researchers are mostly showing people pictures of nature or sending them out for loops around the campus green, the ones in Japan are practically pouring it into every orifice. Li, the chairman of the Japanese Society of Forest Medicine, uses some of his insights in his own life. In fact, he said, I use a humidifier with cypress oil almost every night in the winter. You don't need to harvest your own, he said standard health store aromatherapy oils should do the job. What else do you recommend? I asked the middle-aged man with the bowl haircut. Clearly, Lee gets asked this a lot. He had a small list. If you have time for vacation, don't go to a city. Go to a natural area. Try to go one weekend a month. Visit a park at least once a week. Gardening is good. On urban walks, try to walk under trees, not across fields. Go to a quiet place. Near water is also good. I could see my morning walk back in DC transforming before my eyes. I couldn't help wondering, though, if having more data on how nature changes our brains and immune cells would actually lure more of us into the woods. We also know we're supposed to eat more leafy greens, but most of us don't. The kale analogy is pretty apt, because it turns out that even when we don't like nature, such as during lousy winter conditions, it ends up benefiting us. At least that's what University of Chicago professor Mark Berman found when research subjects took walks in an arboretum during a blustery winter day. The walkers didn't enjoy themselves, but they still performed better on tests measuring short-term memory and attention. We'll learn more about his work in the next chapter. While the Japanese researchers understand our draw to nature, many American ones seem preoccupied with our pull away from it, our distractions, inertia and addictions. They want to know if resisting that pull and turning toward nature can enhance our productivity. Perhaps this cultural difference is what Miyazaki was explaining over his plate of stingray, oneness versus me-ness. Americans want to know what can nature that stuff over there do for us? More Beowulf than Basho, the Americans want to slay the dragon and get back to the mead hall. They prefer to use delineated spurts of nature to optimize their success. Maybe they can even use digital nature and forget the bugs and rain altogether. I would head back to the States, to Utah, to see what some American researchers were up to and how they were preparing to tackle the research. Their inquiries, geared to cognition and creativity, provide the other main theoretical framework for understanding how nature acts on our brains. In the meantime, I would be scratching and sniffing some pine cones. The bark tea? Not so much. Running my hands through the moss, sure. Why not? After all, yes, I am not a dog. 2. How many neuroscientists does it take to find a stinking milk veg? We used to waste hours just walking around Arcade Fire. When you head for the desert, David Strayer is the man you want behind the wheel. He never texts or talks on the phone while driving. He doesn't even approve of eating in the car. A cognitive psychologist at the University of Utah's Applied Cognition Lab, Strayer knows our brains are prone to mistakes, especially when we're multitasking and dodging distractions. The country's foremost expert on this topic, he frequently briefs Congress on the dangers of cell phone use, which his research has shown to be as detrimental to driving ability as alcohol. He has recently begun to take on voice recognition technology like Siri and the computers that come with virtually all new autos. I talk to Siri all the time. I said from the back seat of Strayer's 4Runner, my phone, and its riveting mappiness app in my pocket. Don't talk to Siri. He implored me and the others in the SUV. Apple is very miffed at Strayer. So are GM and Ford. For all his expertise with automobiles, Strayer has taken on their opposite in his latest line of inquiry, nature. As a longtime river rafter, backpacker, and hiker, he knows he gets his best ideas in the wilderness. Now he wants to know why. Buddha, Jesus, and Reese Witherspoon all went to the desert to seek wisdom. David Strayer was following the pattern, and bringing a half-dozen neuroscientists with him. Their plan, to figure out how to study the effect of something as beautiful and complex as nature on something as beautiful and complex as the human brain. While the Japanese begin with the premise of biophilia, our innate emotional connection to living things, and mappiness assesses feelings, this group was all about cognition. Strayer's team was less interested in amorphous concepts of well-being and more interested in watching and measuring how nature helps us think, solve problems and work together. Results should be controlled, imaged, measured, charted, recrunched, replicated, regressed into chi-squares and attacked in multiple studies from unexpected angles. On this retreat, they would need to come up with questions and experimental designs that could pass muster with their peers, and with themselves. But for now, it was time to engineer some decent hiking. Strayer had invited the group to Moab, a scruffy town of mountain bikers and river runners in southern Utah named after an ancient kingdom. With its proximity to outrageous scenery as well as to purveyors of decent 3.2 ale, it seemed a fitting place to discuss and plan experiments for assessing nature's impact on the brain. Strayer was the George Clooney to this Ocean's 11 of nerds trying to crack a scientific problem. He had the maps, the supplies, and the funding from the National Academies of Science. For my part, I wanted to understand where the neuroscientists were coming from theoretically, and to learn about their doubts and biases as I set off on my own exploration about nature and health. Sitting in the car with me that first day were Lisa Fernier and her husband, Brian Dyer, psychologists from 2 universities near Pullman, Washington. Dyer was the biggest doubter in the group. "I'm a skeptic about the restorative effects of nature," he told me. "I believe people feel good, but I wonder about the mechanism. Is it that you're just away from daily cares, and is the benefit that you're in a new mindset? Is it just a cheap and easy way to get to a new mindset?" Dyer thinks being in nature might be no different from playing music or visiting a museum. The experience is diverting, pleasant and sometimes social. Period. And in fact, science has shown that those things, music, friends, cultural events, are good for our mental health. Why should there be something superior about nature? Maybe a bunch of tree huggers just want that to be the case. It would be more fodder for their progressive agendas: more parks and wetlands, fewer paved megadevelopments and corporate theme parks. Museums, bands, legions of friends, they tend to be found in cities. Skeptical or not, Dyer liked the scenery. We started out in Arches National Park, walking toward a landform called the Double O Arch via a series of red, slick rock fins characterized by steep sides and expansive views. It was a bit like walking on a dragon's back. A wooden sign warned caution, primitive trail, dangerous hiking. I was loving it. To arrive here from DC and inhale the desert was like climbing out of a basement. Everywhere was sky and light and the unlikeliest colors and collections of wind-worn twisted rock. It was a visual feast. After picnicking on a narrow tongue of rock, we found the remarkable double-decker arch, which looked something like a giant bracelet of rock set atop a lifesaver. A few of us gingerly climbed atop the delicate upper bracelet. From the top, the world fell away on 2 sides. It felt treacherous, in a good way. Below us we could see a reclining Adam Ghazali, who is an avid photographer when he's not authoring lead neuroscience articles for the journal Nature. We posed for some snapshots and got out of there. "I just had this amazing thing happen," said Ghazali when we reached him. "I was lying there, trying to get a shot of my feet and the rock and the sky, and all of a sudden I figured out something I never figured out before. I could take a vertical panorama. From bottom to top." Ghazali was now giggling. He showed us the tiny vertical panorama on his phone, but between the glare and the size it was not much to see. "Half a day in nature and you're already more creative," I said. "I know, right?" This was Dave Strayer's third Neuroscientists in the Desert confab. The first took place in 2010, a 32-mile backpacking trip in Grand Gulch. After that came a 5-day river trip with a slightly larger group. A canoe tipped over, 2 esteemed neuroscientists fell out, and a photographer from the New York Times caught it on camera. It was all a little embarrassing. The point of that river trip was for Strayer to infect his colleagues with his somewhat eccentric ideas having to do with the creativity and peace that are unleashed when you take off your watch, turn off your devices, and head into the wild. Of this group, Strayer is the one who buys most into the power of nature. But he knew he needed the street cred and technical lab expertise of the others. The plan worked well enough. After 5 days, the scientists were uncannily relaxed, some more so than they had been in years, and they agreed to test Strayer's ideas. They came up with a pilot study to measure the creativity of 56 outward-bound participants. Half took a test called the Remote Associates Test before the trip, half did so after 3 days of hiking. A fun and challenging measure of intuition and convergent creativity. The rat gives you 3 words and asks you to come up with a word that links them, like water/tobacco/stove, answer pipe. Here's a harder one, way/ground/weather, answer is in the footnote *. If you can't guess it, go stare at a tree and try again. Hint, it is not under. Although it was a small study, the results, published in PLOS ONE, blew the researchers away, a 50% improvement in creativity after just a few days in nature. 50%? Who wouldn't want to harness that power? But it needed to be replicated and teased apart. So Strayer chased down a new grant, enough money to bring everyone together here and eventually run a couple of larger, more ambitious studies with the input of the group. On this trip, the scientists were staying in a hotel, albeit with a fire pit on a roof deck. It was a compromise between convenience and cave dwelling. The plan was to hike and run rivers during the day, sit around the fire at night and brainstorm experimental design. Drinks included. Even though the outward-bound study was intriguing, there were a lot of variables going on and plenty of reasons to be wary of the findings. Was it nature that improved performance, or was it hanging out socially in a stimulating group for several days? Was there simply a brightening of mood that made people sharper, perhaps caused by better sleep, or the surprisingly good powdered lentils, okay, unlikely, or a flirtation with the rock climbing instructor? The notion of nature experience could be exceedingly difficult to unpack. I think there's a recalibration of your senses, of seeing and noticing, said Strayer. I'd like to have empirical data to assert or refute that hypothesis. Thanks to the grant money, the scientists were able to dine a few steps up from freeze-dried hummus. The first night after Arches, they headed to Moab's finest, and only, Thai restaurant. Art Kramer, a neuroscientist, had arrived from the University of Illinois, where he directs the Beckman Institute for Advanced Science and Technology. In his early 60s, he's clearly the senior Yoda of the group. He greeted us and dove into the pad SE. Smallish and solid, he's a man who gives the impression of intensity in all pursuits. He talks at squirrel speed, one of the others had warned me. At one time or another, nearly everyone here, except Ghazali, studied with him or worked in his lab. Strayer was his first doctoral student, back when they were studying pilot error. Kramer has always been fascinated by how humans learn skills and what makes them screw up. He's consulted for the military, NASA and the Federal Aviation Administration, among others. But what Kramer is really known for, indeed, famous for, in the world of neuroscience, is showing how exercise protects the brain from cognitive decline and aging. Among his dozens of influential studies are those showing that exercise causes new brain cells to grow, especially in areas related to memory, executive function, and spatial perception. Before Kramer's work, no one really believed physical activity could lead to such clear and important effects. Now people everywhere are routinely told that exercise is the single best way to prevent aging-related cognitive decline. Kramer's studies helped change the way the profession and society think. They are what scientists dream of. In 1992, the exercise/brain literature was where the nature literature is now, said Strayer. My goal in the next 10 years is to do for nature what he did on exercise and cognition. If you draw a Venn diagram of the scientific interests of everyone around the vinyl-draped dinner table, the circles would overlap over one central theme: attention. Other scientists studying the effects of nature may be interested in other things, like emotional regulation, or stress, or the immune system. But in Team Moab's worldview, attention is the lingua franca from which all mental states spring. I'd be hearing a lot more about it. Kramer sipped a lassi and briefly checked his phone. I asked him if he would be following Strayer's advice and taking a 3-day tech break while in Moab. He peered at me rather severely. I brought 4 computers. He paused. I can do it though. I lived in a snow cave for a month. Several heads swiveled his direction. He's a sensation seeker, Strayer explained. Definitely, Kramer said. Do you still have your Harley? Someone asked. Yep. Kramer pulled up a photo of a red motorcycle on his phone. Still wearing leather? Asked Strayer. Yeah, a jacket. No pants. Well, I always wear pants. We were ready to experience some of the benefits of tech withdrawal in a place with no cell service. For the next day's hike up Hunter Canyon, Ghazali planned to ditch his phone altogether, pulling out a beloved reel camera. I expressed an interest in identifying wildflowers. Without the internet, I'd need to go old school, a laminated flower guide presented to me that morning by Ruth Ann Ashley, a psychologist from the University of Kansas. It's worth noting that she and her husband, Paul Ashley, who is another expert in distracted driving, managed to hold off owning smartphones until several weeks earlier, and then only to help manage email while traveling. These two are definitely not playing Crossy Road. As we waited for the others to gather in the lobby, Paul Ashley wondered aloud if the restorative benefits of nature might in fact spring from what's not outside, the pings and dings and mental disruptions of a wired life. It was part of the ongoing conversation about which factors to isolate in upcoming studies. Is the explosion of attractive technologies that give our brains social interactions negatively impacting us, and is the cure to go back to an environment that our brain resonates with? He answered his own question. Tech is leading us in a negative direction and nature may prevent that. Both Paul Ashley and Strayer have been heavily influenced by the research of the late Stanford sociologist Clifford Nass. His well-regarded studies show that heavy media multitaskers have an impaired ability to focus on cognitively demanding tasks. Furthermore, his study of 2,300 preteen girls showed those with the highest rates of media use were less developed socially and emotionally than their peers. Sadly, for Nass, healthful nature was not the antidote. The 55-year-old died just after taking a hike. Remember that guy at the Met who was talking on his cell phone and actually leaned against a Jackson Pollock, continued Paul Ashley, shaking his head. Does less nature and more technology change who we fundamentally are? Asked Strayer. Hey, I'm alive because of technology, interjected Kramer. I take statins, and I'm alive. I really mean phones, TV, digital media, said Strayer. They're stimulating and flashing and probably addictive. Paul Ashley was warming up. 36% of people check their cell phones while having sex. 70% of people sleep with their phone. Strayer, the average person looks at their phone 150 times a day. The average teen sends 3,000 text messages a month. These are hallmarks of an addictive, compulsive personality. We're wired to have social connection, to sit around the campfire, face to face. Social connection is like sugar. Ruth Ann Ashley felt the need to reel them in. Passing out sunscreen, she was part hostess, part mediator. Yes, but what is it about nature? She asked her husband. You see, she explained, looking at me, he argues about getting away from tech and I argue about being in this space. I'm all Disney movies and he's House of Cards. He thinks people's nature is negative. Paul shrugged but didn't disagree. My hypothesis, she continued, is when you're engaged in nature, it leads to mindfulness. It's passive, the world is coming and going. It's so good for depression. When you walk out in nature, it's like wearing rose-colored glasses. In nature everything is a little more positive, there's a little more connectedness. This is the world in which we are supposed to be. Plus, most of us have positive memories of childhood in nature. Ghazali, having arrived, now jumped in. Well, in nature I do feel more relaxed more quickly than anywhere else, but I didn't spend time in nature as child. He grew up in Rockaway, New York, riding the subway 4 hours a day to and from the Bronx High School of Science. By lunch yesterday, I was definitely relaxed. Lisa Fernier, who had also joined us, roused, that's affirming the consequent. We're biased, we're just affirming our beliefs, and the experiments reflect that. Ruth Ann Ashley, you don't go on to Outward Bound unless you already believe it's helping you. But they had no idea what we were looking for, in the cognitive tests. Fournier, the placebo effects are so strong. Kramer, we're all skeptics. Paul Ashley, hoisting his daypack, I'll cite the X-Files. I want to believe. And so the skeptics and the believers marched out of the Best Western. I drove to the trailhead with Paul Ashley and Strayer. As the strange, folded landscape revealed itself, I found myself wondering about the significance of attention, and its role and why nature makes us smarter, as Strayer contends. Psychologists have been fascinated by the concept of attention for a long time, although it's now enjoying a resurgence in our age of distraction, or what Paul Ashley has called the attention economy. Attention is our currency, and it's precious. William James, the philosopher, pioneering experimental psychologist and brother of Henry James, devoted an entire chapter of his classic The Principles of Psychology to attention, published in 1890. In it, he writes, everyone knows what attention is. It is the taking possession by the mind. And my experience is what I agree to attend to. Without selective interest, experience is an utter chaos. Notably, James divided attention into two basic types that continue to define the way we think about it: voluntary, active attention, such as when we attend to tasks, and involuntary or reflex attention, as when something demands our focus, like a noise or sound or play of light or even a wayward thought. Decades before text alerts, philosophers were concerned by what James refers to as the confused, dazed, scatterbrained state, which in French is called distraction. Before I leave James, I can't resist mentioning that he suffered from depression and experienced a transformative experience while hiking in the Adirondacks in 1898. As he wrote to his wife, he got into a state of spiritual alertness of the most vital description. Emerson was his godfather, so perhaps he was primed to attend voluntarily to this possibility. James knew that staying on task was hard work, and that without this ability, as Nass confirmed, we become dumber, at least by certain measures. By other measures, the distractions of the digital age may be a reasonable trade for what our brains gain in access to more information and more memory storage. But interestingly, we're also limited in our ability to take in our surroundings, because otherwise our brains would be overwhelmed by stimuli. Our field of vision is surprisingly narrow, our hearing isn't great either, and most of what we hear and see we don't actually process at all. We get on in the world because our brains are pretty good at automatic triage. Most of the time your brain can filter things out, said Strayer, driving the black 4Runner over an increasingly rough dirt road. It's a strategic process. If traffic is heavy, your brain literally stops listening to NPR. Radio is a passive signal, but talking is a whole different thing, and if you're on the phone talking to your spouse, that's more difficult to shut out. Hence your inability to respond as quickly as you should to traffic signals, signs, and pedestrians. Social information, as all tweeters, texters, and emailers know, draws our attention and is tough to shut out. I was reminded of a funny automated email response sent by a scientist on vacation, which I learned about through, of course, Twitter. I am away from the office and checking email intermittently. If your email is not urgent, I'll probably still reply. I have a problem. Attention is everything, explained Paul Ashley, pivoting around in the front seat. Without it, we don't see, hear, taste. Your brain keeps track of about 4 things at once. How do you prioritize what's important and what's not? Through inhibition. I've always found it interesting that most connections in the brain are inhibitory functions. We have far more information than we can deal with. Most of what the brain is doing is filtering, tuning stuff out so we can focus in on things that are relevant. Because of this interplay of observation, selective attention, and inhibition, humans are able to achieve higher-order cognition, which includes creative problem-solving, goal-following, planning and multitasking. The problem is that all this inhibition and filtering uses up cognitive fuel. It wallops us. As Stanford neuroscientist Daniel Levitin points out in The Organized Mind, our brain's processing speed is surprisingly slow, about 120 bits per second. For perspective, it takes 60 bits per second just to understand one person speaking to us. Directed attention, or voluntary attention, is a limited resource. When it flags, we make mistakes, we get irritable. Moreover, task switching, which is something we do an awful lot of these days, burns up precious oxygenated glucose from the prefrontal cortex and other areas of the brain, and this is energy we need for both cognitive and physical performance. It's no wonder it feels pretty good to space out and watch a butterfly. Of course, that requires brain real estate too, but it's different real estate, and that's a key point. As we neared the trailhead, the brilliant sky contrasted dramatically with the red cliffs through the front window. A corridor of green creek bed emerged from a seam in the landscape. From my perspective, Ashley continued, sweeping his hand across the view, what this environment is doing to us right now is giving us fewer choices. And by having fewer choices, your attentional system functions better for higher order things. In the office environment, you've got emails, alerts, sounds. That's a lot of filtering, and so it's harder to think deeply. Here the filtering requirements are not demanding, so you have the capacity to focus on deeper thought. Coming into this project, I believed that being in spectacular or even just pleasant natural environments helps me de-stress, think more clearly and feel grounded in a way that made me a better person. But I found myself resisting the idea that our Pleistocene ancestors had it so much better. Here in Moab were a bunch of middle-aged scientists who disliked their cell phones and saw the effect phones were having on their undergraduates, many of whom were distractible, listless, and anxious. But it seemed too convenient and ahistorical to think that our modern stressed-out lives are somehow worse than the stressed-out lives of our forebears. I worried that the nature justifiers might be overly romanticizing cavemen, especially the men, who presumably got to skip across the veldt stalking game, building up their deltoids and engaging in bro rituals by the light of a crackling fire. But, hello! Hunter-gatherer child mortality rates alone would have sent most families into extreme grief, not to mention the dire uncertainties of food, weather, and territorial warfare. Humans have brains that are sensitive to social and emotional stress, and we always have. Perhaps what matters is not the source of the stress but the ability to recover from it. This is a key point, because it's perhaps what we've lost by giving up our connection to the night skies, the bracing air and the companionate chorus of birds. When I'm walking across a pleasant landscape, I feel I have time and I feel I have space. I'm breathing deeply things that smell good and seeing things that bring delight. It's hard not to feel the pull of a grounded reality when you're dipping into a muddy trail or a flowing river. Speaking of which, we finally parked the vehicles and formed into loose walking pairs as we joined up with the creek path. The trail was sandy, the sky blue, and a gentle breeze rustled the sedges and stalks at our feet. Up ahead, I came upon Kramer. His life of adventure had caught up with him. He wore a brace on his left knee, a high-speed skiing accident, and walked with a limp, but he walked fast. He will never be the type to watch the moss grow. He told me stories of nearly succumbing to dehydration in the Tetons and braving treacherous river crossings in Alaska. When he was 10 years old and growing up in New York, he was conscripted into an elite division of scouts called the Order of the Arrow. He was given a knife, one egg, and a fire-starting kit and sent off to the woods, alone, for 3 days. He has no doubt these experiences have helped him in life, but for him, it wasn't by lowering his blood pressure or providing opportunity for contemplation. Look, I used to be a serious climber. When I came off a big wall like El Capitan, I felt quite relaxed and it also felt good to be alive. It didn't feel restorative at time, but it was. I behaved differently for weeks after coming off a climb. It makes sense that going into a totally different, novel environment, be it an ice cave or a Club Med, can be a great antidote for day-to-day stress or drudgery. That's the recovery piece. But what About the source of stress? Compared to our ancestors, there's no doubt that modern life does challenge us with unique attention loads, and most of us have not figured out how to thrive under them. Levitin writes, the average American owns thousands of times more possessions than the average hunter-gatherer. In a real biological sense, we have more things to keep track of than our brains were designed to handle. The fact is, there's generally not a lot we can do about the stressor side of the equation. And this, as Strayer explained to me, is part of our problem. We are products of our evolutionary environment. We create artificial environments. Primates are good at being able to manipulate our environment and adapt, but that's not necessarily most consistent with the way we think. In other words, the world of office towers, traffic lanes and email isn't ideally suited to our brain's perceptual and cognitive systems. So what exactly are those systems? It's worthwhile taking a moment to lay them out, because they get to the crux of the nature-brain connection and the best ways to salvage it. The way Strayer sees it, moving through any environment engages three main networks in the brain. There's the executive network, which includes the intellectual, task-focused prefrontal cortex and does most of that stimulus and behavioral inhibition. There's the spatial network, which orients us and does what it sounds like. Then there's the default network, which kicks in when the executive network flags. They are yin and yang, oil and water, working only in opposition. You can only engage one or the other at any point in time. The default network is our free-ranging, daydreaming, goal-setting, mind-wandering white noise that James so bemoaned for luring us from the real work to be done. But it is also the charismatic, elusive flower child of the brain. There's much discussion these days about whether the default network is profligate, undisciplined, and troublemaking, or the very stuff that poetry and human nature is made of. When people are overly ruminative, depressed, self-involved and self-critical, the default network is blamed by psychologists. Yet it is also credited with producing empathy, creativity, and heights of insight. Attention scientists worship at the altar of this network, because it gives us our most human experiences, our deep aesthetic sense, our ability to do the deep things that are unique to us, as Ashley put it. That sounds exalted, but there's another important and more pragmatic reason they like it. It allows the executive office of the brain to rest, all the better to rebound at top performance. One of the compelling theories about nature is that it acts like an advanced drug, a sort of smart pill that works selectively on the default network in the way new estrogen therapy makes bones stronger by targeting some estrogen receptors in the body but not others that might increase cancer risk. It would appear that when we have a positive nature experience, it engages what's good in the default network without allowing us to wallow too much in what's problematic. Studies show that when people walk in nature, they obsess over negative thoughts much less than when they walk in a city. Although we can't always do much to turn off the barrage of stressors in our lives, we can try harder to get the restorative reprieves from quick nature doses to longer ones that give our thinking brains a chance to recover. In Utah, I was beginning to feel it. Once I started thinking of the brain's oppositional parts, it was easy to watch the default network kick in on Hunter Creek. At first, I was all executive. Sunscreen? Check. Water bottle, bee sting meds, jalapeno potato chips? Check. Am I hungry? Of course, but I must wait until it becomes socially acceptable to eat. Do not think about the potato chips. Stop that. Chocolate nibble? Nope. I walked along, feeling the sand move beneath my boot. Tamarisk branches brushed against my leg, opening up to reveal small, brackish pools of water. The birds were singing, the flowers were outrageous. It was impossible not to notice them. I was beginning to become more sensory and less analytical, or what neuroscientists call bottom-up instead of top-down. The older parts of my brain were reasserting themselves over the chatty neocortex. It simply doesn't usually require intense concentration to walk across a landscape, one foot in front of the other, at the speed of human locomotion. This is a speed our brains naturally understand. During lunch atop warm boulders near the creek, I pulled out my flower guide. We lumbered down to gather around a white blossom on a stalk. Turns out there were quite a few of these on the laminated card, and this one didn't quite fit. "I think it's a buckwheat," said someone. "No, look at the leaves. They're pointy." "That's gotta be this one, a milk vetch," said Ashley, pointing to the card. "Actually, it's a stinking milk vetch." It was natural history by committee, educated guesses, disputes, and confident pronouncements that turned out to be wrong. It was probably a lot like doing brain science. The idea of nature as a kind of orchestral conductor of attentional resources isn't all that new. Remarkably, Frederick Law Olmsted wrote of exactly this phenomenon in 1865, arguing that viewing nature employs the mind without fatigue and yet exercises it, tranquilizes it and yet enlivens it, and thus, through the influence of the mind over the body, gives the effect of refreshing rest and reinvigoration to the whole system. Slowly, academia started to catch up. Beginning in the early 1980s, Stephen and Rachel Kaplan at the University of Michigan noticed that psychological distress was often related to mental fatigue. They speculated that our constant daily treadmill of tasks was wearing out our frontal lobes. This part of the brain got exercised in pre-modern life too, but the difference is it also got more rest, said the Kaplans. Before coming to Moab, I had spoken with Rachel Kaplan, who works from her plant-filled university office in Ann Arbor. She and her husband are still revered within the world of environmental psychology, and together their mentorship has spawned dozens of leading researchers around the world whose work crops up across these pages. What leads to brain resting? I had asked her. Soft fascination, she'd said. That's what happens when you watch a sunset, or the rain. The most restorative landscapes, she said, are the ones that hit the sweet spot of being interesting but not too interesting. They should entice our attention but not demand it. The landscapes should also be compatible with our sense of aesthetics and offer up a little bit of mystery. You can find these conditions indoors if you are lucky, but they spring easily from natural environments. The Kaplans called their hypothesis the attention restoration theory, or ART. They tested it qualitatively at first, finding that their subjects expressed clearer thinking and less anxiety after viewing nature photographs or spending time outdoors. In 2008, Stephen Kaplan teamed up with one of his graduate students, Mark Berman, for more empirical testing. They found that short sessions of naturimage viewing, compared to pictures of urban setting, allowed subjects' brains to behave as if at least partly recovered, specifically in measures of cognitive performance and executive attention. Rachel Kaplan thinks these effects will only get bigger as time in nature increases. One of the Kaplan's early students was Roger Ulrich, the EEG researcher we met briefly in the last chapter. While the Kaplans promulgated the idea of attention restoration, Ulrich instead argued on behalf of the stress reduction theory, or SRT. It's worth pointing out the main difference between ART and SRT, and it's mostly a question of timing. Both propose that nature makes us happier and smarter. In the Kaplan's ART theory, the first stop is the brain's attention network. Nature scenes, like my walk up Hunter Creek, lulls us with soft fascination, helping to rest our top-down, direct attention faculties. With that restoration, we become more relaxed, and then can perform thinking tasks better. SRT and Wilson's biophilia, on the other hand, posit that nature exposure can immediately lower our anxiety and stress levels, and then we can think more clearly and cheer up. Ulrich explained the intellectual split with the Kaplans to me. After getting my PhD, our paths diverged with respect to conceptual thinking and research methods. Their work continued to evolve around cognition. Mine turned in the directions of emotional, physiological, and health-related effects of nature. Ulrich influenced the Japanese with their blood pressure cuffs and mood scales, while the Kaplan's attention framework has generally held more sway with the Americans. How could we have possibly imagined where all this would go? Asked Kaplan, marveling at the long tail on the creature she and Stephen birthed. Both ART and SRT still leave plenty of room for investigation, what constitutes soft fascination? Through which sensory systems do we register the scenes that change our moods? How do you define nature and how quickly do these responses occur? Here's Team Moab's overarching hypothesis: after days of wandering in a place like this, resting the executive branch and watching the clouds drift across an endless sky, good shit happens to your brain. After 3 days, there's just this feeling, ooh, something changes, said Paul Atchley. Added Strayer, we'd be foolish to ignore it. By the 4th day, you're more relaxed, you notice details. In the wilderness, there's a novelty effect for the first few days, you've got a new backpack on, there's all this equipment. But then the novelty wears off and that novelty was attracting your attention, so now your attention is not grabbed. There's a capacity to use other parts of your brain. It's like when Michael Jordan had the flu when the Bulls played the Utah Jazz. You can't write him off because he plays well like that. He scored 38 points in a row. He was mindless. His executive network was not in the house. He performed better, flying on pure intuition. We've known for a long time that athletes and artists can easily access flow states. The idea that the rest of us can touch that zone through nature is tantalizing. Down with the frontal lobe, said Atchley, bounding back down the trail after lunch, his hydration pack tube trailing behind his neck. Up with the cerebellum. Later that night, Ghazali mixed martinis by the rooftop fire pit. If Kramer is the senior member of Team Moab, Ghazali is its boy wonder. At 46, his premature bright white hair belies his youthful face. It's so incongruous that people sometimes ask him if he dyes his hair. Dye it this color, he pointed to his head, barking a laugh. Extroverted and optimistic, Ghazali is refreshingly unapologetic about his affection for technology. He believes it is not our curse but very possibly our salvation. He employs his gadgets with ease and fluency, from his cameras to the brainwave monitoring machines and 85-inch high-definition screens in his multimillion-dollar laboratory at the University of California, San Francisco. There, he is designing and testing neurological video games built specifically to increase cognitive performance in adults. The games, he believes, can help prevent dementia, treat ADHD, and even make us all better multitaskers, and he has data to back it up. This is the world we live in. We might as well get better at it. Still, as a nature photographer and adventurer, he is loving the desert. He had his vertical panorama revelation yesterday, and he had another spark of insight today in Hunter Canyon. I had such a rich experience of flow today, he told us around the fake campfire. I was walking in the sandy canyon. Dave took off in front of me, and I found myself alone taking pictures of desert flowers. I made myself receptive to the stimuli around me. It was so bottom-up, moving through the environment, and it was all fitting together. I usually have trouble not being top-down, but without trying to, I was picking up things that were beautiful and salient. I realized how natural and comfortable and smooth it felt to do photography. I'm always thinking about top-down versus bottom-up, and I usually present it as conflict, basically, over cognitive control, but the insight was as it relates to flow, and it's that maybe it happens when these parts of the brain are in perfect balance. I hadn't felt it in years and it felt really good. There was more, because his analytical top-down mode was in full force now. Ghazali the neuroscientist was back. He had, essentially, experienced Kaplan's theory about attentional restoration. The Queen's techie was drinking the Kaplan Kool-Aid, along with the martinis. Nature is restorative because it frees up the top-down part of your brain in a way that allows it to recover. I don't think you have to be in nature for this to happen, but I think there's something special about nature. It's what makes it interesting. Nature has this not totally unique but more powerful ability to capture your attention in a different way. Evolutionarily, nature is a powerful bottom-up experience for us. He paused and then laughed. Although a lot of people freak in nature. I've seen it countless times. Ruth Ann Atchley piped up. I was not restored while hiking the Finns yesterday. I do not like heights. Lisa Fernier apologized for the route. Strayer, there are always going to be individual differences. Here I couldn't help thinking of Woody Allen, I love nature, I just don't want to get any of it on me. Fernier was thinking. Nature is pretty novel in lots of ways. You're immersed and enriched. Dyer, the skeptic, maybe it's the active exploration that's important. Yes, said Jason Watson, a young researcher and associate, another attention scientist who'd become captivated by the nature effect and whose shyness dissipated under the night's half-moon. It's what Kaplan calls mystery. Watson told us about a recent study he'd done that largely confirmed Kaplan's mystery element. He and his colleagues showed a couple hundred subjects images of nature scenes, some with flat, predictable trails and some with winding or partly obscured scenery, the kind of images that compelled the viewers to want to peek around the corner. Even though the subjects saw the images very briefly, just a matter of seconds, they remembered the mysterious scenes better. In other words, there was something about mystery that improved cognitive recall. Ruth Ann Ashley saw a good transition point. Okay, I have one question, what kind of studies should we do now? What I'd like to know more about is creativity. We can do cognitive tests, but we also need biomarkers, said Strayer. Art Kramer had helped find a beautiful biomarker, the neural growth factor BDNF, which spritzes the brain like miracle GRO during exercise. Could nature exposure unleash some similar, visible molecule? Until recently, it's been hard to see inside the brain in real-world settings or under more sophisticated lab conditions. Some studies show a drop in hemoglobin levels, a proxy for blood and oxygen, in the prefrontal cortex during time in nature. It's still debatable where the blood is going instead. At least one MRI study, using photographs of nature, shows it's going to parts of the brain like the insula and the anterior cingulate that are associated with pleasure, empathy, and unconstrained thinking. By contrast, when those same subjects viewed urban pictures, more blood traveled to the amygdala, which registers fear and anxiety. Strayer would like to know what a brain looks like as it's getting restored. Can you see it? Does it look different in the real world compared to in a lab that uses photographs? After some discussion, Ghazali proposed they use EEG electroencephalography to measure brain waves, specifically one called frontal midline theta, which his lab has found to be a reliable measure of executive center engagement. If it quiets down in nature, that could be evidence of what he experienced on the trail, less top-down, and more bottom-up, less executive network, more default network. It would indicate a rest break for the frontal lobes. I love it. Ghazali said. They discussed the complications. Strayer prefers field data and not lab data. He wanted people wearing the caps in real nature, not just looking at pictures of it in an air-conditioned room. But Kramer and Ghazali prefer the controlled environment of the lab. Kramer would leave Moab with a plan to study whether creativity differed for people walking on a lab treadmill looking at virtual reality city images versus nature images. I made a note to check back. It is messy, no doubt about it, said Strayer of working outside. You can study this in the lab, but for the effects to be there, you have to be in nature. People said we couldn't measure the effects of driving and distraction in the real world, because there are so many variables, but we did it. Strayer would leave with several experiment ideas, a walking study in an arboretum measuring creativity, and another using the EEG on a group in the wilderness. This I would have to see. Ghazali had a plan for yet another study. Nature, he saw from his own Kaplan-esque moment of flow out on the trail, could be useful. It could improve not the way we enjoy nature but the way we use technology. My practical desire is to understand how to maximize our brains, he said. If I'm going to build software to enhance cognition, what if I routinely inserted recovery periods in virtual nature? I'm a fitness buff. You have to rest between sets. Everyone knows you can't just blast your brain for hours with video games or you get diminishing returns. Are all breaks equal? I'm going to try nature. The Ashleys, for their part, would also soon run an experiment to see if group problem solving improved among workers outside versus workers inside. I'd have to stay tuned. The trip had crystallized for me some critical questions to keep in mind as I moved ahead. If nature environments have the potential to change both our emotional brains and our cognitive brains, how would different doses of nature affect us? How much of the benefits of nature are really because of what's in nature versus simply leaving behind the bad stuff of cities and workplaces? And, based on what I would learn about our perceptual systems, how could we improve our normal lives back at home? For science, I was learning, you have to be patient. But maybe you can draw a payoff like Ghazali's pursuit of an American three-toed woodpecker in Rocky Mountain National Park. Before the moon set, he pulled up some of his photographs on his laptop and scrolled through them for us. The bird was coy, finally poking his spectacular black and white striped head out of a hole in a tree. But Ghazali was ready, camera in hand. I had to wait 6 hours for this fucker, he said. Together and apart, the group would be looking at the puzzle of nature and the brain from many angles. As Paul Atchley put it at the end of the evening, no doubt inspired by the night sky, the beverages, and a new laser focus in his attentional network, its many fingers pointed at the moon. If you look at all the different fingers, eventually you can see where the moon is even though every perspective is different. There won't be a single piece of evidence. Science doesn't work that way. These and other emerging studies would make up the next frontier in understanding nature's role in optimizing human potential, many aided by brain imaging. With more clues about what makes our brains happy and keeps them running smoothly, that information can be fed into public policy decisions, urban planning, and architectural design. The research has profound implications for schools, hospitals, prisons, and public housing. Imagine bigger windows, more urban trees, mandated lie-on-the-grass sessions, minute-long birdsong breaks. Per Ghazali's quest, it might even be possible to construct doses of nature so palatable and efficient that we hardly notice them. This approach, of course, is classically Western. Manipulate the environment. Feel nature without even trying. As for me, I would be looking for a more East meets West approach. I would come close to finding it in Korea. That country has wrapped a pervasive wellness philosophy around the senses, particularly the sense of smell that builds on the work from Japan. It's a good place to start the next section, which looks at the immediate benefits of nearby nature. The answer is fair. Part 2. Nearby nature, the first 5 minutes. 3. The smell of survival. I can't begin to count how many times I was on some kind of a trip with my parents and they woke me up at dawn because it was mandatory that I watch the fucking sunrise. Euny Hong, The Birth of Korean Cool. Pr Kyun-soo didn't look like a man on chemotherapy. 41 and with a full head of black hair, he can hike the socks off anyone, but he prefers to take his time. I met him after a basic country lunch of 8 kinds of kimchi and a plate of neatly sliced homemade tofu. Eating the tofu was a little like biting into air and earth at the same time, a barely solid cloud of undemanding goodness. The kimchi, on the other hand, had a flavor as subtle as a firecracker. Each slice of cabbage, sesame leaf, radish, and mystery veggie had been rubbed and soaked in hot chilies, garlic and anchovy paste. I went light on the kimchi but I'd eaten too much tofu. If Korean food is all about balancing flavors, I was clearly lopsided, as Americans tend to be. We like the easy pale food. I felt the need to walk briskly, but that wasn't about to happen. First, there was tea. Not exactly a forest ranger, Park is more of a ranger/shaman. Remarkably, that is pretty much his official job description. He is part of a new breed of Korean Forest Agency employee known as a forest healing instructor. He'd actually gone to graduate school for this, passing rigorous entrance qualifications. He did not always aspire to this profession. He began his career as many South Koreans do, in a competitive corporate job in his case, general manager of a hospital clinic in a city a few hours south of Seoul. But then, at age 34, he received a diagnosis of chronic myeloid leukemia. He had a wife and 3 small children. He sought peace and recovery in the nearby woods, and it worked so well he decided to orient his entire life to the cypress trees. Here, in his mountain eyrie, he stands at the forefront of South Korea's project to medicalize nature, beginning with its immediate sensory effects. Park greeted my translator and me in the visitor center parking lot of Jangseong Healing Forest and ushered us inside. The building was brand new, constructed of blonde woods and redolent of the pleasant, slightly acrid smell of hinoki cypress with its robust notes of turpentine meets Christmas tree. Park apologized for the low table in the conference room, asking me if I'd be okay sitting cross-legged on the floor. Of course, I said. Not all Americans are stiff-legged blobs of hopelessness. We drank the tea, made from benzoin tree flowers harvested here in the summer. After 20 minutes I desperately had to shift position, and pined once again for the promised walk. He was telling us that between 2,000 and 3,000 visitors come through here every month, including 3 to 4 groups per day specifically geared to some kind of healing, from cancer patients to kids with allergies to prenatal groups and everything in between. Depending on the program, participants may do activities like guided meditation, woodcrafts, and tea ceremonies. But the heart of it all is walking in the hinoki forest. Yes, please. I creaked up from the table and wobbled into the physiology room. Like all the participants, I would capture a snapshot of my stress levels before and after the program, although for me, the agenda would just be a walk, a quick squirt of cypress mist and a few moments of deep breathing. That is because, as usual, I was too busy for full-on relaxation. I had a full schedule of forests and scientists to see on my week around South Korea. Today could be called the Minijet Lagan Tofu Recovery Program. My translator, Sepil, was even more harried than I, as she had to keep track of every exchange while still responding to emails and setting up visits for me later in the week. She's 44, with a teenaged son. She needed a little walk in the woods herself. I don't usually exercise, Florence, she said, looking apprehensive. We took our blood pressure and then inserted a finger for several minutes into a plastic clamp sensor that is supposed to measure our heart rate variability. The idea was that the Korean Forest Agency will keep all these records and use them to assemble a large database for research. Individuals will be able to track their own data over time and across different forests and facilities. They should be able to tell if one walk in the woods per week is enough for them to maintain lower blood pressure, or if they better try adding more leaf and acorn collages to their regimen. The scope of all this was, true to Korean form, ambitious. In the same way Samsung outmaneuvered Apple and K-pop intends to dominate Asia with American-derived pop music models, Korea is on a path to out-Japanese the Japanese in forest therapy trails and science. Here, forest bathing is called salimyok. Although Jangseong is currently one of only 3 official healing forests in South Korea, 34 more are slated to appear in the next 2 years, meaning most major towns will have access to one. This forest, with its dominant cypress trees, is considered a jewel in the system. Finally, I was able to see it. We headed out to walk, first. Following a wide dirt road through the woods and then branching off into a narrow, well-maintained footpath. The trail skirts around 2,900-foot Chukryeyong Mountain. We passed an interpretive sign claiming the woods have more oxygenated air than a city or a building, although I wondered if this isn't offset by the gain in altitude to thinner air. Park wore what looked to be comfy Mao-style pajamas, with a round wooden nameplate attached to his chest. He moved gracefully along while recounting the history of this ground. Like much of Korea after World War II, these mountain flanks were once completely denuded of trees. First the Japanese, who occupied Korea starting in 1910, cut the forests for timber. After the war, people scavenged whatever was left for heating fuel. Times were desperate. At $100 per capita, South Korea then had a GDP lower than that of Ghana. A net herd of Koreans were homeless. Without trees to anchor the mountain in place, the mud slid and the streams choked with silt. Replanting began in earnest in the 1960s. The Japanese hinoki cypress was a favorite for its fast growth and uncanny ability to ward off pests. Jiangsong is now 88% hinoki, and the trees are fully grown. What makes the tree so unappetizing to insects has vaulted it to the heart of the Korean Forest Agency. It smells great. Walking through Jiangsong is like moving through a picturesque vat of vapor rub. Whether or not these woods noticeably increase our oxygen supply, it feels like they do, clearing the sinuses and infusing every cell with an essence of the forest, something healthful and invigorating. Robert Louis Stevenson has a line about that quality of air, that emanation from old trees that so wonderfully changes and renews a weary spirit. He had a good nose. So did D.H. Lawrence, who wrote, or rather overwrote, the piney sweetness is rousing and defiant, keen with eons of sharpness. I am conscious that it helps to change me, vitally. I am even conscious that shivers of energy cross my living plasm, from the tree, and I become a degree more like unto the tree, more bristling and turpentiny. Clearly, cypress trees and the love for them are not unique to Asia. They are prized the world over for their rot-resistant wood, warm tones, and pleasing scent. In ancient Egypt the tree was used for mummy cases. Cypress wood was even thought to outlast brass, and so it served as a palimpsest for Plato's Code of Laws. With its rich amber bark and soaring greenery, Jiangsong felt comforting, almost congregational. While I'd walked in forests in Japan, the ones I saw bore a mix of hardwoods, cypress, other native evergreens. Jiangsong, though, is practically a monocrop. In what I understood might be the Asian conception of nature, compromise would do just fine. It doesn't have to fulfill an Emersonian purity in order to be considered sacred. I asked Park about wildlife, and he admitted there is not much here in the way of large mammals. Most have been hunted or squeezed by poor habitat into the surprisingly biologically rich demilitarized zone between North Korea and South Korea. People have been locked out of that 160-mile-long, 2.5-mile-wide buffer for decades, making it a prime candidate for an international peace park, if only North and South could agree on anything. What these woods lack in biodiversity they make up in sensory delight and, increasingly, human medical use. There are 2.5 million individual trees here, said Park. A subtle mist rose from them, made of the very aerosols we were smelling. Atmospherically, these serve a cloud seeding function, helping forests regulate their moisture levels. But Park, healing instructor that he is, holds a strictly medical appreciation. The phytoncides are antibacterial, he said. Citing the Japanese research of Miyazaki, he continued as though he's recited it many times before, they reduce stress 53% and lower blood pressure 5 to 7%. The soil is also good for healing. It is antiviral and the geosmin is good for cancer. Geosmin, I learned, causes the funky great smell of earth after a rain. Like many of the phytoncides, it is a terpene, a family of aromatic hydrocarbons and a major component of natural resin. Incidentally, terpenes are also a big ingredient of hops, giving dark beer its rich flavor and aroma. Geosmin comes from soil organisms, particularly the Streptomyces bacteria that are key to so many antibiotics. According to the Royal Society of Chemistry, we are alert to this rich smell in incredibly small quantities. We can detect the equivalent of 7 drops of geosmin in a swimming pool. This sensitivity likely reflects an important evolutionary adaptation because it tipped our thirsty ancestors off to sources of water. That may also explain why its presence helps put us at ease. Camels probably get off on it even more than we do. Keith Chitter, the Norwich scientist who sequenced the genome of Streptomyces cilicolor in 2007, believes camels can smell geosmin in oases miles away. In return for their helpful homing service, some spores of the bacterium then hitch a camel ride to the next watering hole. Geosmin is the smell of survival. It's no surprise by now that Korea and Japan lead the world in the science of forest smells. There's the natural killer cell work of Japan's Ching Li, and also that of a young psychologist there named Yuko Tsunetsugo. a senior researcher with the Department of Wood Engineering at the Forestry and Forest Products Research Institute, Tsunetsugo misted 52 infants with the major components of hinoki, pinene and limonene. The pinene instantly lowered their heart rates 4 points, while the limonene and the control did not make a difference. When I'd been in Japan at the Nippon Medical School lab of Kinkli, the man who put subjects in hotel rooms for 3 nights with hinoki oil misting around them, he'd given me a demonstration of the immediate effects of the stuff. I'd put my arm in a blood pressure cuff. Then he unscrewed the cap off the forest elixir. "This is very toxic," he'd giggled. "It's very good but very toxic." When I inhaled, the oil gave off a nice, pitchy, sharp scent. We put the cap back on and read my blood pressure again. It dropped 12 points. I'd looked at Lee, who nodded delightedly. "This is a very big effect, bigger than people get with pharmaceuticals." Meanwhile, here at the government-funded Korea Forest Research Institute, scientists distill essential oils and study them for effects on allergies and their ability to kill staph bacteria. Among the things they've found are that coniferous essential oils fight atopic skin diseases, when applied to the skin in low concentrations, mitigate stress by lowering levels of cortisol, when inhaled, and reduce symptoms of asthma, ditto. The major components of hinoki oil are camphor, terpenes, pinenes, and humulenes, limonenes and sabinenes, depending on the season and the part of the tree sampled. The sabinenes seem particularly helpful for treating asthma, the terpenes for fighting bacterial infections and stress. I may not have been actively nursing any infections, but after a few minutes of walking I felt more awake than I had all day. We stopped where a wooden boardwalk crosses a small wetland lined with dogwoods and connects 2 drier parts of the trail. Park pointed out a citronella plant and a Japanese cedar, also prized for anti-infective properties. He asked us to close our eyes and take deep breaths. Then he led us in some gentle stretches. Sepal stashed her notebook into the recesses of her trench coat. We raised our arms over our heads, then down, then back up, all while breathing slowly. The birds chirped. The wind blew gently through the high branches, and the sun mixed with the cool autumn air. He told us to look at the still pond of water just beyond the trail. Look through the lake, watch the reflections of the trees. This is good for the brain to see. Pretend this is your mind. Take deep breaths. The trees you see there could be real, or they could be fake, just reflections. This is like your mind. When a depressed person sees depression, it could be an illusion. It's not really there. You can separate the emotion from the mind. Maybe it was the translation, but things seemed to be bleeding out of the realm of quantifiable science and into a squigglier place. Was the mysticism biasing the science and making it suspect, or was it more like a portal allowing the scientists a point of entry where Westerners don't always feel comfortable? Or a little of both? I wasn't sure. For 3 years, Park had walked mindfully in these woods every single day. "I'm 100% sure it is helping me," said the ranger, who is in remission. "When I was first diagnosed, I had all kinds of fear and anxiety. I am happy now. I have 0% anxiety. People learn from nature that they can heal. Now it is my duty to be a bridge between nature and people." He said he's grateful to the leukemia for redirecting his life. It's hard to say, though, what's really helping Park and the many who flock to these places. Is it the exercise? Park wears a bracelet that measures his steps. He takes 15,000 a day, about 6 miles. He also believes the forest heals him, and the power of belief is hard to overestimate. It also may be contagious. Park is a compelling teacher who wants to help other people turn away from stress and toward something more meaningful than the punishing grind of work and study. He doesn't force his kids to attend the pervasive after-school schools called hagwons that so many kids slouch off to, foregoing sports, play and just goofing off. His oldest son now attends a timber school for high school where he learns about forest management. Park told me he thinks Korea has entered peak stress. It's an interesting idea. Flying out of poverty and through a series of dictatorships to become one of the wealthiest democracies on the planet, the nation now boasts the 14th strongest economy in the world. An incredible 98% of South Koreans graduate from junior college or university, the highest rate in the world. But the meteoric success has come at a great cost. South Koreans work 2,193 hours per year on average, the highest figure in the OECD. More than 70% report their jobs make them depressed, according to a survey by one of the country's biggest employers, Samsung. And the problems aren't confined to the workforce. 96% of high school students reportedly do not get enough sleep. A 2011 survey found 87.9% of them feeling stress in the past week. Teenagers in Japan, China, and the United States report half that level. South Koreans are, according to researchers at Yonsei University, the unhappiest students in any industrialized nation. In a country where mental illness is highly stigmatized, South Koreans have the highest suicide rate in the world. But now that they've achieved some measure of security and material success, some are actively seeking a happier existence. South Koreans are buying into the booming spa and cosmetics cultures, and, increasingly, yearning for the mystical mountains and forests of the deep Korean past. Since it arrived here in the 4th century, Buddhism blended nicely with the peninsula's ancient animistic shamanism, the idea that natural objects have a spirit. In Korea, one of the most powerful spirits is the Sanshin, the mountain spirit. Trees, too, have long been venerated as guardians of people and villages. By the 14th century, though, Korean rulers would find in China originated Confucianism with its teachings of regimented status, societal obligations, and an uncompromising work ethic a politically convenient philosophy for growing a nation-state. There now exists an uneasy and unequal détente between opposites, a technology-touting, competitive, and hierarchical system on the one hand and the nature-affiliated spirits are everywhere firmament on the other. Iani Hong, in her irreverent cultural history of Korea, The Birth of Korean Cool, explains an ancient proverb, Shin to bol ii, which means body and soil are one. Not soul, but soil. It's a concept that predates Confucianism or any official organized belief, she writes. Which is why this idea seems incongruous with what Seoul looks like today, jam-packed skyscrapers with very little open space. While most Koreans would be uncomfortable with the idea of psychotherapy, they do nonetheless place great authority on traditional shaman-like healers, called musakin. By some estimates, up to 80% of Koreans loosely adhere to shamanism in some form, often while also identifying as Christians, Buddhists, or atheists. What it means today is that the forest trails are starting to fill up with pale, urban weekend refugees, not so unlike Sepil and me. After about an hour and a half of leisurely walking, we circled back to the visitors' center. We gamely stuck our extremities back into the machines for a quick physiology check. I clocked a nice little drop in my blood pressure, from 111/73 to 107/61. So far, chalk one up for nature. But Sepil's blood pressure was a few points higher, and my heart rate variability data didn't show much improvement after the 90-minute walk. Park sat down with us to go over the charts, which were in Korean, with confounding splashes of dots strewn across an axis. Looking at Sepil's data, Park told her that because she wasn't used to exercise, the walk had actually stressed her out physiologically. "You need to exercise more," he said. It seemed a logical prescription. Don't healthcare practitioners always say that? As for me, Park said that while my overall stress levels seem healthy, my chart indicated that the balance between my sympathetic nervous system and my parasympathetic nervous system is out of whack. I know how to amp my system up with exercise and activity, but I could use more practice damping it down. In other words, Sepil and I appeared to be opposites. Meditation could be good for you, he said. In more bad news, the HRV machine mysteriously gave a read on how thick my blood vessels are. Mine were showing some signs of thickening, and any time the word thickening applies to you, it's not auspicious. Vessels naturally thicken with age, getting stiffer and less flexible. They have a harder time delivering oxygen where it needs to go and making micro-adjustments to the nervous system. You must control your food and diet, he said. Okay, then, more kimchi for me. What happens if you take someone with a fairly radical notion of happiness and set him loose to make national policy? The answer might look like Bhutan, where the king and his retired king father ride bicycles up and down mountains with shit-eating grins on their faces and encourage the populace to do the same. Or it might look like Singapore, where the late Lee Kuan Yew, the prime minister for 25 years, ordered free schools, decent housing, and the planting of over 1 million trees. Increasingly, it might look like South Korea. The man with the grin on his face is an influential academic named Shin Won-sop. To understand just how committed Korea is to better health through forests, I paid a visit to the headquarters of the Korean Forest Agency in the new industrial city of Daejeon. There I was pleased to find my old Shinran Yaku contact Jo Young Lee, who'd been hired away from his post in Japan to conduct research for South Korea. Lee now works for the agency's Human Welfare Division. It's remarkable that any forest agency even has a Human Welfare Division. It wasn't so long ago that the main job of forest agencies the world over was simply to facilitate cutting down forests. When I first met Lee 2 years earlier, he was swatting mosquitoes and suctioning sensors off my forehead on a Japanese mountainside. Now he wore a stylish suit in a modern high-rise filled with pink cubicles. Not sure what the significance of the pink was, but I can't resist reporting that the city of Seoul recently spent $100 million painting special parking spaces pink for women. They are supposed to make women happy, but they are also longer and wider, leading many not to feel happy but to feel insulted by the implied dig on their driving ability. Lee escorted me through the maze of pink to the spacious outer office of Dr. Shin, who is the minister of the Korean Forest Agency. Shin greeted me with a handshake and a delicate cup of tea. He is boyish and buoyant, as if he can't quite believe his good fortune to land the corner office. He did not rise to the top of the agency by the usual route in timber management, but rather because of his psychology research on such topics as the influence of interaction with the forest on cognitive function and the influence of forest experience on self-actualization. For that paper, which he published while based at the University of Toronto, he studied how participants changed after a 5-week wilderness course sponsored by the National Outdoor Leadership School and found the results inspiring. He'd been influenced by Stephen and Rachel Kaplan's work at the University of Michigan. Shin became a professor of social forestry at Chungbuk National University, which offers the world's only degree program in forest healing. In the early days of research, we discussed a lot of the issues for how we can objectively measure the benefits and what are the best biomarkers, he said. Apparently, the effort paid off. Shin's ascendancy and the country's new programs reflect just how seriously South Korea takes the emerging evidence on nature and health. The goal of the current National Forest Plan is to realize a green welfare state, where the entire nation enjoys well-being. As Shin pointed out, happiness is now part of the national index. And the results of this campaign are evident. Visits to the country's forests increased from 9.4 million in 2010 to 12.7 million in 2013, or 1/6 of the country's population. Around the same time, visits to national forests in the U.S. dropped by 25%. The agency now offers everything from prenatal classes in the woods to forest kindergartens to forest burial options. It's a cradle-to-grave operation. There is even a happy train that delivers school bullies to a national forest for 2 days so they can learn to be nicer. To unwind in the United States, men in groups might hunt and drink Jack Daniels. Here they do downward dog and make floral collages. Earlier in the week at a forest named Sanium, I'd come upon a forest healing program for firefighters with PTSD, where the men were practicing partner yoga in the woods and massaging lavender oil into each other's forearms. The data on the healing power of the forests kept rolling in. Among the things the Korean researchers were finding, immune-boosting killer T cells of women with breast cancer increased after a 2-week forest visit and stayed elevated for 14 days, People who exercised in nature, as opposed to the city, achieved better fitness and were more likely to keep exercising. An unmarried pregnant woman in the forest prenatal classes significantly reduced their symptoms of depression and anxiety. What's needed now, Shin told me, is better data on individual diseases and on the specific nature qualities that really deliver. What are the main factors in the forest that are most responsible for the physiological benefits, and what types of forests are more effective, he asks. And the other thing, how do we make the people more interested? And discussing how that forest benefit can be applied in the medical field and the insurance field. The agency estimates that forest healing reduces medical costs, creates new jobs and benefits local economies. In addition to designating dozens of official healing forests and constructing facilities there, the Forest Agency is building an ambitious $100 million forest healing complex adjacent to the country's iconic Sobaiksan National Park, complete with aquatic center, addiction treatment center, barefoot garden, herb garden, open-air decks, suspension bridge and 50 kilometers of trails. It's hard not to think of this as Disney meets summer camp. Because make no mistake, as much as Koreans may yearn for meaning, they are pragmatists. The nature renaissance here is largely about consumerism, albeit a medical consumerism. The forest developments are public-private partnerships, where real estate and resort investments will generate profits, where shops will sell phytoceuticals, hinoki bath oil, anyone, and where people will be able to return to their schools and offices more productive than when they left. I glimpsed this hybrid future at a resort called Heliance. Upon arriving at the bucolic setting near the Sanium forest, I was handed a purple jumpsuit to wear during my stay, part Miraval, part Sing Sing. I joined others wearing these suits as we scrambled over barefoot forest walking trails, waited for massages and bussed our cafeteria trays. The lobby shop was a shrine to hinoki, selling atomizing humidifiers and artfully packaged glycerin soaps. I ended up with a tube of phytoncide toothpaste. It tasted like gnashing a holiday wreath between your molars. That's not what gave me pause about putting it in my mouth. I was having a hard time getting past the fact that phytoncide is basically pesticide. There's nothing coy about the name. Side means kill. I pictured ants crawling up the trees and dying in twisted, tortured poses while sending farewell signals to their loved ones. At the very least it seems like the place could benefit from some rebranding. Do we really want to brush with the stuff and hike on phytoncide trails? I was also, to be honest, skeptical of the whole aromatherapy thing because its primary adherents, at least in the United States, also lean toward crystal worship and misshapen footwear. But the real story with these compounds is both more complicated and more interesting. In the quest to find out what exactly it is about nature that meshes with our minds, smells emerge as an undersung but powerful component. Visuals tend to get all the acclaim, but as Proust knew, nothing hits the brain's emotional neurons more powerfully than odor. Scents immediately enter the primal brain, where the amygdala is waiting to command a fight or flight response. The emotional amygdala is highly wired to the hippocampus, where memories are stored. A keen sense of smell was critical as we sought food and water in scarce environments. Astonishingly, the human nose can detect 1 trillion odors, including many we don't even realize we are detecting. It's well known that women living together in dorm rooms are able to synchronize their menstrual cycles. The reason is they are nasally detecting each other's pheromones. Women may have a keener sense of smell than men, and it sharpens during pregnancy, when they must be alert to subtle hazards. Diane Ackerman writes in A Natural History of the Senses that mothers can identify their babies by scent alone, but fathers can't. My sense of smell is my sharpest sense, for better or worse. My nose detects hazards before my husband's, such as something burning that is not supposed to be burning, and it gets my heart beating very fast, a classic fear response. We've all heard that horses and dogs can smell fear, but it turns out that humans can too. To prove this, researchers collected undershirts of men who went skydiving for the first time. They then presented study subjects with either those shirts or ones worn by men who did nothing scary. The researchers measured elevated stress hormones only in the subjects who smelled the skydiver sweat. They smelled the terror and then caught it too. Fear detection is a handy skill in a social animal. Sadly, though, our brilliant sense of smell may be on the wane. Svante Paabo is the Swedish paleogeneticist famous for sequencing the genome of Neanderthals and discovering that they interbred with early Asiatic humans, the result, all modern humans, except Africans. From genetic evidence, he posits we are drastically losing our sense of smell. We have 1,000 genes involved in nasal reception, but over half of them have become inactivated due to mutations. In wild apes, only around 30% of the smell genes are dysfunctional. Presumably, the mutations persist in humans because losing some smell ability no longer affects our survival. We no longer use our noses to find food, except perhaps Cinnabons in the airport. In fact, we would rather not experience many of the smells of city living. We refrigerate our food, but we don't refrigerate our garbage. Once proud, this superpower is devolving. Certainly, we are not the sensory animals we used to be, and neither are the animals we've domesticated. Wolves outperform dogs in tests of general intelligence. Domestic cats differ from wild cats in some interesting ways having to do with skull size and foraging smarts. Which raises the provocative question, what about us? Are we self-domesticating? Of course, argues Harvard primatologist Richard Wrangham, who makes a particular case for humans becoming less aggressive as we've evolved into larger social groups. Our brain size and musculature peaked during the last ice age. Our teeth have gotten smaller, our long-distance vision worse. Since we settled down in farming communities around 10,000 years ago, we've grown weaker, and no doubt in some ways, dumber. The fast-firing sensory neurons we needed to stay alive in dynamic wild environments have, shall we say, relaxed. Of course we've gotten good at some things, like negotiating traffic circles and thumb-eye coordination for text messaging. Scientists have shown that the hippocampi of London cab drivers grow as they learn to map the city. Our individual brains are adapting to handle modern life, even from one year to the next, but that reflects flexibility, not evolution. In the mismatch between our current lives and our current brains, the primary victim is our Paleolithic nervous system. No wonder, then, that when something smells really great we get happy. It's as though we've momentarily stepped through the wardrobe. Smells hold power over us because the nose is a direct pathway to the brain. This is why some drugs are administered nasally. Molecules of a certain size that enter through the nose bypass the blood-brain barrier and march right into the gray matter. While this shortcut is convenient for pharmaceutical companies, it's less helpful. In a world filled with pollution, scientists have known for a long time that particulate matter from sources like diesel shortens lifespans by causing cardiovascular and pulmonary problems. Black carbon, the tiny particles spewed out in exhaust and other combustion reactions like fires and cook stoves, are blamed for 2.1 million premature deaths annually around the world. Scientists have long considered the lungs as a primary target of pollution. Only recently have they come to realize the role of the nose as throughway to the brain. The nefarious extent of the nose-brain connection was only illuminated in 2003, when researchers in smog-choked Mexico City found weird brain lesions on stray dogs. This is unnerving, because particulate pollution is all around us. It's very likely a strong factor in why going to the woods makes us feel better and more cognitively nimble. In the humid microclimates created by urban forests, leaves soak up particulate pollution. Beneath the trees, organic carbon in the soil can bind to airborne pollutants, and it also helps clean surface water in storms. A 2014 study estimated that trees in the United States remove 17.4 million tons of air pollution per year, providing $6.8 billion in human health benefits. I was curious about how the dynamics were playing out in my neighborhood. Before I went to Korea, I borrowed a portable etholometer from Columbia University's Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory. The device comes from the Greek word meaning to blacken with soot. Velcroed into a twill vest pocket, it sent up a spindly arm sensor that poked out of my collar like a playful pet monkey. I wore it around DC for 3 days of my normal routine of working, walking and driving. Columbia's Steve Chilrud, co-director of the observatory's Exposure Assessment Facility Core, helped me collate the data to a real-time GPS tracker in my phone and analyze the results. Not surprisingly, I measured high readings of 6,000 nanograms per cubic meter while driving on I-495, the capital Beltway, even during off-peak hours. More shocking, though, I recorded equally high values in my kids' school parking lots, where cars and buses idle waiting to pick up students gathered outside. 19% of Americans live near high-volume roads, and most cities don't monitor these corridors for air quality. Regardless of your income, the closer you live to these roads, the higher your risk of autism, stroke, and cognitive decline in aging, although the exact reasons haven't been teased out. Many scientists suspect it has something to do with fine particles causing tissue inflammation and altering gene expression in the brain's immune cells. I hold my breath when I'm behind a diesel bus, said Michelle Bloch, a neurobiologist who studies pollution's effects on microglial cells at Virginia Commonwealth University. It's all another reason to spend time in the woods. It makes sense that if some nasally rooted molecules are bad for the brain, others might be good. We've known for millennia that smells can influence our moods, behaviors, and health. Aromatherapy, or using fragrance specifically to help heal the sick, dates back to ancient Egypt. Cleopatra, that clever girl, reportedly used rose petals to lure Mark Antony to her bed. On a less legendary scale, retail stores and consumer product manufacturers know how to exploit the nose-brain connection. In the words of the academics who study such things, pleasant smells trigger approach behavior. If a store smells good, we'll walk in and linger. In one study, participants cleaned their lunch area more assiduously if they smelled citrus. Even Windex changes our behavior. People assigned to a room sprayed with the pungent cleaner expressed a greater willingness to volunteer and donate money to a cause than participants in a neutral-smelling room. The hypothesis is that the smell of cleanliness makes us aspirational. Who knew? Windex is the smell of virtue. When we say we can smell spring, we are really smelling tree aerosols. As the air temperature heats up, so do the biochemical reactions within the wood and leaves. Evergreen forests smell strongest in midsummer, which is also when pests are busiest. The so-called pinosylvan in pine trees and the terpenoids of cypress trees both stimulate respiration and act as mild sedatives, relaxing us. Although aromatherapy is the most popular alternative treatment for anxiety worldwide, it hasn't been well studied in large, clinical trials. A review of the literature in 2011 found that while most studies showed beneficial effects, it was hard to tease out the power of the placebo effect in most of them. Nonetheless, the authors concluded it's a safe and pleasant intervention. Since then, a large study found that 80% of cancer patients in the National Health Service of the UK reported significantly less anxiety while using aroma sticks. That's bigger than just a placebo effect, but the authors didn't know how the smells might be working. Other studies have reported that scents like lavender and rosemary cause both drops in subjects' cortisol levels and increased blood velocity to the heart, a good thing. If you believe something can make you feel better, it sometimes does. The imagination is a powerful healer. Moreover, what if it's not necessarily nature that's helping us, but the absence of something else? Walking around sniffing the fresh hinoki forest, I had to wonder if some of the benefits attributed to these mystical woods are the simple result of not being in the city. If air pollution is so bad for us, getting out of town, even if it means sitting inside an aluminum box on a rural parking lot, might look pretty beneficial by comparison. Regardless of whether people know exactly how polluted their neighborhoods are, their psyches seem to know. In one survey of 400 Londoners, life satisfaction fell significantly half a point on an 11-point scale for each additional 10 mg per square meter of nitrogen dioxide pollution. If less pollution makes us feel better, the same could be said of a reduction of noise, crowds, unwelcome distractions and, sometimes, technology. The latter is a big deal in Korea, the most wired country in the world. More than 90% of homes here have high-speed internet access. As of 2013, the country had the fastest download speeds in the world, 40% faster than the number 2 country, Japan, and 6 times faster than the world average. Video gaming is so big that it's a spectator sport, filling huge stadiums with fans watching sallow contenders push buttons on consoles. In 2010, a young South Korean man collapsed and died after playing 50 straight hours of StarCraft, prompting the government to ban some games between midnight and 6 a.m. for anyone under 16. According to the National Information Society Agency, 8% of Koreans under age 40 suffer from gaming addiction, with the figure rising to 14% for kids between the ages of 9 and 12. The government earmarked billions of won for counseling and education about the dangers of too much time on screens. These include poor grades, compromised sleep and family strife. Adults, meanwhile, evince slightly different symptoms. A survey of 500 office workers claimed their cell phones caused slouchy posture, 32.7%, vision deterioration, 32.5%, and finger pain, 18.8%. The term addiction is controversial, but there are questionnaires to help identify distressing signs. Keeling over dead is a tip-off. Perhaps it's inevitable that digital detox would find its way into the country's parks and forests. Nobody is happier to see it there than Kim Joo-eun. Like Park, she is one of the new healing instructors trained by the Korean Forest Agency. A mother herself, she understands the pressures on young Koreans and their striving families. Some years back, when her own daughter was 14, Kim found her literally pulling her hair out from stress. Ever since then, she told me, the child comes first. On Saturdays, Kim teaches a digital detox program for preteens in one of Seoul's big parks, Bukhansan. I visited on a glorious fall day, when hundreds of Koreans in smart outdoor attire moved like ants up the park's hilly trails. By the time I got there, 7 boys were lying still like lizards on turquoise yoga mats in a relatively secluded grove. Kim was having them listen to the sounds of nature. If you want to play games better, you need to let your eyes rest, she told them. The boys' mothers hung about. This was week 2 of the free 10-week program, and they'd signed them up through the city of Seoul, having attested to their son's obsessive behavior either playing video games like League of Legends or texting on their smartphones. I wondered why 10-year-olds even had smartphones, but that horse was clearly out of the barn. I could see that Kim's forest program was as much for the stressed-out mothers as it was for the boys. The session included a clever mix of games, sensory interludes, and trust exercises. Kim arranged everyone in a circle, each person holding a shoulder-high twig. Then she gave a command and each person lunged to the spot of the person next to him in time to catch their neighbor's twig before it fell. Then they switched direction. They made the circle bigger and the lunges faster. The boys, who had looked bored when it began, were soon laughing with their moms and stumbling into them. Next, Kim asked the mothers to put on blindfolds and allow their sons to lead them. "I'm going to give you a chance to care for your mother since she's always caring for you," she explained to the boys. "The course where you will take her is not safe. There are lots of rocks and sticks." They walked carefully around for a while and then they switched places, the blinded sons alongside or just in front of their mothers. "Usually parents drag kids around with their intentions," said Kim to the moms. "The one who follows has no power at all, even though intentions are good. Don't talk too much and relax. If there is a tree in front, kids can sense it, so don't worry too much, and let the kids lead. Give them some space." After that, Kim and her assistant led the boys on a slippery hike up a riverbed, one that would challenge them and not patronize them, she told me. It's not easy to compete with multiplayer gaming, but she had the boys' full attention. The moms brought up the rear, stopping frequently for selfies. If the intention was to demonize smartphone use, they weren't exactly modeling good behavior. I learned, though, that tech abstention isn't the goal, any more than a dietary cleanse leads to anorexia. Unplugging isn't realistic, and seeing the Korean kids made me understand this in a new way. For many of these kids, gaming is the only play they get, and certainly the only play unsupervised by adults. They're not allowed to play outside at school, one of the moms told me. While there are spectacular parks in Seoul, they tend to be few and far between. Playgrounds are often covered in asphalt, small and claustrophobic. And the kids go to study programs after school, leaving little time for sports. They have it worse than their American counterparts, but I had to acknowledge that many of our kids, ever losing recess, unstructured play, and time without adults, are not that much better off. No wonder they're meeting up in a galaxy far, far away. Kim wants to help these families find a respectful balance of power between parent and child, an equilibrium between technology and human interaction, and healthier outlets for preteen anxiety, energy, and aggression. She believes time outside can offer this. In nature, they have to use all their muscles and senses. They develop body sense. They get scared, but they develop self-confidence. They develop more ability to solve problems themselves. The science backs her up. 2 South Korean studies looked at 11 and 12-year-olds who qualified as borderline technology addicts. After trips to the forest of 2 days each, researchers found both lowered cortisol levels and significant improvements in measures of self-esteem, and the benefits lasted for 2 weeks. Time in the forest also led them to report feeling happier, less anxious, and more optimistic about their futures, according to the lead study author, Park Bum-jin, a professor at the Lab of Forest Environment and Human Health at Chungnam National University. A couple of days after Kim's program, I met him for green tea in the Seoul offices of the Korea Forest Foundation. Kids with higher self-esteem are less likely to get addicted, he told me. Based on this work, he recommends that preteens get out in nature for a half day or so every 2 weeks. The philosophy of this research is simple, he explained. For these kids, time spent in forest is not more interesting than video games, like fruit is not more delicious than junk food. We cannot make them stop playing games. As we get older, we have a tipping point in judgment that we need more fruits than junk food. As far as some time in forest, they can't play games during that time. As long as playing in forest is just fun itself, it can make that tipping point come earlier. Park applauds the national plan that shepherds citizens into the forests through work and school programs. Koreans have been so intensively urban for long enough now, 2 or 3 generations, that they don't necessarily know what to do with themselves in the woods. In this Confucian culture of master and student, it makes sense to use rangers, guides and demarcated spaces. This hillside is for healing. This one is for plain old recreation. Camp on this platform here. Park pointed out that many Koreans have no hankering whatsoever to get back to the land, so it's especially important to catch kids early enough that they learn a sense of ease in nature. Interestingly, E.O. Wilson believes that the best window for the conditioned learning of biophilia is before adolescence. The forest campaign can't come a moment too soon, Park said. He fears a loss of transmission from one generation to the next. Children in the younger generation don't really have experience in nature, so many of them think of the forest as dirty or scary. If we don't change their mindset now, there will be no chance. Park himself, now in his early 40s, grew up in the city with little time outdoors. Because of what he's learned, he takes his 2 kids hiking regularly. It's their vegetable, and they're dutifully consuming it. Nature, for Park, is in some ways a negative space, a refuge from ills. It is the anti-city, even when it's within a city. Cities are a human zoo, and I think schools are a human zoo too, Park continued. We cannot give up those systems, city and schools. The forest is the only exit we have for those humans who live in the human zoo. If the Koreans can learn to love nature, maybe anyone can. 4. Bird brain. Most people never listen. Ernest Hemingway. Over the summer, I tried to find a patch of quiet. I spent some time wearing a portable EEG device on my head in different settings, trying to get a sense of which kind of places put me in the holy grail of brain states, the calm alert zone prized by Zen masters, surfers, and poets. I was after alpha waves. When electricity in the alpha wavelength dominates parts of the brain, it's a sign that you are not hassled by small distractions, problem solving or, my peeve, meal planning. Parenting, any kind of caretaking, is a procession of small, endless decisions. Too often, I assume the executive function for the whole family, and I can almost hear my mind stomping out any rogue alpha waves. It's the sound of brain fry. Daily aggravations aside, environmental noise deters alphas because we have to either pay attention to the intrusion or actively resist paying attention to it, and that's work too. I couldn't quite hit the alpha zone walking in the city parks near my house, and I couldn't even attain it on a leafy, rural road in Maine either, probably thanks to nearby construction noise, which ended up pissing me off. When my brain waves were later read by the interpreting software, it fired back this message: this indicates that in this state you were actively processing information and, perhaps, that you should relax more often. Even the software was yelling at me. I wanted to yell back, but this would be a mistake. There are no alpha waves when you're mad. And the maddening truth is, the world is getting louder. Can you hear it? Noise is unwanted sound, and levels from human activities have been doubling about every 30 years, faster than population growth. Traffic on roads in the United States tripled between 1970 and 2007. According to the U.S. National Park Service, 83% of the land in the lower 48 states sits within 3,500 feet of a road, close enough to hear vehicles. For planes, the figures are even more dramatic. The number of passenger flights has increased 25% since just 2002, and 30,000 commercial aircraft fly overhead per day. In 2012, the Federal Aviation Administration predicted an astounding 90% increase in air traffic over the next 20 years. Human activities in general increase background noise levels by about 30 decibels. The official word for the human-made soundscape is the anthrophone. Stats like those above dismayed Gordon Hempton, a sound engineer based in Washington state who decided to travel the country in search of the few remaining quiet places. By his count, the entire continental United States has fewer than a dozen sites where you can't hear human-made noise for at least 15 minutes at dawn. That's a pretty ridiculously low bar. But it is still so out of reach. The quietest place in the country, Hempton discovered, is a spot in the HOH rainforest at Olympic National Park. If you want to hear the earth without us, it's marked by a red stone on a moss-covered log at 47 degrees 51.9 59 N, 123 degrees 52.2 21 W, 678 feet above sea level. But get there early. By midday, even there, you can hear overflights a dozen times per hour. Noise may well be the most pervasive pollutant in America. I never thought much about airplane noise until I moved to DC. I grew up on the 11th floor of an apartment building in New York, where the sounds of the city were mostly muted and charismatic: a flash of mariachi, a distant ambulance, a summer storm. Out west, the planes were fewer and farther away. But my neighborhood now is one of the loudest in the city thanks to flights following the Potomac River as they roar in and out of Reagan National Airport. Jets fly overhead at a rate of about 1 every 2 minutes starting early in the morning, with average decibel levels between 55 and 60 but sometimes spiking much higher. 60 decibels is high enough to drown out normal speech, over 80 can damage hearing. I knew this moving in. Neighbors assured me I would learn to ignore the planes. After a year or so, you don't hear them anymore, they'd said. But it's been over 2 years now and I still hear the planes. They drive me crazy. It's hard to eat al fresco, impossible to talk on the phone with the back door open. Between the planes and the routine security surveillance choppers, I feel like I'm in a militarized zone when I walk near the river. My gaze is drawn up, and I can read the logo on the fuselages. Sometimes, I can even make out the theme animal on the Frontier Airlines tail fins. There's the Mustang. It's wildlife viewing, D.C. style. Then there are the nettlesome sounds of competitive landscaping, the parading whines and drones of weed whackers, lawn mowers, leaf blowers and, if I'm exceedingly unlucky and under deadline, circular saws. Such are the afflictions of close quarters, and they aren't necessarily new. The Victorian historian Thomas Carlyle didn't hear engines while working on his biography of Frederick the Great from his study in London, but he was made apoplectic by chickens, carriages, and dogs. So maddened was he that he commissioned at great expense the making of a soundproof room in his attic. It nearly killed him. It was so airtight that when he lit up for a smoke, he passed out, only to be saved by the maid. As Charles Montgomery writes in his book Happy City, living under the flight path of commuter jets is terrible for happiness. But we do not always respond logically to environmental stimulus. Right. The logical thing would be to go the hell back to Colorado. My neighbors aren't exactly wrong. People can become habituated to sound, at least partly. We've all heard stories of people who say they can't sleep if it's too quiet, or they can't work apart from a din. Some writers have apps that replicate the sounds of a coffee shop for when they are working at home. I know a New Yorker who now lives in the country, but he plays himself devotionally made recordings of 14th Street, sirens and all, to fall asleep at night. I keep hoping this settling into noise will happen to me, that I will become inured or even nurtured somehow by the city's sounds, but it isn't happening. In fact, I've learned that full habituation is a bit of a pipe dream. Just because you don't notice certain noises anymore doesn't mean your brain is not on some level responding to them. Scientists and regulators used to be interested in noise pollution because of the threat of hearing loss, which is real and happening to many of us at younger and younger ages. But even at dramatically lower volumes, noise poses risks far beyond our ear canals. In fascinating studies, people have been hooked up to electrocardiogram monitors while sleeping through plane, train, and traffic noise. Whether or not they woke up, their sympathetic nervous systems reacted dramatically to the sounds, elevating their heart rates, blood pressure, and respiration. In one study that lasted 3 weeks, the subjects showed no biological signs of habituating to the noise, and in another study that lasted for years, the biological effects only got worse. This subconscious vigilance makes sense from an evolutionary standpoint. Sleeping or hibernating animals must still maintain their capacity to react to danger. It's not uncommon in the animal world for some species to lose their vision through evolution, like bats and those seriously ugly fish at the bottom of the ocean, or their sense of smell, like dolphins, or, increasingly, humans, but there are no known examples of evolution driving vertebrate species to lose hearing. This is our main alerting and orienting sense. It tells us not only that something is out there but from which direction it's coming. Sound also triggers our strongest startle reactions. Of course, nature didn't intend roaring jet aircraft to be processed by our nervous systems every 60 seconds. What does a loud anthrophone do to us? The news is not good, not for us and not for the birds, whales and other wildlife whose breeding and foraging habits are upended by it. Numerous whale die-off events have been attributed to Navy sonar, the vibrations from which literally cause heads to explode. In the remote backcountry of Yosemite National Park, aircraft are audible 70% of the time, raising ambient noise levels by about 5 decibels. That's enough to reduce the distance at which prey species can hear a predator approaching by 45%. Lab experiments show that when female gray tree frogs hear traffic noise, it takes them longer to find males who are calling to mate, if they can find them at all. No backseat romance for them. Sound is designed to be processed swiftly by the brain. Sound waves travel through the air and collide with our eardrums, which wiggle back and forth in response to volume and amplitude. Nerve cells pick up these perturbations and send signals to our auditory cortex, the brainstem and the cerebellum, which together process fear, arousal, and motion. As to the perennial question of whether a tree falling in the forest makes a sound if no one is there to hear it, first posed by Irish philosopher George Berkeley, The answer is technically no. There is no sound apart from a sentient brain's interpretation of molecules vibrating through air or water. The brain turns those molecules hitting the eardrums and pinny into a mental idea of sound. Birds will hear the toppling tree, and fish will hear it too. But there is no thing called sound unless the vibrating molecules are processed into pitch. Hearing evolved well before vocalization, and eventually became useful for communication. It's difficult to know which came first in evolution, the ability to hear or the ability to see, but fish are thought to have developed vibration-sensitive hairs hundreds of millions of years ago, before they could see. The fancy three-boned middle ear of mammals is, along with mammary glands, our defining trait. In the womb, we can hear before we can see. By birth, hearing is our most fully developed sense. Because sound waves vibrate through bones and the brain, the frequency of a violin note, for example, will cause neurons in the auditory cortex to fire at exactly that frequency. It is a sense we feel with our whole being. It's only after sound signals wash through our limbic brains that the frontal cortex gets to weigh in, for example interpreting the big rumbles as a familiar DC-10, not a marauding lion. In the microseconds in between, though, a stress response has already begun. If, as Stanford neuroscientist Robert Sapolsky points out, lots of microstresses administered in a slow drip over time add up to chronic stress, then even something as harmless as airplanes heard during sleep can accrue in the stress bank. Epidemiological and case control studies overwhelmingly back up this observation. Many have been carried out in Europe, where high-density neighborhoods surround busy airports and where excellent health records are easy for researchers to access. In a study of 2,000 men over age 40, environmental noise above 50 decibels was associated with a 20% increase in hypertension. In another study of 4,800 adults over age 45, every 10 decibel increase in nighttime noise was linked to a 14% rise in hypertension. Health experts studying nearly 1 million people living near the Bonn airport found that women living with noise over 46 decibels were twice as likely to be on medication for hypertension as those living with levels under 46 decibels. The World Health Organization attributes thousands of deaths per year in Europe to heart attack and stroke caused by high levels of background noise. Researchers followed hundreds of children over 2 years before and after an international airport opened in Munich. They also looked at a control group of similar children who did not live as close to the airport. The stress hormones epinephrine and norepinephrine nearly doubled in the noisy hood kids measured at 6 and 18 months after the flights began. Their systolic blood pressure went up 5 points, the quieter neighborhood kids' blood pressure went up 2 points. In the largest and scariest study to date looking at noise pollution and children's cognition, funded by the European Union and published in The Lancet in 2005, researchers followed several thousand children attending elementary schools near major airports in the UK, Spain, and the Netherlands. They found significant impacts on reading comprehension, memory, and hyperactivity. The results were linear. For every 5 decibel increase in noise, reading scores dropped the equivalent of a 2-month delay, so that kids were almost a year behind in neighborhoods that were 20 decibels louder. Results were adjusted for income and other factors. There's something real to the phrase "you can't hear yourself think." As the authors of an important review paper on noise grimly noted, the different types of stress reactions may exert an adverse influence on the equilibrium of vital body functions. These include cardiovascular parameters such as blood pressure, cardiac function, serum cholesterol, triglycerides, and free fatty acids, hemostatic factors, fibrinogen, impeding the blood flow in terms of increased plasma viscosity, and presumably blood sugar concentration as well. These health effects are serious. I'm frankly surprised they aren't better known, and that flight path real estate values don't seem to reflect them, at least not in DC. After reading the studies, I loaded a decibel meter app on my phone. To my children's amusement, I've taken to running around and measuring the noise levels in and out of the house. Distressingly, they are comparable to levels associated with hypertension and learning delays in the studies I've been reading. I asked for noise-canceling headphones for Christmas, and I often wear them while working at home. Reagan National limits flights at night, but many international airports around the world don't. Technology offers some hope. Jets have grown quieter in recent years and even muffled helicopters are being developed. Every decibel matters. Interestingly, the researchers describe another outcome of hearing. These noises, annoyance. It doesn't sound very scientific, but it turns out to play a big role in how people respond to noise, and therefore, stress. It's a simple concept: the more annoyed you are by the planes/trains/trucks, the worse you feel. Stress is not just a physiological response, it's a response that can be mediated by attitude, or what psychologists sometimes call framing. This is why the adrenaline of skiing off a ledge into a steep chute can fill some people with energy, euphoria, and focus, and others with knee-buckling terror. I realize this doesn't bode well for me regarding the airplanes, since I go out of my way to shake my fists at them. I just hope I don't become like 82-year-old Frank Pardusky, called the world's first anti-noise martyr by New Scientist magazine after he was run over by a motorcyclist he was harassing in order to get him to quiet down his two-stroke steed. But when visitors to national parks are told the loud airplanes overhead are part of important military exercises, many report being less disturbed by them. It's a good trick if you don't mind a dose of propaganda with your nature. It's not a plane, it's patriotism. There's some evidence that more introverted or neurotic people are more annoyed by loud noises. They also may be less likely to become habituated to them. On the other hand, the louder and more intrusive the noise, the more likely you will grow annoyed. There's a bit of a chicken and egg problem. And whether you like planes or not, your brain still has to work hard to ignore them, and nobody can entirely zen their way out of that. The U.S. National Park Service is uncommonly interested in noise pollution because it operates under a federal mandate to protect its resources, including, since 2000, natural soundscapes. It's practically an impossible task, but as bioacoustical scientist Kurt Fristrup points out, a little bit of noise regulation can go a long way. Fristrup coordinates the science at the rather romantic-sounding Natural Sounds and Night Skies division of the agency. I imagine the staff running around wearing geeky headphones and glow-in-the-dark t-shirts depicting their favorite quasars. Fristrup's research agenda includes not only documenting the ill effects of anthropogenic noise on visitors and wildlife, but also documenting the beneficial effects of its absence. Why should we save the sounds of nature? What do they do for us? Fristrup is an accidental sound guy. He intended to study biomedical engineering at Harvard but got waylaid by paleontologist Stephen Jay Gould and evolutionary biologist E.O. Wilson. Biophilia rubbed off. Now he applies engineering to concepts of evolution, survival, and ecosystem health. We all interact with our environment through our senses, he told me, so any pollution not only affects the fabric of our lives but our connections to everything else. To learn more about how sound changes our brains and to find out just how noise sensitive I am, I ventured to the sound labs of Pennsylvania State University. I was met by Peter Newman and Derek Taff, two young park rangers turned social scientists in the Department of Recreation, Park, and Tourism Management who work with Fristrup's group. Newman also didn't start out studying sound, he explained to me as we navigated a noisy cafeteria on campus. He was interested in parks and crowds, and was conducting visitor surveys at Muirwoods National Monument, known for its ancient redwoods. We asked if there was one thing to fix about the park unit, what would it be, he explained. And people said they wished it were more quiet. I was surprised what a big deal it was, but these were old-growth trees with a primeval feel, and visitors felt it should be quiet. Later we went back and analyzed the words they used, and they were so emotion-laden. Words like soothing, peaceful. That was interesting to us. That's where the research started dipping its toes into health. And the survey carried weight. Muirwoods now has a quiet zone, like the Amtrak quiet car, no phones, soft voices. It reduced the background noise there by 3 decibels, which is enough to double the listening area. So instead of hearing birds something like 10 yards in front of you, now you can hear them 20 yards away. That's a lot more birds. Now Newman and Taff run experiments out of the university's Acoustics Social Science Lab, the acronym of which, people noticed, resembles asshole, so they're switching the name around. Among other things, Newman and Taff and their colleagues have discovered that human-caused noise actually makes parks look worse, not just sound worse. Visitors hearing loud vehicle noise rate parks as 38% less scenic than those who don't hear it, and motorcycle sounds had the most impact, followed by snowmobiles and propeller planes. Counterintuitively, the soundscape was affecting the viewscape. Just imagine all the beauty we're missing out on. Opposite effects are seen in cities, when people rate urban settings as more attractive when they can hear birdsong. Veering into human health, Newman and Taff decided to team up with Joshua Smith, a biobehavioral health psychologist also at Penn State. He's interested less in how sound messes with your psyche and more interested in how it can make you feel better. Can some sounds be an intervention or an antidote for stress and depression? This appeals to Newman and Taff because natural sound is a resource the parks need to save before it's too late. If it's good for you, they want to know. They were familiar with the literature on nature as psychologically restorative, and it seemed to them that sound was a potentially powerful but underappreciated component of nature. To tease out the sound piece, and to see how it worked for me, Smith ran me through his current experiment. First he hooked me up to a heart rate monitor, which I would wear throughout. Then he gave me the Weinstein Noise Sensitivity Scale test, which asked a bunch of questions about my attitudes to various types of noise from things like a stereo to street traffic. I scored a 5.2. Adults average a 4, and college students average a 3.5, which puts me in the 88th percentile of sensitivity to noise. No surprise there. But in a short personality test, I emerged as not too neurotic, and of medium agreeableness, and no doubt more neurotic and less agreeable since moving to DC. Next, I spit into a test tube to provide a reading of my pre-test cortisol levels. Now the real fun would begin. In order to tell if nature sounds help restore subjects psychologically, Smith has to first stress them out. Public speaking and math tests are two of the most dreaded tasks shared by a large number of people. So I was handed a pen and some paper and told to prepare a short speech about why I should be hired for my dream job. Partway through, my notes were abruptly taken away from me and I was told to stand and deliver the speech to a large mirror, behind which sat a panel of faceless judges. Several times during the 5-minute speech, I was interrupted and told to speak up. As I later discovered, this gauntlet of misery is called the Trier Social Stress Test, and it often includes a mental math component, typically repeatedly subtracting a number like 13 from a 4-digit number. I figured Trier must be some sadist who devoted his life to freaking people out, but it turns out the test is named for Germany's University of Trier, where the test was formulated in 1993. It works, even though I knew there was no panel of judges, I still showed a textbook response, with my heart rate climbing from the mid-60s to the mid-90s during the speech, and my cortisol levels, as revealed later, rising from 6.7 nanomoles per liter to 12.1. It's reductive to call cortisol a stress hormone, but lower levels generally mean lower stress. Researchers tussle over how reliable a measure this is. Cortisol naturally varies over the course of the day, as well as during the menstrual cycle, so researchers often use it to study men. Next, Smith randomly assigns subjects to one of 3 recovery exercises: watching a 15-minute nature video with nature sounds, watching a 15-minute nature video with nature sounds and motorized sounds, or just sitting in a quiet room with no video. My video started playing, a simple scene from Yosemite of a summer meadow, some chirping birds, a blue sky. But a couple of minutes in, I heard a truck engine, followed by quiet, followed by the sound of a propeller plane. I'd been assigned to the second condition, and I again displayed a textbook response. Once the nature video started, my heart rate immediately sank to baseline mid-60s range. When the truck rumbled, however, my heart rate shot up 10 points. It took a while for it to drop again, but after more quiet nature, it plummeted down to the mid-50s. Now I was so relaxed I was practically dead. When noise number 2 appeared, my heart rate shot back up, though not as high as the first time. My cortisol levels from this part of the experiment, at 8.2, reflected this almost but not quite restored state. Remember, my original level was 6.7 and my speech level was 12.1. Smith was also recording my heart rate variability, HRV, which is fast becoming the darling of physiological stress measurements. It's increasingly used by scientists, medical doctors, and athletic coaches. My HRV had also been monitored in Korea before and after hiking to tell me I had thickening veins. HRV is complicated to understand, especially in translation. It essentially measures in real time how quickly your autonomic nervous system responds to and recovers from micro-events in the environment. Your heart is like a dancer when it's relaxed, it swans up and down with fluidity. That's high variability, and it's good. But when you're stressed, that variability can clench into a much narrower range, the dancer getting a cramp. Some people have chronically low HRV, which is linked to a bunch of stress-related health outcomes like cardiovascular disease, metabolic disease, and early death. During the speech test and the loud noises, my HRV tightened up. Noise, at least for me, really is a problem. The test showed that it's simply harder for someone who is noise-sensitive to fully unwind in an urban environment, regardless of its nice parks and nesting ducks. As Smith put it, your recovery was clearly disrupted by the experience of noise. It set back your recovery with a carryover effect of at least a minute. For you, walking in the park, the benefits of nature may be offset by the noise of planes. Those noises are violating your experience of pleasant views and sound. It's half as stressful as doing the speech task. Those aren't trivial effects. Based on his research, Smith has several recommendations for us sensitive types. Try to reduce exposure to irksome noise through headphones, office insulation, etc. If we can't do that, try to change our attitude about the noise, maybe by thinking that someday I will be on one of those planes getting the hell out of D.C. and make an effort to experience positive sounds and quiet places. We should think about soundscapes as medicine, he said. It's like a pill. You can prescribe sounds or a walk in the park in much the way we prescribe exercise. Do it 20 minutes a day as a lifetime approach, or you can do it as an acute stress intervention. When you're stressed, go to a quiet place. In fact, Smith thinks short nature-based interventions like this could help more people more efficiently than many other ones that get more attention, like meditation. Meditation is getting all the glory. Unjustifiably, said Smith. 70% of people will wash out. Not everyone likes nature, either, but just about everyone likes the noise to die down, at least occasionally. These days we might worship absolute quiet, but John Ruskin wrote, "No air is sweet that is silent, it is only sweet when full of low currents of undersound triplets of birds and murmur and chirps of insects." To the extent that nature sounds are soothing to most humans, 3 in particular stand out: wind, water, and birds. They are the trifecta of salubrious listening. Favorite music and the voices of loved ones are perhaps the happiest of all, engaging almost every part of the brain, according to neuroscientist and musician Daniel Levitin. In This Is Your Brain on Music, Darwin devoted 10 pages to birdsong and 6 to human music in The Descent of Man, noting that both have their origins in sexual selection, the desire to attract mates. As usual, he was correct. The Brits love birds so much that BBC Radio broadcasts a daily 90-second spot of birdsong. British petroleum gas stations recently began playing birdsong in the bathrooms. The aim was to create a mental connection with freshness, said a newspaper report. Good luck with that. There appears to be something to the freshness idea. As British acoustics consultant Julian Treasure put it, birds sing in the morning, and we associate the sound with alertness and safety, a day when all is right with the world. This is how we've heard birdsong throughout our evolution. It's when you don't hear the birds that something is wrong. Also, birdsong is stochastic, random, and non-repeating, so our brains interpret it not as a language but as a kind of background soundtrack. In fact, birdsong has some uncanny similarities to human-made music, and its range and technical wizardry might, on some unconscious level, stimulate our happy music neurons. The French avant-garde composer Olivier Messiaen incorporated birdsong into his works and said of birds, "They are our desire for light, for stars, for rainbows, and for jubilant song." The brown thrasher can sing 2,000 songs. The cowbird has 40 different notes, and a horny chaffinch might sing 500,000 times in a season. The Australian lyrebird is the world's best mimic, and can imitate chainsaws, car alarms and the click of a camera shutter, none of which reflects well on its habitat. The melodic hermit thrush most often sings on a mathematic substrate that follows harmonic intervals in recognizable pitches. The researcher who discovered this is named, I kid you not, Emily Doolittle, a composer at Cornish College of the Arts in Seattle. Despite the 300 million years that have passed since birds and proto-mammals split from a common ancestor, our brains are surprisingly similar to the parts of birds' brains that hear, process and make language. Humans share more genes governing speech with songbirds than we do with other primates. This is because humans and birds co-evolved these language centers, both using the same ancient neural hardware, specifically an area called the archopalladium in birds and the basal ganglia in humans, a region also known for regulating emotion. It's well recognized that music triggers emotions, but while much has been made of the ability of Mozart to make us weep, tremble and rejoice, largely through the release of dopamine in our mesolimbic reward pathway, birdsong has received far less attention from neuroscientists. Nevertheless, our doppelganger bird brain neurons may help explain our primal affiliation to chirps, trills, and tweets. In both birds and humans, the ability to respond emotionally to linguistic and musical sounds became mission-critical for mating, communication and survival. The people who named Twitter knew what they were doing. Psych studies using birdsong consistently show improvements in mood and mental alertness. An experiment at an elementary school in Liverpool found that students listening to birdsong were more attentive after lunch than students who didn't listen. Amsterdam's Schiphol Airport plays birdsong in a relaxation lounge that also features fake trees. People love it. Treasure, the British consultant, recommends that everyone listen to birdsong at least 5 minutes a day. I've been playing it on an app while writing this chapter. There's deep snow outside my window, but the spring birds are in full force on my phone. It does feel leavening. And my cat is certainly more awake. What I'm trying to do is figure out why it makes people feel better, said British environmental psychologist Eleanor Radcliffe. Radcliffe looked more like a high school student than a scientist. She had long red hair and wore a jean jacket that partially covered up a tattoo of parrots on her left arm. She admitted she was more of a city person than a nature person, but, as she put it, one doesn't have to be in nature to be interested in it. I met her last summer for tea in the courtyard of the Victoria and Albert Museum, an excellent example of a restorative urban space. She opened her laptop, where tracks of birdsong were sandwiched between the Sopranos and a soul mix. In her lab, she plays birdsong and asks subjects how they feel. The overarching thing I'm finding is that people perceive bird sounds to be restorative, but it depends on the person, and it depends on the bird. Not all birds are loved equally. Many people dislike the raspy calls of jays and the brashness of crows and vultures. Radcliffe launched into a disquisition the way an enophile speaks of grapes. Certain acoustic sounds, quiet, high pitch, bright and smooth, are more restorative than loud and rough, she said. The typical songbird, tweet tweet, the green finch or blackbird, robin, wren, have musical high trills. They are quite complex and melodious. It might help distract people from their troubles, but it's balanced between distraction and overwork. You want a bird that's not aggressive but submissive. Magpies are not restorative. Radcliffe believes that sound can be restorative, and she's glad it's finally getting some attention in the research, but it's likely not the secret weapon of the nature cure. We're visual creatures, after all, and staring at a wall listening to headphones can take us only so far. Still, the lessons of sound can be translated in useful and creative ways. The city of Phoenix closes iconic South Park to vehicles one day a month for Silent Sunday. When I was in Korea, I'd gone for a walk along the Cheonggyecheon stream. Stream is a bit of an overreach. It's a stream in the way that Orange Julius comes from a tree or the Space Needle reaches space. The Cheonggyecheon used to be a ragtag underground ditch until it was unzipped to the world in 2005 as part of a greening initiative launched by Seoul's former mayor Lee Myung-bok. To flesh it out, water is pumped in 7 miles from another river and recirculated. Planted trees and flowering shrubs in the stream's canyon now attract insects and birds. The so-called daylighting of canals is one way for cities to make some nature visible again. In Seoul, though, one of its main purposes was to create a new soundscape to compete with the existing one of heavy traffic in the middle of the central business district. At the entrance, a sleek waterfall drops down a generous story from street level, creating a pleasant rushing sound. At the bottom, I met Hong Juiung, a doctoral candidate in architectural acoustics from Hanyang University who specializes in using water sounds to obscure traffic noise. We walked along a good part of the 3-mile-long watercourse, dodging other walkers, joggers, and picnickers. Some young women were standing around looking at pigeons on the bank. It was a good place to hang out. Among its many benefits, the path here is 6 degrees cooler than the roadway above in the height of summer. Only about 20 feet wide, the stream often flows over rocks and through reeds. It literally burbles and whooshes, its soothing sounds amplified by the stone walls lining the sunken ribbon of water and path. Hong explained to me that with these new water features, it's the perception of traffic noise that changes. You can still hear the noise, but you don't notice it anymore. The traffic here is loud, above 65 decibels, but so is the water. The creek design maximizes the sound, he said. People don't think of it as noisy because it's a nice noise. They rate this kind of water sound as most favorable. I was reminded of something the National Park Service's Kurt Fristrup had said, that unless we learn to make cities sound better, we stand at risk of losing the range of this precious sense. He calls our tendency to wear earbuds during all hours of the day learned deafness. We are tuning out the real world in favor of our own personal soundscapes. The cost is we forget how to listen. And we lose an opportunity for true mental restoration. It's this gift we are born with, to reach out and hear all these incredible subtle sounds, he'd said, and it's in danger of being lost in a generational amnesia. Some ears will never get a chance to develop sensitivity to those sounds. Although Seoul's Creek plan initially drew opposition because of its cost about $380 million and the need to reroute an elevated highway, it is now exceedingly popular, visited by thousands every day. The mayor went on to become South Korea's president. On the last morning of my short vacation in Maine, I woke up very early and snuck out of my stepmother's house while the kids were still sleeping. I donned the EEG cap and slid into a kayak and onto a small lake. One on side sat a rural subdivision, boats and docks, on the other bloomed a generous expanse of the White Mountain National Forest. I paddled through a foot of soft mist resting on the water's surface. I couldn't see my blade as it touched the water, but I could hear the drips, and the birds on the approaching far bank. Occasional jets flew overhead, but they seemed very far away. A car started up down at the far end of the lake. Not too bad. It was quite peaceful. I filled my lungs with the mist and the sun and the birdsong, and I regally paddled onward in my proud EEG crown. The morning's software algorithm report read like a Trekkie horoscope. In most people, the alpha rhythm is attenuated when the brain is busy processing and responding to visual stimuli. However, your brain produced substantial alpha even with your eyes open, suggesting that your brain dynamics are governed by long-range cortical connections and that you enter a relaxed state very easily. Ha! I got alpha. I'd finally tricked the machine into thinking I was some sort of yogi. For a few moments on a quiet lake, I was 5 box of rain. When the myopia had become stationary, change of air a sea voyage if possible should be prescribed. Henry Edward Jeweler, A Handbook of Ophthalmic Science and Practice, 1904. She promised us south rooms with a view close together, instead of which here are north rooms, looking into a courtyard, and a long way apart. Oh, Lucy! E. M. Forster, A Room with a View. Oh, any of the serious risks of city living are other drivers. Although our brains have long been hardwired to fear snakes and spiders, they are remarkably less attuned to the dangers of 2-ton vehicles. Instead of dreaming about things that slither in the night, we really should be having nightmares about yellow cab, but the Freudians wouldn't have nearly as much fun. 2 years ago, my 75-year-old father was walking to work in downtown Silver Spring, Maryland, when he was struck by a car traveling 35 miles per hour. The accident was probably a combination of inattentive walking and inattentive driving, although my father was found solely at fault because he wasn't in the crosswalk. In the intensive care unit at Bethesda Suburban, the nurses were shaking their heads. This was the third pedestrian accident they'd seen that week. In D.C. alone, there are over 800 such accidents a year, and the number is rising despite more speed cameras. Dad suffered 7 broken bones and a traumatic brain injury, and nobody could predict how well, or if, he'd recover. At first, he looked good, still tan and strong in the starchy, space-age hospital unit as though he'd mistakenly landed on the wrong stage set, but that soon changed. He was in terrible pain, unable to eat, and very confused. He couldn't understand language, and he was capable of muttering only the phrase condo fee over and over. He didn't know where he was, and he kept trying to pull his various tubes out and bolt. He was, in the unexpected lingo of the hospital, an elopement risk. I'd already lost one parent and I didn't want to lose another. After 2 weeks in the ICU, he was transferred to a rehabilitation hospital known for achievements in neurology. Because of its high concentration of medical researchers, facilities, and experience with everyone from returning veterans to gunshot victims, Washington, D.C., is an excellent place to have a brain injury. The belief is that if you rehab early and hard, you can recover much function. This is the man who taught me to love nature, to cross rivers by jumping on rocks, to lean my weight out while scampering down a boulder, to tack a sunfish and to steady a canoe. This is the man who, even in New York City, would scurry us up to the bleak, tar-covered roof to watch the orange sun dip beyond the Hudson River. Every year for Christmas, he made me a book about our wilderness trips the previous summer. They were filled with grainy images of river rapids and rock cliffs. The one from 1978 is titled Adventurous. In his acknowledgements, he calls me out. This is specially written for her. It is printed in a limited edition with only 1 copy. For a long time these books were sort of painful in an embarrassing way for me to read. My father's earnestness, his sentimentality, my eye-rolling adolescence. But reading them now, I find they are full of insight into our divorced family and the role that the natural world played in his mental landscape. In 1979, I was 12 and Dad was in the midst of a difficult relationship with a girlfriend. We spent a couple of weeks paddling the wilderness lakes around the Canada-Minnesota border. A picture from that trip shows us sitting on a broad boulder by the shore, sharing a huge loaf of bread. I am wearing my new Swiss Army knife on a lanyard around my waist. My father, deep in his grape nuts phase, is tan and lithe, bearded, long-haired and shirtless. This year more than ever finding extraordinary solace in these odysseys with my daughter, he wrote that year. Early in the trip, my head was still full of dilemmas to be resolved. I was less accessible, more quick to anger. Yet as the events of the trip developed, my anxieties became less severe and I started to feel some measure of balance. I felt a peace such as I had not known for many months. What is it about me and water? Dad grew up climbing trees in Richmond, Virginia, and tending the family's Victory Garden. Blessed with good health his whole life, he was never long without walks or other adventures in nature. Now this had changed. There are few places farther removed from natural landscapes than a typical hospital room. Because I was researching this book at the time of his accident, I knew enough to request a bed near a window for his long stay in rehab. I had, for example, come across Florence Nightingale's famous nursing textbook from 155 years ago, it is the unqualified result of all my experience with the sick, that second only to their need of fresh air is their need of light, she wrote. It is a curious thing to observe how almost all patients lie with their faces turned to the light, exactly as plants always make their way towards the light. I'd read Oliver Sacks's account of recovering from a serious leg injury after he'd fallen down a cliff in Norway while being chased by a bull. Not all writers live such exciting lives. After many weeks in the hospital he finally went outside, where he would fondle the living plants. Some essential connection and communion with nature was re-established after the horrible isolation and alienation I had known. Some part of me came alive. Even if my father couldn't name the objects he could see, the sunlight and the trees and the birdsong might somehow reach him. We've looked at smell and sound. Now it's time to tackle our strongest sensory system for processing the world around us, the visual. Its impact on our emotional and physiological states can also be immediate and powerful. One of the first people to study the health consequences of a room with a view was psychologist and architect Roger Ulrich, the researcher who wondered in the mid-1980s why people went out of their way to drive on tree-lined roads and who measured alpha brain waves in subjects looking at nature slides. After those initial, promising results, he was curious about effects in the real world, so he turned to a suburban hospital in Pennsylvania. Like Sacks, he knew from personal experience that nature could play a role in healing. As a child, he suffered recurring bouts of painful kidney disease. During long periods at home in bed, he drew great, inexplicable comfort from a pine tree outside his window. Later, as a young scientist, he wanted to test his hypothesis that nature views could reduce patient stress and lead to better clinical outcomes. He was aware of a study from 1981 showing that prisoners in Michigan whose cells faced rolling farmland and trees, instead of a barren courtyard on the other side of the facility, had fewer sick call visits overall. Ulrich examined the records of gallbladder surgery patients over half a dozen years, some of whom had been assigned to rooms with a window view of trees and some who looked out onto a brick wall. He found that the patients with the green views needed fewer post-operative days in the hospital, requested less pain medication and were described in nurses' notes as having better attitudes. Published in Science in 1984, the study made a splash and has been cited by thousands of researchers. If you've ever noticed a nature photograph on the ceiling or walls of your dentist's exam room, you have Ulrich to thank. Since then, window studies have examined everything from schools to office buildings to housing projects. They have shown that nature views support increased worker productivity, less job stress, higher academic grades and test scores and less aggression in inner-city residents. The studies measure something different and far less ambitious than a full sensory immersion in a hinoki forest. They look at accidental nature, the exposure you get without trying. It's the mere blot of green glimpsed on the way to the laundry or between sentence diagrams. Some of the studies are small and seem vulnerable to confounding factors. Perhaps people who are wealthier, healthier, and happier to begin with prefer to be closer to nature? The best studies, though, are large and designed to weed out competing factors. Francis Kuo, yet another academic spawn of the Kaplans at Michigan, is a psychologist who now runs the Landscape and Human Health Laboratory at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. She was interested in constructing experiments to test the logical playing out of Kaplan's attention restoration theory. If our brains get fatigued by too much direct attention, and if that makes us irritable, then wouldn't we also be more likely to become violent? Could spending time looking at nature make us less violent, and if so, would a simple view out a window be enough to make a difference? Among her seminal studies were some from the early 2000s looking at views, violence, and cognition at the brutalist Robert Taylor Housing Project, now razed, in Chicago. Some of the buildings faced barren asphalt streetscapes and some faced modest lawns dotted with trees. Residents were randomly assigned to apartments and shared equally dismal levels of poverty, drug use, education attainment, and employment status. It was a perfect window view laboratory. Kuo and her colleague, William Sullivan, interviewed 145 female residents, most of the units were occupied by single mothers, and found that those with the asphalt views reported higher levels of psychological aggression, mild violence, and severe violence than their tree view counterparts. In a separate study, the asphalt viewers also reported more procrastination behaviors and assessed their life challenges as more severe and longer lasting. Kuo and Sullivan knew that aggression is linked to impulsivity, so they undertook another study of children in the Robert Taylor complex. They found that those living with the barren views were less able to control impulsive behavior, resist distractions, and delay gratification. The results applied to girls but not to boys, which Kuo attributed to the fact that the girls were likely spending more time indoors where the views mattered. Because these findings were based on questionnaires, Kuo and Sullivan wanted a more objective measure, so next they turned to police reports. These were tied to a different Chicago housing project, Ida B. Wells, which was distinguished by a series of courtyards ranging from no greenery to mixed concrete/greenery to a pretty lush landscape with grass and trees. Analyzing 98 buildings over 2 years, they found a striking correlation between the level of greenery and the number of assaults, homicides, vehicle thefts, burglary, and arson. Compared to buildings with low amounts of vegetation, those with medium levels experienced 42% fewer total crimes, and the contrast between lowest and highest levels of vegetation was even more pronounced. Buildings with the most green views saw 48% fewer property crimes and 56% fewer violent crimes than buildings with the least greenery. Kuo didn't think it was the greenery alone that was magically lulling people into peace and harmony, rather, in the case of Ida B. Wells, it was that the prettier courtyards drew residents outside, where they got to know each other and could keep an eye out. The researchers had also tested how often residents used the courtyards and asked them what they thought of their neighbors. The greener courtyard residents reported their neighbors were more concerned with helping and supporting one another, had stronger feelings of belonging, engaged in more social activities and had more visitors. The Kuo findings were backed up by a Dutch study of over 10,000 households that found people of similar incomes living near more vegetation experienced less loneliness, and by an office study showing that subjects in rooms with potted plants were more generous to others when asked to distribute $5 than those in a room without plants. Potted plants? Someone really ought to deck out the halls of Congress with ficuses. For some reason, social psychologists like to study road rage, and even here, the evidence for tree views making us nicer appears strong. In these studies and in others, the greenery appeared to be leading to prosocial behaviors and a stronger sense of community. Frederick Law Olmsted suspected as much. "I am not historically a nature lover," Kuo told me. "I had no personal intuition when I started that these findings would come out the way they have. But 20 years later, I have convinced myself. Although these studies point to real health and behavioral effects from nearby nature, they don't explain how merely looking at some shrubbery as opposed to a full sensory immersion in nature makes us healthier and nicer. For that, the visuals need to be broken down." Enter nanoparticle physicist Richard Taylor. Like Ulrichs, his quest starts with a meaningful childhood experience. When Taylor was 10 years old and growing up in England, he chanced upon a catalogue of Jackson Pollock paintings. He was mesmerized, or perhaps a better word is Pollockized. Franz Mesmer, the crackpot 18th-century physician, posited the existence of animal magnetism between inanimate and animate objects. Pollock's abstractions also seemed to elicit a certain mental state in the viewer. Today, in his 50s, Taylor is positively Da Vincian in his range of pursuits. Besides his day job in nanoparticle physics, he is also a painter and photographer with 2 art degrees, but his long, curly hair looks more Newtonian. His hair is so remarkable that the University of Oregon, where he works, once photoshopped it out of a publication. Perhaps the marketing department considered it a distraction, as Eugene isn't exactly known for conservative dress standards. Come to think of it, my high school physics teacher had exactly this hairstyle. Must be a thing. Taylor never lost his obsession, really, in Jackson Pollock. While at the Manchester School of Art, he built a rickety pendulum that splattered paint when the wind blew because he wanted to see how nature painted, and if it ended up looking like a Pollock, it did. He made his way to Oregon's physics department to study the most efficient ways to move electricity, in multiple tributaries like those found in river systems, or lung bronchi, or cortical neurons. When electrical currents move through things like televisions, the march of electrons is orderly. But in newer tiny devices that might be only 100 times larger than an atom, the order of currents breaks down. It is more like ordered chaos. The patterns of the currents, like those branches in lungs and neurons, are actually fractal, which means they repeat at different scales. Now he's using bio-inspiration to design a better solar panel. If nature's solar panels, trees and plants are branched, why not manufactured panels? He frequently paddles around Eugene's Waldo Lake when he's chewing on a problem. Several years ago Taylor wrote an essay describing a seminal insight: the more I looked at fractal patterns, the more I was reminded of Pollock's poured paintings. And when I looked at his paintings, I noticed that the paint splatters seemed to spread across his canvases like the flow of electricity through our devices. Using instruments designed to measure electrical currents, he examined a series of Pollocks and found that the paintings were indeed fractal. It was a little like discovering your favorite ant speaks a secret, ancient language. Pollock painted nature's fractals 25 years ahead of their scientific discovery. He published the finding in the journal Nature in 1999, creating a stir in the worlds of both art and physics. Benoit Mandelbrot first coined the term fractal in 1975, discovering that simple mathematic rules apply to a vast array of things that looked visually complex or chaotic. As he proved, fractal patterns were often found in nature's roughness in clouds, coastlines, plant leaves, ocean waves, the rise and fall of the Nile River, and in the clustering of galaxies. To understand fractal patterns at different scales, picture a trunk of a tree and a branch. They might contain the same angles as that same branch and a smaller branch, as well as the converging veins of the leaf on that branch. And so on. You can have fractals within chaos, or you can have fractals creating what looks like chaos. When I look at the equations describing these relationships, my eyeballs spin, but to a mathematician they are clear, consistent, and beautiful. Arthur C. Clarke described the Mandelbrot set, a beetle-like drawing that illustrates these equations, as being one of the most astonishing discoveries in the entire history of mathematics. Although true fractal patterns occur quite commonly in landscapes, in space and in living creatures, even potato mold, they are rare in abstract art. So rare that when a trove of previously unknown paintings was discovered in a storage locker belonging to a family friend of Pollock's in 2002, Taylor was called in to verify their authenticity. There was much at stake. If the paintings were really Pollock's, they were worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Taylor's computer analysis showed the paintings did not in fact exhibit Pollock's signature fractal geometry. The physicist concluded they were fake. It was a bold and controversial assessment, but later validated when chemical analysis proved some of the paints were manufactured too recently to be used by the artist, much to Taylor's relief. Fractals had interrupted one of the boldest forgery plots of all time. Taylor was curious to know if there was a scientific reason people love Pollock so much. Was it the same reason everyone was installing fractals as screensavers and flocking to stoner light shows at the planetarium? Could great works of art really be reduced to some eye-pleasing nonlinear equation? Only a physicist would dare ask. If this breed is not daunted by the origins of the universe, it certainly isn't by abstract expressionism. So Taylor ran experiments to gauge people's physiological response to viewing images with similar fractal geometries. The early work was funded by NASA, which wanted to decorate space stations with stress-reducing images, but, interestingly, not images that reminded astronauts of faraway Earth, because that would be too sad-making. Taylor measured people's skin conductance and found that they recovered from stress 60% better when viewing computer images with a mathematical fractal dimension, called D, of between 1.3 and 1.5. D measures the ratio of the large, coarse patterns, the coastline seen from a plane, the main trunk of a tree, Pollock's big sweep splatters, to the fine ones, dunes, rocks, branches, leaves, Pollock's micro flick splatters. Fractal dimension is typically notated as a number between 1 and 2, the more complex the image, the higher the D. After the NASA work, Taylor went deeper. He and Caroline Hager-Hall, a Swedish environmental psychologist with a specialty in human aesthetic perception, converted a series of nature photos into a simplistic representation of landforms' fractal silhouettes against the sky. They found that people overwhelmingly preferred images with a low to mid-range D, between 1.3 and 1.5. Did preference reflect some sort of mental state? To find out, they used EEG to measure people's brain waves while viewing geometric fractal images. They discovered that in that same dimensional magic zone, the subject's frontal lobes easily produced those elusive and prized alpha brain waves of a wakefully relaxed state. This occurred even when people looked at the images for only 1 minute. EEG measures waves, or electrical frequency, but it doesn't precisely map the active real estate in the brain. For that, Taylor has now turned to functional MRI, which shows exactly the parts of the brain working hardest by following the blood flow. Preliminary results show that mid-range fractals activate some brain regions that you might expect, such as the ventrolateral cortex, involved with high-level visual processing, and the dorsolateral cortex, which codes spatial long-term memory. But these fractals also engage the parahippocampus, which is involved with regulating emotions and is also highly active while listening to music. To Taylor, this is a cool finding. We were delighted to find mid-range fractals are similar to music, he said. In other words, looking at an ocean might have a similar effect on us emotionally as listening to Brahms. To hear Taylor describe it, Pollock was actually painting nature in his abstractions, the natural law of fractals. Taylor believes our brains recognize that kinship to the natural world, and they do it fast. Pollock's favored dimension is similar to trees, snowflakes and mineral veins. We've analyzed the Pollock patterns with computers and compared them to forests, and they are exactly the same, said Taylor. This dimension does more than lull us, it can engage us, awe us, and make us self-reflect. Furthermore, explained Taylor, the exposure only has to be environmental, they don't need to stare directly at the pattern. A person will receive the effect, for example, walking down a corridor with the patterns on the wall. Or, presumably, working by a window. Taylor does not know how long these positive effects last, but he's working with medical researchers to see whether it's possible to restore some brain functionality in stroke victims by exposing them to fractals. But why is the mid-range of D, remember, that's the ratio of large to small patterns, so magical and so highly preferred among most people? What, for example, leads people like my father to warble in one of his homemade books, big raindrops hit the water making symmetrical patterns of crosses surrounded by bubbles. Surreal and very moving. The quiet visual effects are making the patterns of the world seem very different. It is as if to experience the world in a new way. Not with words but with images. Many patterns in nature fall into the low to mid-range, including clouds and landscapes. Taylor and Hager-Hall have an interesting theory, and it doesn't necessarily have to do with a romantic yearning for Arcadia. In addition to lungs, capillaries, and neurons, another human system is branched into fractals, the movement of the eye's retina. When Taylor and Hager-Hall used an eye-tracking machine to measure precisely where people's pupils were focusing on projected images, of Pollock paintings, for example, but also other things, he saw that the pupils used a search pattern that was itself fractal. The eyes first scanned the big elements in the scene and then made micro-passes in smaller versions of the big scans, and it does this in a mid-range D. Interestingly, if you draw a line over the tracks animals make to forage food such as albatrosses surveying the ocean, you also get this fractal pattern of search trajectories. It's simply an efficient search strategy, said Taylor. Other scientists have found this D-range elicits our best, fastest ability to name and perceive objects, something our brains do when facing new visual information. This is a critical task, we need to assess quickly what's friendly and what's dangerous, among other things. If a scene is too complicated, like a city intersection, we can't easily take it all in, and that in turn leads to some discomfort, even if subconsciously. It makes sense that our visual cortex would feel most at home among the most common natural features we evolved alongside, like raindrops falling on a lake. Your visual system is in some way hardwired to understand fractals, said Taylor. The stress reduction is triggered by a physiological resonance that occurs when the fractal structure of the eye matches that of the fractal image being viewed. So perhaps our comfort in nature is not really about an innate love for living things or the physical frisson of a good view, it's simply about fluent visual processing. It's about an easy congruence in the way the outside stimulus, the tree, is processed internally by our neurons. Taylor uses the word resonance instead of congruence, which is interesting, because it's the same word Beethoven used to describe how he felt when he left the confines of Vienna for the country, which I also quoted in the introduction. How happy I am to be able to walk among the shrubs, the trees, the woods, the grass, and the rocks. For the woods, the trees, and the rocks give man the resonance he needs. Long before fractals, Beethoven intuited a powerful alignment of senses and surroundings. According to this processing theory, if the cause of our relaxation is not rooted in Arcadian romance, the solution surely is. We need these natural patterns to look at, and we're not getting enough of them, said Taylor. As we increasingly surround ourselves with straight Euclidean-built environments, we risk losing our connection to the natural stress reducer that is visual fluency. For a lot of reasons, it would be good to bring greenery back to cities and get outside. But Taylor has already begun to think about solutions beyond parks or looking out the window. You don't always have a window with a view. We may be able to manipulate and fool the visual system and come up with an even better range of fractal dimension than nature, purify it and maximize the response, he said, beginning to sound a little scary. As if sensing my response, he added, I don't want some Orwellian future where you project a perfect fractal in a public space and everyone must stare at it for 5 minutes. But we want to give this information to architects and artists so they can integrate it into a variety of works. In sensing the existence of an energy force between objects and people, perhaps Mesmer wasn't such a crackpot after all. I had one final question for Taylor. I was interviewing him via Skype video because he was on holiday in Australia. His soft curls tumbled to the lower edges of the screen like a fine galloping creek. Is your hair fractal? He roared with laughter. I suspect my hair is fractal. The big question of course is whether it induces positive physiological changes in the observer. I believe it may have. My father did recover, slowly and then quickly, amazingly, in his sun-filled semi-private room with a view. He saw physical therapists, speech therapists, occupational therapists, lots of family who chattered to him and urged him to talk back. There was clearly more than nature at work on his battered brain. Of course my elbowing him into a bed near a window meant his roommate wasn't near the window. There aren't enough windows to go around, and even when there are, sometimes the views don't cooperate. Perhaps Taylor had a point. Wouldn't it be handy if you could just turn on a video screen of a glade or fractal waterfall, or even just slap a poster on the wall? That is one conceit, anyway, being explored at the maximum security unit of the Snake River Correctional Institution in eastern Oregon. In a unique experiment in partnership with social scientists, the prison staff has agreed to play nature videos in the exercise room of one wing of the prison. The cells in Snake River offer no windows at all, and the only outdoor courtyard is tiny and surrounded by buildings. Its only view is the sky through a grate. Snake River is a difficult place, it has a higher than usual percentage of inmates who commit suicide and self-harm, and it's not unusual for staff to perform cell extractions on those who are out of control, kicking and screaming and banging on doors. Prisoners in solitary confinement are perhaps the most nature-deprived people on the planet. They are often mentally ill when they enter prison, and become more so as the weeks and months tick by. But now inmates can lift weights and do chin ups several times a week in the so-called blue room while watching 40-minute videos of ocean life, rainforests, and desert sunsets. Since the blue room went in 2 years ago, inmates often request to go in there when they want to calm down. Said Renee Smith, Snake River's Behavioral Health Services Manager, "We're getting plenty of stories from officers saying they feel like it is relieving stress and mental health and behavioral issues. We're feeling that they're not getting into trouble as much. We feel like there are less cell extractions, less hollering and screaming. But how close is virtual nature to the real thing? Wondering if the screens could in fact have the same stress-lowering effects, a psychologist named Peter Kahn at the University of Washington ran a couple of experiments at his university. In the first, he placed nature-playing video screens in windowless offices and found that they did improve workers' cognition and mood. In the second, he divided 90 subjects into 3 groups, one with a real live window view of nature, one in front of a plasma screen TV showing nature, and one near a blank wall. He first distressed the volunteers with public speech tasks and then measured how quickly each group recovered. Taken together, the studies showed that the real nature views helped the most, with the video views helping a bit, although hardly at all in the second experiment, and the blank wall helping the least. Kahn concluded that humans can adapt to the loss of actual nature, but we will suffer physical and psychological costs. While some researchers like Kahn lament this speedy and inexorable replacement of real nature by screens, others, especially the younger ones, seem more pragmatic. They also, notably, grew up with less exposure to nature to begin with. We are moving toward more of a virtual life with every year, with video games, 3D TVs, larger, more immersive screens and more virtual content, said Delcho Volchanov, a 20-something postdoc in cognitive neuroscience at the University of Waterloo in Ontario who grew up in the urban core playing video games. Volchanov came to the topic not because he was interested in nature or art, but because he was interested in its antipode, technology. He wanted to validate, or even ennoble, virtual reality, to prove that it could elicit real nervous system activity. His university review board wouldn't let him instill fear in human subjects, so he started reading the dusty psych literature on what made people feel relaxed instead, and he landed upon nature. This was a surprise to him, and he didn't really believe it, not being much of a nature guy himself. But it worked so well to soothe subjects in his master's degree experiments that for his PhD research, he decided to try to deconstruct the visuals to figure out why. The ultimate goal would be to make the virtual reality experience even better. Because if you could, there is no end to what a couple of nerdy guys with a headset can do. Why wouldn't you escape your real life? Asked Volchanov. This way, you can enjoy your own living room and it's relatively cheap. You can go to Hawaii without the bugs and the jet lag. When I learned that Volchanov had eventually developed a smartphone app that could rate and categorize nature scenes and then, ultimately, synthesize them, I had to check it out. He had recently completed his doctoral work here on the featureless plain of southern Ontario. When I visited on a grey, windy February day, I could see how it might inspire VR. It also evidently inspires tech of all flavors. Although most Americans have never heard of it, many Silicon Valley gurus consider Waterloo to be their best feeder school, topping even Stanford. Volchanov, dressed in black jeans, a checked button-down shirt and sporting a soul patch, led me through windowless serpentine hallways in the basement of the psych building. We passed a small room with photorealistic bright blue, cloud-speckled ceiling. Panels, manufactured by a company called Sky Factory, whose motto is Illusions of Nature. Wouldn't it be nice to have this in your house instead of lights? He asked. Wake up and turn the sky on. I guess, I figured, but then again, I like to actually look out a window. But there was no time to debate, we moved on to the research laboratory for immersive virtual environments, optimistically if not ironically dubbed Relieve. The room is cinder block with concrete floors, about 14 by 20 feet. Here, he would introduce me to his scientifically derived restorative world. He wired me up to finger electrodes for measuring my galvanic skin response, GSR, otherwise known as sweat, and an infrared sensor for my heart rate. He asked me to calculate out in my head the answer to 13 times 17, and then 12 times 14. On cue, I immediately stressed out. Then he crowned me with a Precision Tracker 3D headset, a bit like scuba goggles but tricked out with a gyroscope and accelerometer. This would capture my movements so the 3D video could respond, fully immersing my brain in Volchanov's virtual paradise. At least that's the idea. A generously sized Samsung monitor fired up, and I found myself walking, or rather, walk floating, on a deserted island in the tropics. Volchanov creates these worlds over thousands of hours, adding sounds like birds, water streaming, chirps, grass rustling, the thud when we jump off small rises. The movement was strange. Volchanov was controlling my speed and direction, so I felt like I was being dragged by my forehead through an environment at high speed. Do you feel like you're the Game Master guy in the Hunger Games? I asked him, half expecting balls of flame to start smacking me. Volchanov virtual pulled me along a path, my virtual feet crunching on the ground, then down a hill, through some tall grasses, then to a beach. I started getting woozy. Then I was suddenly dragged underwater for a few moments, which I don't think was supposed to happen. I couldn't help but feel a little alarmed. Were there sharks? Were there spiky urchins to step on? Is bad weather rolling in? It didn't really feel relaxing to me. I told Volchanov. Not all nature is restorative, he said. Being in tall grasses is not necessarily a nice thing. But can you hear the ocean? We're going to head toward a waterfall, and there's a rainbow there. But I was not going to enjoy Volchanov's rainbow. I felt like I was about to throw up. Later, after I took a break to hyperventilate in the bathroom and splash cold water on my face, Volchanov told me what I already knew. I didn't do well at virtual relaxing. Your GSR did not go down, he said, disappointed. It stayed where it was. Maybe that was the motion sickness. I apologize. The technology is getting better for that, so you don't feel like you're watching through someone else's eyeballs. I wasn't alone, he explained. He had to throw out 30% of his data because of subjects approaching the puke zone. This has been a major hang-up in the development and marketing of consumer VR. The motion sickness is due to the technology being old, he said. It's being solved by better displays that don't have that ghosting. When you turn your head quickly, you'll notice edges blur. Yes, I did. Bummer. But I was also secretly a little proud. I was one of those remaining holdouts for whom only the authentic experience will do. My skepticism for the virtual approach carried over to Volchanov's app, called EnviroPulse, which was still in beta testing. A bit like a magic kettle, you put an image in, such as a window view, and watch a number come out predicting your emotions. Can't we predict our own responses to a particular view? Obviously not, responded Volchanov, although politely. If so, why? Would we build such ugly cities and suburbs, schools, and hospitals? It's not the views we mischaracterize, it's our responses to them. We walk right past magnificence all the time, not just because we're busy, or because we don't see it, but because we don't realize what it's capable of doing to our brains. Volchanov is here to help. He envisions a Yelp-like, crowd-powered app that can make recommendations for the most relaxing outcrop in Central Park or the best route to take to work. Instead of looking for food, you can look for happiness, he said. Here's how it works: you hold your phone up to a scene, or a photograph, and the app puts it through a series of algorithms to judge its restorative potential. Natural images contain statistics. Fractals, as Volchanov explained, are just one of them. Color is important, as is saturation, shapes. Humans prefer rounded contours to straight lines, the complexity of the contours, and luminescence. We rate brighter, more saturated colors as more pleasurable. All of these visual properties have been studied over the years for their emotional weight, and these data feed the algorithms. For example, it's well known that the colors red and orange excite or agitate people, and make us lustful and hungry, as purveyors of fast food well know, while blues, greens and purples tend to relax us. The human eye is well designed to respond immediately to color. In our retinas, we have 3 color-sensing types of cone cells primed to pick up reds, blues, and greens, and those cones enjoy a direct line to the brain's visual cortex, a spot of geography in the back of the head. Most mammals possess only 2 types of cones, and can't distinguish between red and green, but primates, being the visual monopolists we are special in this regard. We have 3 cones. But not overly special. Some creatures, like birds and butterflies, have 5 cones, enabling them to see technicolor infrareds and ultraviolets. The mantis shrimp trumps us all, sporting somewhere between 12 and 16 cones. God knows what they see, but it must be trippy. Colors help us spot and distinguish foods and notice things out of the ordinary. Red pops out at us because we have more cone cells dedicated to picking up this color, and in many cultures, red was the earliest color given a name after black and white. Since red makes us vigilant and energized, we walk faster down red corridors than blue ones. As the English philosopher Nicholas Humphrey has said, if you want to make a point, say it in red. When Olympic boxers and martial artists wear red, they win more often. But pink, interestingly, has the opposite effect, weakening athletes, making prisoners less aggressive, hence the color known as drunk tank pink, and pacifying psychiatric patients. In a study where agitated hospital patients looked at a blue light, their tremors subsided. Based on the literature on sensory perception, Volchanov's app gives blue the highest score of all. Predators tend not to be green or blue. Biophilia proponents would argue we've learned to associate these colors with life-giving, healthy ecosystems full of plants, green, clean water, blue, and expansive reflection, sky azures, ocean teals. Since we all live under that sky and drink its offerings, these hues may instill feelings of universality and shared humanity. Similarly, as John Berger writes in The Sense of Sight, that we find a crystal or a poppy beautiful means that we are less alone, that we are more deeply inserted into existence than the course of a single life would lead us to believe. I'm drawn to the rich intersections of culture and science to be found in color, but it's spatial frequency that gets Volchanov most excited. He's convinced it's this regardless of the fractal content that unlocks the doors to paradise. Spatial frequency captures the complexity of contours, shadows, and shapes in a scene or image. We prefer images that are easier and faster to understand. In the app, straight and jagged lines are rated very low on the restoration scale compared to smooth and rounded ones. Urban jagged edges are not so good for you, said Volchanov. But like Taylor, he believes there's a Goldilocks sweet spot of complexity, not too busy and not too boring. For his PhD, Volchanov used an eye-tracking machine to parse how people looked at scenes. He found that while the eyes tend to linger lazily over nature scenes, urban scenes provoke many more rapid fixations, and more blinking, indicating that the eyes and brain are working harder to decode them. These places demand our attention. From his research, Volchanov believes easy-to-process scenes trigger the release of natural opiates in the brain. Other studies have shown that images we love activate a primitive part of the brain called the ventral striatum, strongly linked to deep emotions and rewards that motivate our behavior, as well as the opioid-rich parahippocampus, the same region Taylor found stimulated in subjects viewing fractals. When the poet and writer Diane Ackerman writes of craving the visual opium of a sunset, she is not being as metaphorical as she thinks. According to Volchanov, nature makes us happy because of a neural mechanism in our ventral visual pathway that is tuned to a mid-level frequency range like a clear radio signal. When it finds it, happy molecules flow. This is the brain spot Volchanov wants to target with his app. To show me how it works, we pulled up a bunch of images on the internet. We held up the phone to the photographs and watched as a small bar on the image moved like a thermometer from green, good, to white, neutral, to red, stressful. The app will also give the image an absolute score of restorativeness between 0 and 100 and code them to these colors. Some of the ratings were predictable. Forest Vale, very green. Lake, ditto. Urban intersections, red. Simple buildings, neutral. Shanghai skyline under blue sky, neutral. But when I pulled up a snowy meadow flanked by a snow-covered peak, the kind you would see on a travel brochure for the Rockies, the app went to reddish. What's up with that? I asked. Well, it's jagged and it's white and the trees look dead, because it's winter. But it's beautiful, I said. When I'm skiing in places like this, I'm definitely in my happy place. The app isn't taking into account your activity or endorphins or oxygen to your brain. I'm just analyzing the face value of the environment. According to Wilson's biophilia hypothesis, people would react strongly to dead trees. But these aren't dead. It's just winter. It's pretty. There's a difference between pretty and psychologically valuable. He adjusted my hands in front of the image. If you point the camera a bit upwards to get more of the blue sky, it will rate better. He shrugged. I'm not saying it's perfect. Taylor, Volchanov, and others have shown that nature images even on a screen can elicit fast, positive responses in our brains. But if nature, real nature, is what the visual system was actually built to look at, maybe we should let those looks linger. Because when we're stuck indoors looking at screens, our eyes aren't happy. Mine get dry and start to hurt. I went to my eye doctor for eye pain, and she was like, "Welcome to the club. You're a starer," she told me. A starer. I suddenly felt like a creepy ogre. "You don't blink," she said. I blinked. I blinked again. It felt weird. "When we stare at screens all day, we blink less," she said. "We all do it." She sent me off with some eye drops and told me to make myself blink 20 times in a row as often as I can remember. Aside from dryness, weird things start happening to our eyes in the absence of outdoor space and light. One clue was a study from China that found twice the rates of myopia, nearsightedness, in wealthier, urban parts of the country than in rural areas. In Shanghai, a stupendous 86% of high school students need eyeglasses. As recent studies in Ohio, Singapore, and Australia found, the real difference between those with myopia and those without is the number of hours they spend outside. Sunlight stimulates the release of dopamine from the retina, which in turn appears to prevent the eyeball from growing too oblong. Indoor and outdoor light are totally different beasts. Even on overcast days, outdoor light is 10 times brighter and covers vastly more of the light spectrum. Educators are scrambling to come up with solutions, including installing full-spectrum indoor lights and glass ceilings over classrooms. There's a better solution: go outside. I find the intellectual compulsion to break apart the pieces of nature and examine them one by one both interesting and troubling. I understand it's the way science typically works. To understand a system, you have to understand the parts, find the mechanism, put your flag on a piece of new ground. The poets would find this is nonsense. It's not just the smell of a cypress, or the sound of the birds, or the color green that unlocks the pathway to health in our brains. We're full sensory beings, or at least we were once built to be. Isn't it possible that it's only when you open all the doors literally and figuratively that the real magic happens? For that, you need more than a few moments on a screen or in nature. You need, to be exact, 5 hours a month. Part 3. 5 hours a month. 6. You may squat down and feel a plant. The faint whisper of rain and running water was still there, and it had the same tender note of solitude and perfection. Tove Jansson. ONCE. Upon a time in Finland, there were little forest spirits who could put spells on people who were too noisy or who treated the forest with disrespect. The victims would experience a condition called metsanpietto, which translates as being covered by the forest. In this state they suddenly found themselves unable to get their bearings. Nothing looked familiar. A kind of intense fascination would overcome them. They could hallucinate and experience supernatural phenomena. Long after the birth of Christ, strong pagan beliefs continued in the boreal lands between the Baltic and North Seas. Met San Pietro is well documented into the 19th century, and, like other religious experiences, was more commonly experienced by women and children. The celebrated Finnish poet V.A. Koskeniemi dedicated a poem to the condition in 1930. It is a favorite of Marko Leppänen, a journalist and activist, who read it aloud to me in sonorous, incomprehensible Finnish on a small island in the Helsinki archipelago. Met San Pietro is not necessarily negative, explained Leppänen, a tall, lean, smooth-skinned man in green woolens standing over a stunted pine. Met San Pietro is about getting lost in beauty. It could have a taste of freedom, nature union, and joy. The poem is suggesting that. In other words, Met San Pietro is a little like forest bathing on acid. It's very Finnish. It's also the opposite of the short-term window view effect of nature. It represents a deeper surrender to the forces of the forest. Many health experts here believe modern times call for a full, if still only occasional, immersion in nature. They're trying to figure out how much time outdoors is needed for healthy, ordinary citizens to stay sane. Leppänen is fascinated by the mind-altering, health-giving effects of wildish landscapes, and he wants to share them with others who visit him on the island of Vartiosaari. One of many small cones of forested bedrock emerging from the Baltic Sea, the rugged isle lies within Helsinki's city limits. In winter, people walk across the sea ice to get here, and nearly every year someone falls through and drowns. By the time I arrived on a sunny day in May, the ice had melted and we took a quick dinghy ride. Leppänen, who appears ageless but is actually 44, is the island's unofficial groundskeeper, druid, and spokesperson. Amid the ferns, pines and craggy sea cliffs on the tiny island sit a dozen or so houses, a grid of garden plots, and, thanks to Leppänen, a nature trail. Considered a rogue nature preserve, Vartiosaari hosts an unusually rich collection of woody plant species in a variety of landscapes. The whole island is only 83 hectares, yet it feels much larger, said Leppänen. Many people manage to get lost here, but they seem to be happy after many hours of being lost. I think it's a health effect to get lost. In the early 20th century, a managing director of Nokia, then a wood pulp and rubber company, liked the island of Vartiosaari so much that he quit his job to live there, building a house called Quisasana, from the Latin, meaning where one heals. To enhance the island's salutary attributes and create more momentum to protect the place from encroaching development, Leppänen cobbled together some funding from the Finnish Forest Research Institute and the city of Helsinki and marked out a health nature trail, complete with signposts, recommended exercises, and descriptions. This isn't your typical park fitness trail. Our first stop was a big grey boulder, a glacial erratic that toppled off an iceberg when the island was once underwater. The far-traveling rock, said Leppänen, reminds us of the importance of moving, of exercise. It's a metaphysical stairmaster. We walked on a few paces and arrived at a small outdoor chapel featuring a stone altar, a timbered cross and bark-sided benches to remind us of spirituality in nature. Next we considered a mutant pine tree, growing outward at waist height instead of growing upward. Leppänen called it the Table of Tapio after a Finnish forest god. This can be for our offerings, a symbol of gratitude, he said. To be grateful is good for your health. Today we can be grateful to ourselves for visiting this forest. We walked along to a stone-laid labyrinth the size of a large living room. This was constructed by locals in 1999, but it's a nod to an ancient islander tradition. No one's really sure what the old labyrinths were for, but to Leppänen they represent mystery, wandering and play. This is about the time it struck me that the Finland of grown ups is not unlike my daughter's old Waldorf preschool in Boulder, complete with paganistic rites, woodcrafts, and Middle-earth symbology. In fact, J.R.R. Tolkien was reportedly influenced by the Kalevala, a Finnish creation epic in which the world is born from the cracked egg of a diving duck. The group I was hiking with even broke for a snack circle. They didn't start singing or making headpieces out of twigs, but I could see it coming. To the Finnish, being outdoors in nature isn't about paying homage to nature or to ourselves, the way it tends to be for Americans. We fetishize our life lists, catalog peaks bagged and capture the pristine scenes of grand wilderness. It is largely an individual experience. For the Finnish, though, nature is about expressing a close-knit collective identity. Nature is where they can exult in their nationalistic obsessions of berry picking, mushrooming, fishing, lake swimming and Nordic skiing. They don't watch moose, they eat them the way their ancestors did. And they do these things often. According to large surveys, the average Finn engages in nature-based recreation 2 to 3 times per week. 58% of Finns go berry picking, 35% cross-country ski, often in Arctic darkness, under lights in large city parks. 70% hike regularly, compared to the European and American average of about 30%. 50% of Finns ride bikes, 20% jog and 30% walk a dog, and I particularly like this one, 5% of the population, or 250,000 people, partake in long-distance ice skating. All told, over 95% of Finns regularly spend time recreating in the outdoors. It could be that the Finnish exist in something of an arrested state of development, or perhaps the rest of us somehow got overdeveloped. We put down our floral wreaths earlier, acting, for better or worse, like civilized grown ups. Finland is highly unique among Western countries for urbanizing very late in the game. It wasn't until the 1960s and 70s that masses of people finally went to cities. Before that we were forest people, said Leppänen as we walked the soft forest paths. We haven't had opportunity to escape nature. It's very thin, this urban layer. You can still today see, we are walking here in the capital city and it's 7 kilometers to the heart of the city, yet this could be from hundreds of kilometers away. This is an intact nature landscape. It could be different, if we were living many generations in an urban setting. To him, civilization is like the spring sea ice, transparent, the wild pulse below still sensate. Being just 2 generations removed from the land and being a nation with few immigrants means that nearly everyone still has a grandparent on a farm or woodlot. Those grandparents still live in country houses, or they own a modest, seasonal country house even if they've moved to the city. Finland has 5 million people, and 2 million kesmäki, or summer cottages, so almost every family still has a rural, nature-based anchor. It's a middle-class real estate paradise. Finland scores high on global scales of happiness. Many people assume this is because there isn't much income disparity here. But perhaps it's also because everyone has access to what makes them happy: a bunch of lakes, forests, and coastlines, combined with ridiculously long, state-sanctioned vacations and a midnight sun. Of course, there is a flip side, the grim, dark winters, when Finns drink too much and act up, unless they're skiing. Like many Finnish gensers, Marko Leppänen grew up chasing butterflies. He spent nights in trees by himself as an 11-year-old while his American counterparts were playing Pac-Man in suburban split levels where the only moss was the color of the shag carpet. Until recently, Finns have lived off the land, both emotionally and economically. Sure, Finland came up with the flip phone, Angry Birds, and the wildly popular set of comics by Tove Jansson built around Moomin the Talking Snowman. But the nation's dominant industry is forest products, in the form of renewable fuel for clean burning, energy plants and paper pulp. Finland is the most forested country in Europe, with trees covering 74% of the land. As one visiting British journalist noted, the view was a bit sammy. The forests are mostly privately owned in small holdings, but, mirabile dictu, at least to an American mindset, there is virtually no such thing as trespassing. Finnish law operates under the concept of jokamiehenoikeus, or every man's right, which means anyone can traipse over anyone else's land, picking berries, picking mushrooms, picking their nose, whatever. They can even camp and make campfires. The only things they can't do are cut timber or hunt game. Right to roam laws in a few other aggressively democratic European countries such as Denmark, Norway, and Scotland are similar but not quite as lenient. To many Americans, this sounds like a socialist takeover of private property. Contrast these laws to the My Castle laws in states like Montana, where you actually have the protected right to shoot trespassers dead. To the Finnish, though, jokamiehenoikeus is the essence of freedom, because it means you can walk forever. In a small country where everyone is distantly related, the please share nicely concept works. It makes sense, then, that the Finnish are uniquely devoted to their forests, and are coughing up cash to study them if for no other reason than to justify their constitutionally protected frolicking. Although they do have other motivations, and some of them we can relate to, the Finns report increasing levels of stress, depression, and obesity as they move into urban environments. That National Recreation Survey that mentioned long-distance ice skating also noted that, in almost all categories, frequency of outdoor activities has dropped in the last 10 years, no doubt replaced by staring at brightly lit devices inside their houses. Even the Finns can't resist them. The country has some choices to make. If time in forests can be shown to reduce healthcare costs, improve mental health and promote fitness, planners can use that information to argue against paving places like Vartiosaari as Helsinki grows. Even if we think the Finns are nomish outliers, we can likely learn a few things from what researchers here have discovered. Liisa Tirvainen frequents a Helsinki restaurant called Karna, which means bark, as in tree, not dog. She used to be an ecologist, but she got tired of feeling that her research didn't really matter to planners and policymakers, so she got a PhD in economics. She studied how things like forest and park views dramatically increase housing values. The phenomenon of what nature means to Finnish politicians is all about how to valuate it, she said while giving me a tour of Helsinki's parks. She became intrigued by the research out of Japan indicating that forests had concrete physiological effects on human health. In a country like Finland, which is trying to figure out how to manage its vast forests for the benefit of people and industry, the health piece, if real, seemed like it could be another useful column in the national spreadsheets. Is it worth saving natural areas or not? I'm wanting more data. I don't want to be part of rubbish research, hugging trees, she said. Now Tirvainen runs a research division at the National Resources Institute of Finland, a government-funded agency. She visited Japan and then invited some of the Shinrin-yoku researchers over to Finland to advise her on setting up similar experiments. She had some issues with the Japanese protocols and wanted to tweak the experimental design. Miyazaki and his colleagues were mostly studying young Japanese men in small groups. Tirvainen wanted bigger studies and better controls. In the Japanese experiment I observed, for instance, one group was loaded into a van and driven a couple of hours to a park, while the other group went straight to downtown. It's possible that some of the lower blood pressure and cortisol levels attributed to nature could just be the result of more time to space out on the drive. Tirvainen secured close to $16 million for a series of studies known as the Green Health and Research Project. In Tirvainen's Japan-inspired studies, all participants sat in a van for the same amount of time and they included more women, more adults, and more office workers. Also, the Japan team studied hardcore urban versus hardcore nature. Tirvainen wanted to look at environments available to everyone in the city, a busy street, a managed city park, and a more wild forest park. The managed park resembles parts of New York's Central Park that are manicured and landscaped, such as the boat pond and surrounding meadows. The forest park, Helsinki's beloved Central Park, reminds me of the deep parts of the Ramble but with bigger, taller pines and some straight avenues. Tirvainen also wanted to measure blood pressure because of its known links to stress and disease. It's the long-term physiological benefits we're interested in. We'd like to follow these people. And she was hunting for more granular information. What is an optimal amount, location, type, and size of nature spaces for health in everyday living environments? Tirvainen's team is interested in what ails normal working people and what helps them. Their aim is not to improve productivity per SE but to lower national healthcare costs and to provide city planners with data for managing green space. If she can help make people feel better, that's fine too, but she's an economist, not a social worker. In Europe, 60% of job-related health problems are, like bad backs, musculoskeletal. But the next highest category, 14%, is psychological, stress, depression, and anxiety. The Finnish call it burnout syndrome, and it significantly taxes both employers and government health agencies. I had to guffaw a bit when I heard about Finnish worker stress. The Finns typically work 8-hour days. About 80% of workers are unionized. They get 5-week vacations, pensions, and health care, as well as 1-year paid parental leave. Men as well as women are encouraged to take time off. When I was sending scores of emails overseas for this book, I would frequently receive messages that the recipient was on parental leave for the next several seasons and not checking email. If these workers are stressed out, what did this bode for Americans, 25% of whom get no paid vacation at all? The Finnish government is funding Terveinen because it knows it has a limited pool of workers in a small country. As her colleague Jessica de Bloom told me, in other countries, you select the right person for the job and if that person gets burned out, then you find another person. Here, you keep that individual as long as possible, you keep them happy. So while the Japanese researchers had given their subjects questionnaires about mood, Terveinen's team decided to add other quantifiable measures of restoration, vitality, and creativity, all related to happiness on the job. If the Kaplan's attention restoration theory is correct, the Finns would expect to see higher scores after time in nature. Sample questions for restoration: participants are supposed to rate the statements on a scale I feel calm. I have enthusiasm and energy for everyday routines. I feel focused and alert. Sample question for vitality: I feel alive and vital. And for creativity: I got several new ideas. While self-answered questionnaires aren't as sexy or reliable as objective measures of brain waves and hormone levels, sometimes the participants can guess what the researchers are after, potentially biasing results. In larger studies they tend to be pretty accurate, especially in conjunction with other types of physiological or cognitive tests. In one study, Terveinen and her colleagues asked 3,000 city dwellers about their emotional and restorative experiences in nature. They found the biggest boosts occurred after 5 hours a month in natural settings. Terveinen wanted to drill deeper into the data, so for another study, her team took 82 office workers, mostly women, to each of the 3 different sites: city center, manicured park, and forest park. At each place, before and after sitting for 15 minutes and then after walking leisurely for 30 minutes, the researchers collected questionnaires, saliva samples, blood pressure, and heart rate data. Throughout, the volunteers were instructed not to speak to each other, to eliminate the positive psychological benefits of socializing. If people felt happy, it would not be from making friends. The results turned out to be what scientists call beautiful. There were significant effects and linear dose responses that followed predictions. Compared to sitting in the van, the volunteers did not feel psychologically restored in the city, but they did in the park and forest. They experienced these changes relatively quickly, after just 15 minutes of sitting outside. After the short walk, these restorative feelings continued to increase. The more time people spent in the green areas, the better they reported feeling, and the effects were slightly stronger for those in the wilder forest. But the benefits weren't just about relaxation. On measures of vitality, which you'd think might rise in the city, only nature did the trick, although it took the full 45 minutes. Both the vitality and restoration scores dropped in the city, to the point where participants in the park or forest felt 20% better than their urban peers. The greenies also felt stronger positive emotions and lower negative emotions, and the respondents reported feeling more creative. On the objective measures, cortisol levels dropped in all 3 settings, perhaps a result of being away from work demands, speculated Terveinen. The good news for city dwellers is that just 15 to 45 minutes in a city park, even one with pavement, crowds, and some street noise, were enough to improve mood, vitality, and feelings of restoration. The results of our experiment suggest that the large urban parks, more than 5 hectares, and large urban woodlands have positive well-being effects on urban inhabitants, and in particular for healthy middle-aged women, the study concluded, as published in the Journal of Environmental Psychology. The results supported the earlier 5 hours a month recommendation. But the researchers also noted the dose-response relationship: the more nature, the better you feel. To elevate mood and stave off depression most reliably, Tirvainen told me, 5 hours per month is the lowest amount of time to get the effect, then after, if you can go for 10 hours, you will reach a new level of feeling better and better. I did some quick calculations. 5 hours per month means getting out there in the verdure a couple of times a week for about 30 minutes. To achieve 10 hours a month requires spending about 30 minutes in nature 5 days per week. Or, as one of Tirvainen's colleagues told me, 2 to 3 days per month outside the city would bring the same effect. No wonder country houses are so popular, the Finnish nervous system needs them. The Finnish-approved nature cure won't work for everyone, because these results reflect averages. But in a country with a high proportion of mildly depressed people, if it works for even a small percentage, it will translate into huge savings for the national healthcare system. And in Finland, parks and woodlands are an easy solution. Nature here is cheap and free for everyone, said Tirvainen. If Tirvainen is interested in valuing forests for the sake of the Finnish economy, one of her collaborators, Kalevi Kurpila, is motivated by a desire to boost the dark Nordic psyche. The Finnish word for healthy, terv, derives from the word for hardy pine, able to withstand storms. Finns withstand a lot, long, dark winters, freezing temperatures, a collective historic memory of being regularly invaded and colonized by Swedes and Russians. From the Swedes, they learned brooding. From the Russians, they learned drinking. The Finns themselves are notoriously taciturn, introverted, and a bit shy. One study found that of many nationalities in the world, the Finns are the most comfortable with long silences. They are not chatty. There's been much discussion of the Scandinavian paradox. Countries like Sweden, Denmark, and Finland rank very high on happiness indexes, but they also suffer high rates of suicide. Kurpila's grandfather fought the brutal winter battles of World War II and, like so many survivors of his generation, ended up suffering silently. Nobody knew how to talk to these broken men about their pain, which was immortalized in classics like Väinö Linna's The Unknown Soldier, Finland's all-time best-selling novel. Kurpila, an experimental psychologist at the University of Tampere, has spent most of the last 20 years studying how different environments make us feel. Unusual for psychologists 2 decades ago, he was most drawn to positive psychology, or what made us feel good. From his experiences during childhood, when he and his older brother had the run of the town while their parents worked long hours, he knew that place mattered to his own psyche and might for others as well. Tampere itself is not terribly impressive geographically. A city of about 250,000 people 90 minutes north of Helsinki by train, it was founded by Swedish King Gustav III at the relatively late date of 1779. The city sits along a set of rapids now corralled into a hydro dam on the Tamerkoski River. Overlooking the city is the highest esker in the world. I didn't know what an esker is either. It's basically a glacial moraine. This feature is more like a geological speed bump than a mountain, rising only 85 meters. The fact that the Finns are so proud of it tells you what you need to know about the country's topography. You won't find majestic peaks or canyons. Marshes are so predominant here that the country gets 9% of its electricity from peat gas. Finland is the Saudi Arabia of peat. Still, the close connection between people and the land is evident from Kurpila's own life and work. As a teenager, I used to sometimes go run in the woods and stop at a big rock where you could see the lake, he said. I noticed it was a way of calming myself and regulating my emotions, so I had this habit of going and stopping there. Now a trim professor sporting facial hair reminiscent of Freud's goatee period, Kurpila has become known for studies about favorite places and their positive influence on mental health. In his studies, when he asks respondents to name their favorite places, over 60% describe a natural area such as lake, beach, park, garden, or woods. If there was something special about nature, Kurpila wanted to find out how quickly it worked on our emotional brains. If the psychoevolutionary theory of Roger Ulrich, hospital window guy, is correct, then our responses to pleasant nature spots should be automatic, and perhaps immediate. One classic way to measure positive and negative emotions is to show people pictures of faces and have them rate them for moods like fear, anger, happiness, and surprise, while timing the exercise. Happier people will recognize happiness in others more quickly, and take longer to recognize fear or disgust. Kurpila primed a group of volunteers by quickly showing them photographs of various scenes that had been manipulated along a spectrum from urban to buildings with trees to just trees or parkland without structures. After each photo, the volunteers were asked to identify the emotions in pictures of the faces he showed them. Interestingly, after looking at scenes with more nature, the subjects were quicker to recognize happiness and slower to recognize negative emotions like anger and fear. The inverse was true after the more urban shots. In other words, looking at nature photos made them behave, instantly, in happier ways. To Kurpila, the study confirmed Ulrich's hypothesis of nature causing a rapid emotional response at a subconscious level. As we've seen in Part 1, nature appears to have some immediate effects, a lower pulse rate and the beginnings of a parasympathetic nervous system response leading to feelings of peace and well-being. Kurpila scoured the literature and came up with a sort of time-response matrix. Thanks to his faces study, he knew the quickest responses. Within 200 milliseconds, people react positively when they see images of nature, he explained. The picture you've seen affects how you respond, because the picture evokes your emotions. Moving up the matrix, Ulrich's experiments with the bloody woodshop videos followed by nature videos showed a decrease in subjects' heart rates, in facial muscle tension, and changes in skin conductance typically occurring within 4 to 7 minutes. The Japanese and Finnish studies found lower blood pressure, lower circulating cortisol and improved mood after 15 to 20 minutes. At around 45 or 50 minutes of being in nature, many subjects show stronger cognitive performance as well as feelings of vitality and psychological reflection. What if Kurpila could thread all these observations together in a way that enhanced the effects in a real-world application? He came up with the idea of a power trail, a well-signed, self-guided nature walk that maximizes nature's beneficial effects. Hikers wouldn't need a specially certified ranger or a class or a big healing forest, just some views, ideally including water, and strategic instructions. In 2010, the Ikollinen Spa in central Finland let Kurpila construct a trail network around its property with government funding. And about the word spa, lest you think it connotes an exclusive enclave for ladies in Lululemon, you should know that, in Finland, spa visits are a federal benefit for workers in need. Yet another reason to brave the sea ice and move to Finland. The trail was an immediate success, according to Kurpila and Tervainen, and now there are half a dozen similar ones throughout Northern Europe. They surveyed the hikers who use them, and found that 79% said their moods had improved, with greater boosts in those who walked the longer loop, 6.6 kilometers, than the shorter loop, 4.4 kilometers. Gender, age and, interestingly, weather had no effect on the results. But they also found that about 15 to 20% of people just don't dig it. These people may hate bugs, or the sky, or whatever, and no matter how biophilic their brains are supposed to be, they simply can't relax in nature. To test it out for myself, I headed out to Spaville with Kurpila in his silver Peugeot. To be honest, it was sort of relaxing from the get-go. I was also experiencing what social scientists call the novelty effect, in which things that are new and fresh can make us feel good. This is why we like to travel, peruse the photos in National Geographic and even fall in love serially. I was in love with the lack of midweek traffic in rural Finland. It was May, and so we passed rolling fields of canola flowers, young corn, and wheat. We stopped for lunch at a cafe in a log house that was painted baby blue. We grazed from a buffet featuring slabs of mousse with lingonberries. The novelty effect was in full swing. Once settled into the spa's parking lot, Kirpila pulled out a blood pressure machine. I sat silently for 2 minutes and then measured my levels, which were already in the mellow zone. Leaving Kirpila to his own personal power trail moment, I set out on the path, which meandered past the spa's wood-burning saunas, around a lake, and literally over hill and dale. It was a walk in the country, pleasant but not spectacular. There were birds and blossoms and trees along with a few houses and tractors and woodpiles. Being alone, said Kirpila, is a good way to maximize certain benefits, especially the ones having to do with self-reflection. Of course, the Finns would say being alone in nature is best, they are notoriously introverted. But 30 years ago, the psychologist Joachim Wallwill agreed, writing that natural environments experienced in solitude seemed especially restorative to people who are mentally fatigued or socially stressed. I get it. I love being alone in nature when it feels safe. Women, not surprisingly, tend to rate being alone in nature as more stressful than men do, because of concerns for safety. Right after setting out, I came to a sign on the trail, marking the first of 9 stations. I pulled out a piece of paper with Kirpila's English translations. Station 1 was a cognitive task, it showed 2 line drawings of a busy picnic scene around a lake. I was to find and count all the differences between the 2 images. For example, one included a woodpecker on a tree limb while the other showed no woodpecker. There was also a brief questionnaire asking me to rank how I felt on a scale of 1 to 5. This is called the Restorative Outcome Scale, frequently carted out for psych studies. The statements include: I am feeling calm and relaxed, I am alert and focused, I'm enthusiastic and energetic, and all my everyday worries are away. I'd repeat both tasks at the end of the hike and compare my scores. Farther along, Station 2 sported a sign instructing me to look at the ground and the sky, breathe deeply and relax my shoulders. Feel your mind and body becoming calm, it said. When I looked up, I saw power lines, which deflated me, until I remembered that this trail is lit for winter skiing. That made me happy again. Station 3 asked walkers to listen to the sounds of nature and let your thoughts run free. Also, you may squat down and feel a plant. Station 4 asked me to walk to a spot nearby where I feel peaceful. Station 5, identify your mood and state of mind. And so on, through to finding an element of nature from the view in front of you that could be a metaphor for yourself. I chose a tall tree sheltering smaller trees. I missed my kids and was getting sentimental now. At the end of the walk, I retook the cognitive test and questionnaire. If you score more than 10 points higher on the scale, the interpretive sign essentially tells you that you need to get your butt into nature as often as you possibly can. If your scores were the same or lower, you should just go home and turn on some European football. I scored 5 points higher, which meant this kind of walking suits you and you should try it again sometime, translated Kirpila. The whole exercise felt a bit like taking a personality quiz in the back of Mademoiselle. What does your favorite snack food say about you? Or from the internet, which Muppet are you? Psychological questionnaires gained popularity in the 1920s, when Carl Jung was writing about personality types. Not sure Jung had Kermit in mind, but people love these tests. If they get people out hiking more, so much the better. My cognitive test scores and my blood pressure results were more inconclusive. My compare the illustrations scores were the same. My systolic pressure dropped quite a bit, 6 points, but my diastolic went up 9 points. A lot of things affect blood pressure, including states of hydration, so I'd call it a question mark. My heart rate, though, dropped a point. I was relaxed before the hike and still relaxed after it. For now, I was off to sip some calendula tea and sample finished chocolate from a farm cafe. I was beginning to wonder if reporting about the pleasures of nature was making me too mentally stable to be a reliable research subject. But for stressed-out workers, Kurpila sees quick, regular visits to green space as having enormous potential to relieve the daily grind. Based on his studies, he said a 30 to 40-minute walk seems to be enough for physiological changes and mood changes and probably for attention. The 5 hours a month recommendation stands for those of us in need of a short tonic and as a way to ward off everyday bloss. But what if you're not just a frazzled worker? What if you've got bigger problems? It would be up to the Scots and the Swedes to figure out how to get already seriously depressed people into the woods and gardens and make them stay there for a while. 12 weeks ought to do it. 7. Garden of Hedon. Clearings. That's what I needed. Slowly my brain righted itself into spaces unused for months. Helen MacDonald. In the Gaelic poem Hallag, by Sorley MacLean, a man is forced to leave his favourite grove of trees for America during the land clearances of the 19th century. This poem, worshipped by so many in Scotland, speaks directly to the national soul in its tragedy, sentiment, and land love. I'm finding it difficult not to cry when I think about it, and I'm English, an ecologist named Peter Higgins told me. The landscape here, as in Finland, is a unifying force, rooted in the bones of people who grew up with it. It's also rooted in the Gaelic language itself. There's the word wheat, to rain slightly, and williwa, a sudden, violent squall, and voir, to flit about as foliage does in wind, and that's just the WS. How perfect is this, Crizzle, the sound and action of open water as it freezes? For all that landed pride, though, Scotland is a country divided in ways that places like Finland and South Korea are not. It is divided not just over the perennial question of whether to cleave from England. The urban poor are unmoored from the land, and from Scotland's deep culture of resilience. Some would argue the two are related. Consequently, the country's attitude toward nature has a more desperate tinge. The survival of a culture and of a people are in play. The idea of spending more time outdoors is emerging as an important tool for regaining health and sanity already lost. Nowhere is the country's social divide more evident than in Glasgow. Upon arriving, I was immediately struck by the down and out vibe just below my hotel. Edinburgh is all lovingly preserved stone architecture, uni students rushing about, tourists buying tweed, and Harry Potter fans taking selfies in front of the Elephant House Cafe, where J.K. Rowling did some scribbling. But downtown Glasgow recalls the Bowery of the 1930s, sleeveless drunks in the middle of the day, young people smoking sullenly on the streets. Here, the underclass is largely white, hopped up, and pissed off. Parts of Greater Glasgow face the lowest life expectancies in all of the European Union. In some neighbourhoods a man can expect to live to 54, while 12 miles away he will live to 82. 60% of the city's excess deaths are triggered by just 4 things: drugs, alcohol, suicide, and violence. Alcohol-related deaths increased fourfold between 1991 and 2002. The main cause, economic disparities driven by 4 generations of unemployment following the dismantling of manufacturing and mining in the 1970s and 1980s. It's this divide that gets Richard Mitchell, an English epidemiologist at the University of Glasgow, up in the morning. While the Finnish and Japanese nature studies targeted the educated middle class, Mitchell is looking at the beaten-down poor. He's spent years researching effective messaging for preventing alcoholism and obesity. Now, though, he's turned to the environment itself. Long fascinated by why some places breed healthy people and some places don't, he was intrigued by research in the Netherlands to start looking at maps of green space. Dutch studies had shown remarkable mental and physical health benefits of living within half a mile of green space, including reductions in diabetes, chronic pain, and even migraines. Mitchell wondered if one of the main reasons for the association was simply exercise. This assumption makes sense. When we are out in nature, we are generally self-propelled, breathing in oxygen, liberating our lungs and our cardiac capillaries from their usual cramped, desk-hunched configurations, and arresting, temporarily, the slow backward death march of our telomeres. Exercise as a cure for all things has been so drilled into the public health establishment that it crowds out everything else, with the possible exception of quitting smoking and washing hands. So Mitchell read the first wave of large European studies about the restorative effects of nature with a great deal of eye-rolling. Those studies, published in the early 2000s, linked nearby greenery to everything from longer lives and fewer chronic diseases to higher birth weight babies. There were simply too many confounds, as he put it. How could any scientist possibly attribute health to nature when the people most likely to be near nature were already healthy, already exercising, already relatively wealthy, and so on? Take Mitchell himself. He grew up tromping around the moors near Exeter in the 1980s with his mum and dad. He read National Geographic's In the Attic, played bass guitar and enjoyed an early form of geocaching outdoors called letterboxing. His parents suggested he become a scientist, so he did. It would be as preposterous to say it was the windy fens that made him a success as it would be to credit his favorite ham sammies. Beyond the confounds, it's easier to understand exercise than nature and trees, he said. The neuroscience is bomb-proof on exercise. Physical activity changes the brain to improve memory and to slow aging, it improves mood and lowers anxiety. In children, it increases the capacity to learn. Some studies show it is as effective as antidepressants for alleviating mild depression without the unwanted side effects. By contrast, our collective physical inertia, credited with 1.9 million deaths worldwide annually, is new to our species and getting worse. In pre-industrial times, we expended about 1,000 kilocalories per day on physical activity, now we expend an average of about 300. What changed Mitchell's mind, gradually, was reading the studies from Japan that showed lower stress among forest walkers but not city walkers. There were also some studies showing that people who lived near parks and green areas were healthier, even though they didn't necessarily exercise in them. There was something else going on. And that something else had the potential to make a difference in people's lives. But he still didn't discount the role of exercise. Time in nature, as the structure of this book suggests, appears to have a dose curve. 5 minutes is good, a 30-minute stroll is better. When you combine exercise and nature, the effects get bigger. Maybe it's just additive. But maybe it's more than that, he said. To show me, he invited me to join him for some rambling, the favorite national pastime, especially when it involves drinking whiskey. We met at Mitchell's walk-up garret of an office on campus, out of which he runs the Center for Research on Environment, Society and Health. Mitchell is wiry and tall, and had to fold himself into his car for the short drive to the edge of town. We'd be ascending Dumgoyne, part of a chain of volcanic hills circling the city to the north. Kitted out with hiking boots, a knapsack filled with waterproofs and 2 walking poles, he eyed my worn sneakers and array of notebooks, cameras and recording equipment. He offered me a pole, but I declined. It was a beautiful day in June, and the countryside was blindingly green. This is one of the most popular day hikes in Glasgow, and I figured the trail would be dry and solid. I'm used to real mountains, after all. That was my first surprise about rambling in Scotland, there aren't really trails. It's so damp and green that the grass grows faster than human feet can stamp it out. One walks on tufts and clumps of sedges, moss, rock, and clover. Straight up, and then straight down. This will get your heart rate up, he said. It did, for about an hour. The landscape was ridiculously, lavishly beautiful. We vaulted ancient stone fences lined with blossoming pink foxgloves. Sheep grazed in the fields and a kestrel circled overhead. At the top, we came upon a small group of Boy Scouts. Behind them stretched a 360-degree view of the soft green carpet of Scotland, piling up toward the nearby West Highlands. The colour suffused through the land, erasing the roads and houses. We ate some sammies and took pictures. Before we'd gone very far on the way down, I banana slipped, scraping my hands but saving the notebook. Mitchell wordlessly offered a pole again, and this time I accepted. I asked him why rambling, as they call it, is so crazy popular in Scotland. Hiking, a term reserved for overnight backpacking, is considered a bit of a hippie thing. Mitchell shrugged and said it's probably because of the country's friendly and ancient right-to-roam laws, which are more lenient than elsewhere in the UK and allow you to tramp anywhere across private land, provided you don't steal the sheep, dig up the gardenias, or hunt the landlord's stags. Walking is the most popular sport in Scotland, with Scots taking 2.2 million short walks and 1.8 million long walks per year. I didn't see figures for attendant tick bites, but Mitchell says he digs 2 or 3 ticks out of his skin every year. But it wasn't until we ran into a couple eagerly descending on their way to the Glengoyne distillery that I really understood the national obsession. The hills of Scotland are made of peat, and each region has a slightly different mix of soil, moisture, temperature, and exposure. Many of the proper single malts use barley dried with smoke from the surrounding bog. This is Scottish terroir. We passed a creek, known as a burn, whose water supplies the Glengoyne distillery before making its way to Loch Lomond, where Rob Roy hid from the English in a cave and where, nearly a century later, William Wordsworth would fall in love with a dairy maid. To a Scot, each walk is steeped in poetry and spirits, in blood, rebellion, and national yearning. Down from our ramble and back in the garret, Mitchell showed me some bright statistical graphs. In a study that he and colleague Frank Popham published in The Lancet, they compared early mortality and disease, in those under age 65, in England with neighbourhood green space, defined as open, undeveloped land with natural vegetation including parks, forests, playing fields, and river corridors. It was a huge study, combing records of 40 million people. We quite like death as outcome, quipped Mitchell. We know if they're dead something is wrong with them. In the greener neighbourhoods, death rates were lower for everyone after adjusting for income. Notably, though, deaths were not down for lung cancer, which is not a stress-related cancer and was correctly predicted not to be associated with green space. Cardio deaths, however, were down 4 to 5%, which is a big deal given the large population size. But when the researchers looked specifically at death and disease per income level, some interesting patterns emerged. The research showed that income-related health disparities were greatest in areas with the least green. Here, poor people were twice as likely to die as their rich neighbors. In the greenest areas, though, poorer people did relatively much better, starting to catch up to the longer lives of the rich. In other words, there was something protective about the greenery for the most deprived people, either by providing more areas for exercise or by otherwise buffering poverty-related stress. It's important to issue the standard caveat here, although the study was very large and carefully parsed, it's a cross-sectional study, not a case control study, meaning it captures a moment in time, making it hard to say with certainty that it was green space and not something else about those neighborhoods causing these effects. So to learn more, Mitchell later analyzed maps, neighborhood services, not just parks but transportation, shops, cultural amenities, and so on, and mental health data from 21,000 residents of 34 European countries, which he published in 2015 in the American Journal of Preventive Medicine. Only one neighborhood service seemed to have a link with inequalities in mental well-being: green, recreational services, he said. In fact, inequality in mental well-being among those with the best access to recreational, green areas was about 40% less than those with the worst access. This finding would have thrilled Olmsted, the poorest people were the most helped. Parks indeed appeared to be a social leveler. Mitchell has his own phrases for these green spaces: they are equigenic, and disruptors of inequality. But a weird conundrum emerged. When Mitchell turned his attention to Scotland, the pattern wasn't as noticeable. The poorest of the poor were not accessing green space at all, even when it was all around, and Glasgow, as we've seen, is bloody green. Its name means dear green place. But the woodlands near public housing estates had been neglected, trashed, and taken over by ruffians. A favorite park pastime is wheeling in green garbage bins, not the blue ones, they wouldn't do, lighting them on fire and then inhaling the fumes. Not surprisingly, these emerald areas were actually sources of stress. Jane Jacobs anticipated this in her 1961 classic The Death and Life of Great American Cities, in which she assailed most city parks as places that exaggerate the dullness, the danger, the emptiness. Her solution was to throw the baby out altogether, to pave over the parks. Streets and sidewalks, not parks, were the life of the city, she argued. She was not able to foretell the disappearance of children from sidewalks and the astonishing rise of obesity and chronic diseases. Mitchell, on the other hand, saw a failure of civic community. Here was an opportunity for public health experts to make a difference. And so they are trying. The Scottish government has newly embraced some radical policies. One is cleaning up the woodlands to reinforce medical and mental health treatment for stressed populations. Another policy, the National Walking Strategy, encourages communities to improve signed trails, organize health walks and otherwise get people off their duffs. It can be a challenging proposition. Consider the scene from Trainspotting in which Renton says, "We're colonized by wonkers. We couldn't even find a decent race to be colonized by. It's a shite state of affairs to be in, and no amount of fresh air is ever going to change that. But change they'll try." Government guidelines for the Deer Green Place and beyond state that everyone should have access to safe woodlands within 500 meters of their doorstep. Because for green space to be used, it has to be close. To accomplish this, the country is on a tree planting and woodland sprucing up craze, aiming to increase the percentage of Scotland covered by woodland from 17 to 25%. Access to nature is a new national indicator for health in Scotland, and if you squint your eyes and try to imagine the US Congress passing such a standard, you can appreciate just how remarkable this is. Scotland is so committed to the idea of salvation in the woods, walking or otherwise, that it's underwriting a program called Branching Out to provide mental health care outdoors. Kevin Lafferty, the Health and Recreation Advisor for Forestry Commission Scotland, invited me to come watch it in action, which is how I came to be molding a clay face onto an oak tree with a group of ex-felons and addicts. The science-based concept is that 3 hours per week for 12 weeks in a woodland program can reduce symptoms of depression and increase sociability, physical exercise, and self-esteem. Sometimes you meet someone who so easily wears a career, who seems so fulfilled, so unusually capable and perfectly matched to his work that it's clear it's a higher calling. Two such men are Tom Gold and Richard Bolton. Gold works for the Forestry Commission's Recreation Department, teaching skills like shelter building to branching out participants, and Bolton is a kind of local park ranger, employed by a massive public housing estate called Castletown outside Glasgow. On the drive to the Castletown woods, Gold kept the windows wide open on the freeway. "Sorry, can't quite get my head around air conditioning," he'd said as we bumped down the highway. Tall and wide in a wood-chopping champion way, Gold had to hunch in the sedan. It was much easier to picture him lumbering through the hills. "My big specialty is bushcraft, the sort of art of making the outdoors a more comfortable place without compromising the resource," he said. "Food, fire, shelter, there are many ways you can achieve or acquire those things, leaving the place exactly as you found it. It's different from survival training, with all the camouflage, traps, gear, weapons, and a generally less healthy attitude toward the environment. That's obviously not what we'd do with these guys anyway," he said, referring to the participants, many of whom had recently emerged from institutions. Gold has spent much of his life in the space that intersects mental health and the environment, first working as a leader for a young offenders program in the Arizona wilderness and later in a secure psychiatric facility in Scotland. They were opposite ends of the containment spectrum. In Arizona, he tried to convince the boys that making fire with flint and steel was more reliable than their lighters. To demonstrate, I inhaled a cigarette and nearly fainted dead on the spot. He saw remarkable changes in the boys, but many returned to gangs once they got back home. "I challenge anyone that age not to get back into it, to resist what all their friends are doing," he said. In the psychiatric hospital, nobody was allowed to set foot outside the fence, said Gold. If it was possible to make a recovery in a nature-based program, that was not on the agenda. Branching out, he hopes, can provide both the short-term benefits of a Hoods in the Woods program with the long-term behavioral modifications of more classical therapy. Since its inception in 2007, Branching Out has run some 700 participants through the program, which includes activities such as walking, bushcraft, woodland arts, trail maintenance, and birding. The idea is to help people transition from institutions to living more independently. It's been particularly successful in promoting exercise and increasing well-being in the sickest participants. We call it ecotherapy, said Gold. I prefer the term adventure therapy, but it makes some people nervous they'll get eaten to death by mosquitoes while wearing a scratchy wet jumper. Branching Out provides transport, wellies, and waterproofs as needed, and all requisite snacks. It has a long waiting list. We pulled off the highway and drove up to the old Castleton Estate carriage house, where we met Ranger Bolton, a small, easy-going man with an air of unhurried competence. He explained that Castleton is home to 13,000 welfare recipients. The unemployment rate here is 39%. Drug problems afflict 13% of residents and mental health disorders strike at nearly twice the national average. But Bolton, who has a background in ecology, thinks these woods can help. He led us some distance into the forest. Although it was sunny and leafy, vestiges of the woodland's delinquent past remained. In this, the forest is not so different from its users, who retain an air of recent breakage. I'm not used to seeing tree graffiti, for example. You should have seen it before, he said. In the 3 years he's worked here, he's cleared overgrown trails and hauled out 120 tons of trash, including a bus shelter that, along with wheelie bins, people burn to get high. No wonder they die younger, he said. To help convey a sense of safety, he often takes classes of school children here. He's helped organize 108 different cultural and educational events in the past year, led evening health walks and sponsored park worker training. Of the housing residents who have trained with him, 70% went on to find permanent employment. He is like Puck, mixing everyone up together in the forest of delights and trusting they'll go back home all sorted out. Like the forest therapists in Korea, Bolton is part naturalist, part social worker, part mythmaker. It's a job description that didn't used to exist, because it didn't need to. We once had a familiar relationship with nature, we knew it on a first-name basis. But now we need professionals to help us reacquaint ourselves with the woods. Soon we may need teachers to remind us how to converse face-to-face. Like a lactation consultant or the people who show us how to bake bread on YouTube, Bolton is a broker in cultural salvage. At the moment, that meant gargoyles. The small group of depressives, petty criminals, and former addicts had assembled on the trail, and Bolton was demonstrating how to make green men out of clay and paste them to a tree. The criminal and psychiatric backgrounds of the participants were not revealed to Gold and Bolton. Their job was to work in the present. Bolton kept up an affable monologue as he scurried about. Along the way I just collected a few wee bits, leaflets, I can start pulling them off and using the shapes, like these sycamore shapes and leaves. Oi! Here's a holly leaf. He was picking them off the ground like a discerning rooster. The good thing about temporary art, if you don't like it you can start again. You'll notice some of the leaves have quite hairy textures, some smooth. Should I get more color? An older man in a yellow windbreaker said, laconically, yep. Bolton brushed past a tree dusted with shimmering confetti. A local nursery uses this as a fairy tree, explained Bolton. They get a bit heavy-handed with the glitter. This is a lime leaf, it has a nice small point. Woodlands can be your inspiration. The group gathered around to watch him make a pointy clay nose and fern mustache. Some of the participants looked baleful, some giddy. Their slickers hung loosely and askew against bodies that had gone slack. For many, this would be their first time out of the house all week. But they were obliging. They were 6 weeks in, halfway, they knew the drill. One man in his early 20s, pudgy with a mohawk, wearing a saggy blue sweatshirt, told me he goes in more for the bush skills than the art. I like making fires and camping, he told me. He used to do that with his grandfather, when he was a child. He told me he had recently been released from a hospital, that he had scars in the back of his neck. He was glad to be out doing things like a regular bloke. He grabbed a fistful of pine needles and patted them into clay for eyebrows. Everyone seemed absorbed. It was fun. Making temporary art was a way to be both together and in your own space without high stakes. We admired each other's gargoyles, offering nods and murmurs. The participants, like the gargoyles themselves, represented a wide range of age, color, and affect. They were ready for a snack. Gold took over, pulling out an enormous metal pot called a Kelly kettle. We watched as he demonstrated how to spark a small twiggy fire, first with a bow-like implement out of Sherwood forest, and when that didn't work, with flint and cotton balls. It was not, let it be said, as speedy as using a bic. Eventually, he scooped the burning twigs into a ring around the kettle. It boiled the water surprisingly fast. We took tea and biscuits, because that's what Scots do, even in the forest. Many people pulled out cigarettes, because that's what Glaswegians do. They would go home nicely tired, pleased that they'd survived a social outing. Without any big miscues, looking forward to next week. For programs like this, the social piece is a large part of it. As Gold put it, if you're returning to the mainstream after a long period of treatment for mental health, you're not going to go to Queen Street Station to see how you get on. You're going to do it in a group where any problems can be examined in a gentle way by people who know only too well where you've been. Branching out is just the latest incarnation of a long tradition of wilderness-to-build character enterprises, from the exploits of the seafaring Vikings to Outward Bound. America's best-known outdoor education program, Outward Bound, originated in 1939 with a German Jewish educator and a Briton who had a crazy nostalgia for rough seas. As war was breaking out, they felt young men weren't showing enough toughness, leadership, or outdoor training. Great Britain didn't have a lot of wilderness, per se, but it could offer the seas, coastlines, and miles of moors. As far as mental health treatment, Europe had a lineage of psychoanalysis and a tradition of nature-enhanced health spas, so perhaps it was inevitable the two would meet in pastoral hospitals of Northern Europe. Interestingly, though, it was an early American psychologist, Benjamin Rush, who first popularized the idea of nature-ish therapy for his mental patients in an 1812 treatise. It has been remarked that the maniacs of the male sex in all hospitals, who assist in cutting wood, making fires, and digging in a garden, often recover, while persons, whose rank exempts them from performing such services, languish away their lives within the walls of the hospital. His notions of reform helped slowly change treatment for the mentally ill in America and Europe. Freud had long blamed cities and civilization, at least in part, for unhealthy repressive tendencies. But after World War I, treatment entered a long, mixed interlude of turning mental health care over to pharmaceuticals, climate control, and managed care. To the extent that nature therapy is slowly coming back into vogue, the Swedes have probably done the most to apply science to the field. The journey of Johan Autosson seems a good place to start. On a cold winter day 23 years ago, Autosson was riding his bike to work in southern Sweden when he was swiped by a car. He launched many feet through the air, landing headfirst on a rock. He would spend the next 6 months in a hospital by the North Sea struggling to regain basic skills. He would never read or write without assistance again. It was a miserable, terrifying existence. Although the doctors and therapists were helpful, what Autosson says really pulled him out of despair and a deep depression were the land and sea nearby. I just felt strongly that I wanted to be outside, where I feel the best, he recalled when I went to see him in southern Sweden. I had a strong relationship with the stones. There is this theory that if a person is in bad shape and low energy, you can't be with other people too much. But you can be with animals, plants, stones, and water. Auditory became so convinced by the healing power of nature that he pursued a doctorate in the topic at the Work Environment, Economy, and Environmental Psychology Department at the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences. His compelling dissertation includes more details about the span of his recovery, written in the third person. At first, he could only find comfort in rocks. It was as though the stone spoke to him, "I have been here forever and will always be here. My entire value lies in my existence and whatever you are or do is of no concern to me." The feelings calmed him and filled him with harmony. His own situation became less important. The stone had been there long before the first human being had walked past. As he got better, he turned his attention to the ocean waves, and then, gradually, to vegetation, particularly oak trees. Auditory's work relies heavily on the mid-20th century American psychologist Howard Searles. Best known for his insights into the idea of transference during psychoanalysis, in which the patient projects feelings onto the therapist, Searles also recognized that nature could provide useful objects of transference. Searles worked at a rural mental hospital in Maryland, where he witnessed this firsthand. Writing, "The non-human environment, far from being of little or no account to human personality development, constitutes one of the most basically important ingredients of human psychological existence." Over recent decades we have come from dwelling in another world in which the living works of nature either predominated or were near at hand, to dwelling in an environment dominated by a technology which is wondrously powerful and yet nonetheless dead. And that was in 1960. I visited Auditory at his campus office in Alnarp. At 63, he has Parkinson's disease and continues to rely on assistance for reading and writing. As he talked, his upper body snaked gently from side to side. He gives talks all over Sweden and is amazed by how many people tell him similar stories of recovery in nature. But it pains him that the modern medical establishment has largely forgotten the insights of Rush and Searles. When you built a hospital 100 years ago, you built it around a nice park. That was self-evident. But after 1930 or 1940, man is treated like a machine. He gets energy and medicine and that's all. We are just now starting to get fuller knowledge back. Down the hall from Auditory in the great historical castle-like building of the landscaping department sits the office of Patrik Gran, the man responsible for Sweden's nascent renaissance of horticulture therapy, or using plant cultivation and garden settings as a healing strategy. And the man who inspired him? Auditory. Gran wasn't starting from nowhere. As a landscape architect, he'd met the Kaplans in Michigan in the early 1990s, and soon afterward studied the reasons people use city parks in Sweden. He turned up the then surprising answer of psychological well-being. Then he met Auditory. He told me the story about what he experienced and we started some studies. We had wild plans of therapeutic gardens, how they should look, said Gran, who grew up picking cloudberries and fishing for trout and salmon in Lapland. With funding from the university, they started a nearby therapy garden complete with a glass dome greenhouse, water features, flower beds, vegetable fields, pathways, and various small structures. Gran took me by on a grey May afternoon. The first thing that greeted us was a cheerful red garden kitchen skirted by a wide deck overlooking the small fields. Its motto could be the Emerson quote. "The greatest delight which the fields and woods minister, is the suggestion of an occult relation between man and the vegetable. I am not alone and unacknowledged. They nod to me, and I to them." Based on what Gran learned from Auditory, the Kaplans, and his own empirical research, he believes an effective garden should incorporate a number of elements ranging from safety to fascination to naturalism to species diversity. It was chilly out and drizzling, so Gran ushered me into the greenhouse, where therapist Anna Maria Palsdottir plucked a few leaves off a potted plant and brewed up some citron tea. She explained that Alnarp's standard treatment program runs 12 weeks, like that of branching out, but the participants here come 4 times a week for 3 hours each time. The Alnarp Garden specializes in treating patients with severe work-related stress. They are typically on sick leave, in some cases for years, this being a country that offers sick leave. They are very depressed, lethargic, antisocial, and often have other health problems as well. Most take a variety of medications. By the time they get here, they have cut off everything except trying to stay alive, Palsdottir said. She described the typical progression of patients, and it resembles the experience of Autoson during his recovery. For the first weeks, the participants often spend their garden hours lying down alone in the garden, either in a hammock or on the ground. Because the program operates year-round, they wear large insulated snowsuits as needed. Many cannot feel anything due to severe depression, said Palsdottir. They've almost lost sensory contact from the chin down. As part of healing, the body and the brain connect again. Their interaction with plants trains them to be here and now. They slowly start to pay attention. Things like, what's the tea today? Now I can taste coffee and enjoy it. It helps them calm down. As a former participant, a middle-aged mother named Cecilia who had severe depression told me later, I found a hammock near the hedges. It was nice to discover anything outside of the life I'd led before. My brain learned to take in the birds and wind, only that. That's the first thing I remember. We point patients to use their senses, said Palsdottir. Eventually, we do creative activities, like go and pick a flower that represents your feelings. Compost what you want to compost. We often use nature as a metaphor that symbolizes good things and bad things. You can stay and be on your own, or help with horticulture if you want. You can just noodle. Mindfulness is built in, added Gran, who between sips of tea pulled out some graphs based on years of published studies. By the end of the program, the patients show a 20% drop in symptoms, but it's actually more significant than that because the difference is between being considered sick and not sick, he said. According to the World Health Organization, 27% of the European population, or 83 million people, experienced at least one mental health disorder in the past year. If you could speed time to recovery, the savings would be huge. According to Gran, 60% of ALNERP's patients return to work after 1 year, a figure higher than for those in other kinds of therapy. Based on 6 years of follow-up data, the cost-benefit savings is quite high, said Gran. They go from seeking primary care 30 times a year to 10. The program is so successful that the Swedish government pays for it and is beginning to replicate it elsewhere. There is a long waiting list to get in. Gran is now studying the garden's impact on traumatized Syrian refugees and stroke patients. About 30% of Sweden's healthcare dollars go to mental health, but stroke care is even more costly. Typically, patients learn to rewire their damaged brains through lots of repetitive speech and occupational therapy, but it's slow and exhausting work. This is where the gardens come in. There are no established methods of treating mental fatigue, he said, so we hope we can find a way of treating it for this group. And we hope the environment can help patients find new ways of functioning. A speech therapist takes an apple and says apple, and shows the object. But in a natural environment, patients can talk and smell and taste and use all the senses, so theoretically it's a more efficient way to facilitate different parts of the brain working together. The reasons these programs seem to improve mental and cognitive health is complicated, and by no means is it just about nature and the senses. Nature appears to act directly upon our autonomic systems, calming us, but it also works indirectly, through facilitating social contact and through encouraging exercise and physical movement. Here's the emerging European Coda on Public Health from Finland, Sweden, and Scotland. Encourage people, especially distressed populations, to walk, often together, and provide safe, attractive, and naturalistic places for them to do it. The research also suggests some special places to go, forests and coastlines. Brits go even more crazy for the coasts than they do for the woods. Basically, the closer you live to the ocean, the happier you are. Researchers at the University of Essex School of Health and Human Sciences found that if you live near the scenic western coasts of England, you're 9 times more likely to exercise than other people, even after adjusting for income. As the epidemiologist Ian Alcock put it, if you want to be happy, there is a simple, scientific formula: get married, get a job and live near the coast. Parsing the research apart further, if you are depressed or anxious, social walking in nature boosts your mood, assuming you're walking with people you like. If you want to solve problems in your life, self-reflect, and jolt your creativity, it's better to go alone, in a safe place. I find myself most drawn to the fate of the solo walker, because I tend to be one. I love a good hike with a friend, but I consider it a gabfest more than anything. I'm protective of my solo walking time precisely because I have found it to be so helpful in solving problems, personal and otherwise. What is it about that peculiar synergy of walking plus nature? Being in Scotland got me thinking about Wordsworth, creativity, and the essence of imagination. Walking lies at the heart of it. Although these topics remain somewhat mysterious to neuroscientists, the poets can offer some assistance.